Morning, everybody. Day 3 of Airtime 2022. It's bright morning, Sunday morning. We got a little thing for you all today. We're going to have some alumni all in a Zoom, and we're going to go down memory lane. And we're going to take a look at some 2018, 2019 photos together and see if anyone can recollect what's going on in those photos. We're going to get started in just a little bit, so give us about 2 minutes to get set up, and then we'll get started thereafter. Enjoy in the meantime.
Hello there.
Hello, I'm Grace Zhang.
Hi, my name is Akil Sheikh.
Hi, I'm Kavya. I'm a freshman.
Hi there, my name is Jack and I'm a junior.
And I'm in 9th grade.
And I am an upcoming senior at Monroe Catholic High School.
We are a team of Royal High School students.
And this is my project for Artemis Foods.
And this is our project demo for Uber.
Today, I'll be giving a demo of my app for Onyx Village Connection.
I chose Typeform because I really want to help small businesses.
Today we'll be talking about our project, the Solar Controller.
Today we're going to be talking about a new sustainable method to harvest energy that will be perfect for this bike path project.
The goal of our project is to speed up the process of onboarding new partners.
Our goal is to create a platform that can organize youth community service.
Natural light is one of the best resources to use in households.
I modeled it, I printed it, and I put it together.
OptiViro uses a variety of sensors to get an accurate description of your home.
Understanding how and why various people make dietary decisions will be crucial to Artemis Foods' marketing success.
Keep every memory you have from the past to the present to the future.
And in a few years, hopefully you can have OptiViro built into your house.
We can only hope that our website can help to accomplish this goal and inspire a future generation of people.
We just want everyone to play their part so we can have a safe future.
Thank you so much for listening.
And thanks for watching.
Alright, up next we have a podcast. If you want to see a podcast where there's just only cool people there, then stay tuned in right now. These people are certified cool. Like me, you know.
Okay, everybody. Good morning. Thanks for waiting a little bit. Okay, sorry about that. Good morning, everyone. Let's get started with some vibe checks to get this started. I think Dylan, you're the only one that doesn't know what a vibe check is, because you're too OG for that. So you'll pick up as we go. So right now, I'll go first. I'm feeling like I'm feeling pretty good. I'm a 9.25 right now of Starbucks coffee with some milk in it, and I put some honey in it too, and it's pretty good. It's like a more caffeinated version of a tea. So that's how I'm feeling right now, and I'm feeling pretty good. I'll pass it over to Eric Shee.
Good morning, y'all. Today I'm feeling around 9.5 cups of some Baby Yoda. I've been watching the new Obi-Wan series on Disney Plus just before this. Looking pretty good, and I will pass it over to Noah.
What's up, guys? I'm feeling what am I feeling today? Let's see what's around me. 8.9 cups of Hello Kitty strawberry candy, which I bought at a Japanese store last night. And I'm feeling good to be here this morning. And I'll pass it to my boy Dylan. Well, maybe I shouldn't, because he doesn't know what this is.
No, it's good.
But,
you can pick it up.
I'm feeling a 9. Yeah, it's good to see everyone again.
Yeah, and then you share a beverage of choice that represents your number.
Oh, I guess I'm a yerb then. 9 out of 10 yerb.
Yerb. All right, that's a nice nickname for that. Is it yerba mate? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Got it.
And I'll pass it over to Prajeet.
Hello. I feel like a 9 out of 10 cup of energy right now. I just need to sleep. That's really what I feel like. And I'll pass it on to Stephanie.
Good morning. I'm feeling like a 9 out of 10 filled with some Hawaiian butter mochi. I recently made some for the first time and it came out pretty good. Yeah, I'll pass it on to Jenny.
Hey, I'm at 8.93 cups of just tea today, because that's what I just had this morning, and I'll pass it on to Pinup.
Hello, I'm at a 9 out of 10 cups of cold brew because that's what I had this morning, studying for a calculus quiz. But that's pretty much it, and I'm really excited to be here, and I'll pass it over to Ava.
I am feeling an 8 out of 10 cups of chocolate milk. I'm excited to be here, and I'll pass it on to Noah.
I already went. Maybe Jeff?
Good morning, everybody. I am 10 out of 10 cups of water because I need to hydrate. It's Sunday morning. And happy to see you all. All right, back to Derick.
Oh, is that everyone? Okay, cool.
I haven't done.
Gerald.
Yeah. I'm feeling a 9.5 out of 10 filled with tea. Feeling good. A little over caffeinated, but still feeling good.
Cool. All right, everyone. So I'm calling this podcast because I thought it'd be fun to pull out some photos from our 2018, 2019 programs, since a lot of you is actually 2020, 2021, right? So Dylan is actually a 2018er, no, 2019er. And then Gerald experienced our program from 2018, 2019 too. So like he's seen kind of like the in-person ones. And Bridget, you're really OG. You're actually like the OG right now. Alumni from 2018. So, and Jeff, I think you've seen a few along the way. And then Stephanie as well is the OG as well. So I'm excited to kind of like look at some of these photos and kind of just like bring it up. I don't know what exactly we're gonna do or talk about, but I thought I'd just bring it up and then see if you guys recollect what's going on, and we can just see like if it makes sense what it is. So to kick off the first, let me share my screen and see if this actually works here. So you should see my screen. Is there a sound going on that you guys hear? Oh, that thing again. No. Okay, you guys heard that, right? That was odd. Okay.
That made it worse.
Okay, what about this? No sound? No crazy sound?
No. What if you just show the pictures and we don't talk? Maybe that'll be the solution.
Or you can just not share audio.
I don't think there's a way to not talk, right? Like you have to talk.
He's on
Oh,
mute.
but then we wouldn't be able to hear Derick.
No, like just not share audio.
I don't think it's the mute. I don't think it's the mute either, actually.
Yes, because you're sharing your audio, I think.
Oh, that okay. So is it better now?
Now it's fine.
Okay, maybe because I didn't. I clicked share sound on the Zoom, so that helps. All right, let's try this. So, what do you think this is?
This is at the Alameda district, right? I see some team members and Bridget in the back.
Uh-oh. Remember Prijit's this is when Prijit started doing this.
Yeah, I think so. I remember Bridget had a lot of energy and I was just like, whoa, who is this kid?
Yeah, Prijit.
Early time I was being nervous. Because it was I think Derick just told us a couple hours back, he was like, oh, you're doing a presentation, and I'm like, wait, what? Since when?
So this is our 2018 kind of kickoff to our internship program, where we had it at Alameda County Office of Education, where it's mostly parents, teachers, and our interns who got accepted into their internship program. And we had like a whole program, and on the right-hand side, our interns were pitching their projects that they did in the classroom that they won internships with. So that's Katrina Castro on the right-hand side, Kevin Din and Michael pitching their projects, I believe. And then we have some, I think Burbowie's right there, Eric, right in the middle. And we had Doolittle in there. Jeff's right there, actually. Hey, Jeff, I didn't know you were in there. Is that you?
Looks like Jeff.
That
Where?
is you, huh, Jeff?
Oh, wait, right there in the middle?
Right there?
Yeah, that's yeah.
That is you.
Well, I snuck in there. I had a little cameo.
So this is our 2018 kickoff. Here's another one. Guess who that is?
Kind of looks like Stephanie.
Yeah, I think so.
You actually look pretty much
It's
the
been
same.
a while. You think so? Yeah.
I think so. We got to pull up that headshot photo that we took. That you look much younger.
Oh yeah.
So this is our 2018 highlight of Steph.
Oh, that is Zach's scooter with me, which we used in the bank.
Yeah, it's Harry Potter 2.0.
I missed the bank.
Yeah,
That was a good time.
Bank was a good time.
So this is I guess a sneak peek of, you just don't really know the context of where they're at right now, but we essentially had our internship program in a vault essentially.
Oh, is that why like one of our Discord channels is called The Bank?
That is correct. Yeah.
I was always wondering why.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
And there's also the gate too, which is what we'll kind of go through in a little bit as well. Steph and Projet, what do you guys remember from the bank? Like, what were some of the highlights?
One of the highlights I would say is playing games.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
One of the things that we lost when we went to virtual, we basically pay. I guess it was freeze tag, right? With paper planes, which is not super safe because people always warn you about aiming for someone's head, but that's why we had rules against it. It wouldn't count or something. But yeah, it was just, imagine like 32 people just like running around a bank or something. It was a good time.
And I still remember Kevin. I think it was Kevin and Eric, the other Eric. So what they did is like they took an entire box of all the box full of paper plane like the paper planes, and just threw the box along with the paper planes. Was it thrown at Kevin, or did Kevin and Eric threw it at someone else? I just don't remember that part.
I forget who it was, but they freaked out, and it was like our repository of planes, right? Like that's where people go to get the war chest, right? So they just decided to throw the war chest at the person because they're freaking out. Like I couldn't find a plane, so I took the whole thing.
Yep. And there's this Joe's caught in middle, which I still remember. The green one.
Oh yeah, there's like a dodgeball rule where if you caught the plane, yeah, I remember.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I think we played a good variety of paper plane games. Like we just start basically like making up new ones, right? Like I don't think we knew what we were doing. It was just like tag at first, and then became like zombie apocalypse, then it became assassin, then it became like capture the flag.
It was fun times running around, jumping around, I would say.
So this is actually the bank back in the day. Like this is actually a historic building that we were in San Leandro, and it was the owner of the building was Daniel Best, and Daniel Best actually was the owner and founder, I believe, of Caterpillar tractors. And Caterpillar is actually based in San Leandro. I don't know if you guys know that. So this is actually his building. And where we were in, it wasn't a bank before. It was a theater. So if you go to 101 Estadio, which is where our office was right next to the bank. It's in the same building. It's right here. If you see my mouse. That's where our office was. And this is the bank's front. Our space was definitely a theater, is what I heard. So that was kind of cool. I offered to buy the building when we get rich with PilotCity to the owner. They weren't down yet.
Not enough, I guess.
And then this is our summer 2018 kind of compilation of that. Any comment on that?
I mean, that's just a typical day, right?
Yeah, I think I was just having a meeting, and they decided to be distracting. So I guess this was the point. This is me stalking Stephanie at a meeting.
Yeah, I remember this.
What was that meeting, Steph?
I think it was like the city officials of San Leandro, right? Where it was like a city meeting of some sort. Kind of forgot the full details of it, but I thought it was really cool though.
Yeah, I see some building owners in there. I see some contractor people. I see a council member. I see the downtown managers. This seemed to be a pretty high-powered crew. So it looks like you were plugged into a meeting by your employer, right?
Yeah.
You know, I think it was I don't know what it was to discuss, but I think it was good context for like how art can be used in San Leandro. Maybe was like reason why Sally plugged you in.
Yeah.
Oh, one thing that I want to share with you, Steph. I don't think you know this yet. Oh, you definitely don't know this yet, actually. I don't know if you knew this, but Sally had cancer. Sally Barros.
Really?
Yeah, and she passed away recently. Yeah.
Oh.
So sorry to tell you on this podcast, but thought I'd let you know.
Yeah, because I remember I did get an email after the internship from her saying that she was going to retire soon, but yeah, after that I didn't know much more.
Yeah, she retired because of her condition as well. I think it was part of it.
I see.
Yeah. But Faye is carrying her legacy on. So Faye's the new sustainability manager, and I went to school with her too.
Oh, what were those called again?
Telepresence robots.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember that. That was so fun. We would just drive it around. Whose project? There were a few, right? that worked with telepresence?
Yeah, there was a few actually. So that's Katrina Castro, one of our interns at that time, but then she became success manager too. Yeah, there was it was a good amount of those projects because we had a bunch of these robots basically. Basically this robot company was an employer in our program. And can anyone ponder on what our intern is doing in this video?
Controlling it?
Yeah, but in general, what do you think she's doing?
You mean what was her project?
Why is she?
Is she taking a selfie with it?
That's actually a good idea. A selfie bot.
We have our next company idea.
She's piloting her project at a school. So her project was to use telepresence robots. This is actually really forethought of there's a lot of forethought she had in this. Her project was to essentially have these robots at schools so that people who are sick or who can't go to class can come in through these robots and attend school still.
That's so funny thinking about how COVID happened.
Right afterwards.
It was just a step behind.
Yeah.
We went full digital instead.
Yeah. So it was a great idea at that time, but then it became a better idea, right? So, and this was 2 years before the pandemic. This is 2018, so this is 2 years before the pandemic when this solution got piloted. So Katrina was at her school, San Lorenzo High School, and she brought this robot to the summer school to pilot the project with her. And she had to call people and get people to approve it and all that stuff. So it was kind of cool to see that occur. Do you remember what was going on there?
Yeah, that was Eric, right? With to help, there were guidelines, right, that help students build out their a business plan, I guess.
It was one of the platforms which we used, and we came to go guidelines and just go over what to do and everything. I forgot the name of the platform.
Urban Leap.
Urban Leap. There we go.
Yeah. So before you all joined the program, we used this tool in 2018 in the internship program called Urban Leap, where basically you enter a pilot project into it and then you can track it. So it was our software at the time to run our internship program. That was the only software, right? Because we were we can't just, we need something to put our internship program together. So Urban Leap was the tool we used to have everyone put their ideas in to actually make their project and plan it and have everything in one place, essentially. So that was kind of what this that was a session training everyone on it. And this is all basically precursor to software, right? In 2018, we had no software, no data-driven processes. It was just a bunch of kids in a bank, learning stuff that they did in class, right? Uh-oh.
The literal pinup day.
Yeah.
This is what pinups used to look like.
We literally had to manually, we printed everything out.
Yeah.
And we just stick everything to the wall and be
just completely unreadable too. So you're presenting oh, this clearly states, and then it's just a line.
Yeah, and then there's this bunch of people sitting around taking notes, and you're like, am I doing this right or wrong? Because they can't see anything. It's just everything is according to the words we say.
It's kind of nice though, right? That's just up there, and you see kind of all of it. It's all stupid, scrappy. Don't you guys like that scrappy feel?
Yeah, it was fun. Maybe we'll bring it back. Well,
It's like trying to say that we do. Like in the sense, like it's like, oh, this is the amount of work we did. It's all stuck to the wall. Just have a look at it.
What did we do with those paper? Did we burn it or like did we?
No, we made paper
planes.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, good idea. We were smart.
Recycle, reuse, reduce, recycle.
We were smart.
Yeah, we used this to make paper airplanes.
The master pitcher, Stephanie.
Yeah, I clearly remember this.
How did you feel at that time when you were pitching, Steph? Like at that moment,
great.
what were your emotions?
I had an adrenaline rush. I was like really nervous, but at the same time, I felt like I got this. Because I remember that day too, I was like practicing so much with other people, especially Kevin. And yeah, I was just like preparing for the presentation. But yeah, I got through it though.
Kevin was being success manager in his own internship already? Like he was being like a mentor already?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, I feel like you were pretty good at pitching, like since day one, like or presenting an idea and just not really, because you know some people like say Brigitte, like he like takes microphones and like swirls it around and stuff. For you, you kind of just were steady, you know, steady presenter, steady. What do you think?
Jacob.
What do you think that is?
The drone.
Yes. It's a big drone. So this is actually a student from Miss Berbowie's class in 2018 named Jacob Young. And he made a drone in Berbowie's class. You can ask Berbowie about Jacob Young. And he just, on his spare time, just liked building things, and he made a full-blown drone. And essentially, it has, I think I have a picture of it actually, but I don't think I have it. But basically, there's a floodlight on it, so when he flies it, it can like light up an entire park.
I remember, I think one of his demo videos showed it turning like a house, like it was over a house or something, and then it just turned it into like day. That's what it looked like.
Yeah, I'll see if I can pull up that photo later.
Yeah.
I've like heard tales of that drone before in Berbowie's class, just like this insane like spotlight drone. So I guess this is the origin.
Oh, yeah. Did you see a picture of it in Berbowie's class?
I have not seen a picture of it, but I have heard that this existed.
Yeah, Jacob works for Lucid Motors now, electric vehicle company, like the competitor to Tesla.
Whoa, that's awesome.
Yeah, I don't think he went to college either. He just decided not to go to college and just keep building engineering and just go straight in to work. I don't know why this is funny, but it's kind of funny. Bunch of intern dudes walking down San Leandro. Hey Gerald, your hair looks different.
Yeah, a lot shorter.
Hopefully Romney's okay. You guys all sucked at volleyball. That's what I found out. Looks like how many volleyball sessions did we have that Don and Marcus organized for us?
I think they're still ongoing, right?
Yeah, but how many did we do during the internship program? I feel like we did it on a regular basis, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was like every 2 weeks, something like that. And then at some point, interns went there independently, and they just wanted to play.
Right.
That's fun.
Actually,
yeah,
there was another video where I think it was Kevin and Gabriel singing like hardcore. I don't know if I got that video, but that piano got well used. It seemed like.
It's true. I think Stephanie like learned how to play the piano on that one.
Yeah, I did. I actually learned how to play the piano throughout the internship.
It's an additional skill.
Yeah.
What is Bernie
I was
Xavier
there.
doing?
Yeah, Bernie and Xavier.
More drone flying.
We had a lot of drone projects. We had a very strong drone effort going on.
Didn't he crash a drone into a tree or something?
Yeah, that was Bernie, and then Eric and I fixed it.
Yep.
Oh yeah, he was we made that into a thing for sure. I remember that.
Yeah, it was a little heated, but it's funny to look back at.
I think it was a good lesson for him. He took up the charge for sure. Bernie led up on it. So Bernie and Xavier had a project with DJI drones, and hey, Kenneth may join. And essentially, they were developing a drone solution that can track students who are like escaping school. So it's like a drone solution that to monitor student truancy in our program. So this is Bernie and Xavier. These are the only girls in our program, I think, in 2018. We had so little girls. I think it was like 25% girls and women in our program. I think it was maybe like a little, I think it was like one or two more. But Debbie, I think, basically met with them on a cadence to kind of stay in touch with them so that they can have support and not feel like they're alone.
Stephanie looks so fly.
Brigitte, what was Mayor Pauline Cutter giving you advice on here, or giving us feedback here?
And I think we were explaining about like how our drone 40 posts as for surveillance. So we were just telling her about that. I think she was just like asking questions on like how it works and everything.
Yeah, for sure. I think Kenny's gonna join us up right now. Kenny, you there?
Hey.
I think Kenny will be on. Hey, what's up, Kenny?
What's up, everyone?
Yo, what's your vibe check? I don't think you know. I think you know what vibe checks are.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about those. Is that the ones where we said like what our drink was and stuff?
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
So how you're feeling from 0 to 10, and then your beverage of choice that represents your vibe.
Yeah. So I'm probably at a. What time did I sleep this morning? I'm at a 6.45. And I need like a quadruple shot of espresso. I was busy knocking out the final paper I had due, and I just submitted it maybe like 10 minutes ago, and I told Derick like I was going to try my best to make it here. So
high five.
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Come chill.
Huh?
Yeah, just chill. We're reviewing some photos from 2018, 2019.
Yeah, cool. Nice to see everyone again, though.
Yeah, good to see you. And you want to give people an idea of what you're up to now? Like, give like quick 10, 15 second intro.
Oh yeah. So I am a PilotCity alumni. I was part of the 2019 program, if I'm not mistaken. I'm currently a third year at UCLA now. I'm studying physiological sciences, and I don't like to call myself pre-med. I'm still trying to figure out if I am. I'm taking the MCAT this summer, and I'll let that determine if I'm pre-med or not. But yeah, I'm just excited to be here and just vibing, you know. Yeah. I don't usually sleep at 6:45 either. It's just,
yeah, just a paper, right?
Yeah, just a paper, I promise.
Dylan, aren't you at UCLA too?
Yeah, I'm at UCLA. I'm a second year.
That's right. Yep. Dylan's in
I haven't seen Dylan once yet. No. Now he has long hair. Did you have long hair before, Dylan? I don't remember.
Not as long hair.
Yeah, see. Now I gotta look out for you.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye out.
Yeah.
For sure. All right. What's the next one? This is when Mayor Pauline Cutter came by, and we all just kind of hung out with her. That was cool. That was a nice family photo.
Looks like a I was just gonna say it looks like a family photo. They were just like, oh, I don't know. I mean, just everyone gather around, children.
She is a preschool teacher. What is this?
I forgot what we called the event, but I know where it is.
Where it be?
Oh, the oh no, I'm also forgetting the name, but it's near my house. The energy something. I don't know. I failed the pop quiz.
This is the Zero Net Energy Center where we had the final event for our internship program. This is where Flipped occurred for the first Flipped in 2018.
Right.
I think this was a visit that we had to go check out the site before the event, just so we can scope it out, plan for it, stuff like that.
This space is so huge.
Bro, appreciate you're so lightweight. Even Aaron can hold you.
Yeah, we had to talk about that.
This on Aaron?
Aaron's holding Brigitte.
We were like talking about like whether they can carry me or not, and then I was just like, Aaron is like, no man, I'll just carry you. He just picked me up.
R.I.P. Byron. I think this was the first exploration of the main auditorium that they were going to have their Flipped event at. What was that? Look at Kevin's face in the middle.
I don't remember what's going on.
Oh, I think it's the thing where we made two people stand right opposite to each other, and then they just need to talk about their project, pitch their project for like a minute.
Oh yeah, I remember. It was
or
like
two, and then like yeah, and then they'll post.
coaching session.
Oh, was it like a practice for Flipped?
Yeah, it was to help people like get over any anxieties, so they would kind of like yell their pitches at each other or something like that. Yeah.
And then they just run down the thing. You know, like everyone. It's like they rotate after every minute.
So this is like the manual practice for Flipped.
Yeah.
Right? We yelled on top of a parking lot at each other.
And then we also got kicked out from the parking lot afterwards.
What happened?
We also got kicked out of the parking lot.
Oh, that was fun. I don't know if you remember this. I forgot if this was right before Flipped or right after Flipped. But I think it was right before Flipped, because Flipped was actually literally the last thing we did, I believe. Is that correct? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I think so. Should be right before.
Maybe a day before or something. Like a couple of days.
Where are these French fries from?
I think that's Five Guys, actually.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Is it Five Guys?
Mm-hmm.
So funny. And then everyone just kind of like pitching into the pile.
I think there was a couple things that are staples for Pilot City in terms of food. It's always been like Piology. Like we always had like 50 Piology pizzas, and then also like $50 worth of fries ordered from somewhere, and just put it on the table, and then people just annihilated it.
Yep.
That'd be cool if there was like a program to send out Piology pizzas to students.
I guess
they kind of like capture that culture.
Piology and fries, and massive amounts of fries. I think this was only one of 3 lumps of fries that we had that day.
And
I don't know why, but this reminds me of Jumanji.
Jumanji?
Yeah. Reminds me of like a stampede.
Derick, this is evidence of jaywalking.
Yeah,
what are you doing?
I know. This is illegal. I get it.
It didn't happen.
Okay, check this out. Okay, tell me if you guys remember this one, okay? Tell me if you guys remember this one, okay? This next one.
Well, I do remember this, but I don't know what the context was. I think they had like beef, right? And they resolved it with a big hug. No?
Steph, Bridget, do you guys remember that? Were you there for that one?
I think so, but I don't remember the context of that.
I think, so I think Joel expressed his love for Andrew Pham. Like, he's like, I love you, bro. And he's like, no, I love you. And then just came up and started, like, loving each other. I think right before that, Joel was, like, saying something about his socks. Like, he wanted to give his socks to Andrew. And Andrew said, no, I love you. And then, like, something about socks, and then something about I love you, and then the big hug. So... So this is our this was at Flipped in 2018 at the Zero Net Energy Center. And this was, I think, a girls panel. How was that, Steph? Well, you're on that panel. What would you guys talk about?
Yeah, it was pretty nice. I mean, we were just talking about how it was like as a female to be part of the internship and basically what we experienced as well. And like what we got from it and everything. So yeah, it was pretty nice.
Cool. Another short. I don't know why you guys were just like bored out of your minds during that panel, but it was kind of a riff there. So those were some highlights from our 2018 program that we found that I just kind of pulled up. And I do got some 2019 photos too, so I'm gonna share that just for fun as well. There was a few things going on, but I think I'm just gonna share the photos from this actually. Uh-oh. It's back.
Oh yeah. I feel like I think we got like an upgrade in production quality. We had actual photos.
Yeah. Well, Tommy Abanaz was there.
Oh yeah, that's right. Right.
Tommy Abanaz was a teacher in our program, and he also worked for us in the summer of 2019, and he took photos the whole time.
Yeah.
This was a big upgrade in terms of a space as well. I like the bank a lot, but the gate was just so much more massive and so much more roomy and spacious and free water and free, you know what I mean?
Free coffee.
Dylan, what was your experiences of the gate?
Oh, the gate was really cool. That was like our home base area. But then I remember mostly we were all out in the like communal area, out that door to the right. And there's like all these like real tech companies there, and they were just kind of walking around seeing all us like, what's going on?
Just wreak havoc on their space.
Yeah.
This is a place of business.
Kenneth, what was your perception of the gate?
You said me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Same thing as Dylan. It was actually really fun. It was, I was actually at the gate for an internship the summer before, and they were still building the whole like hangout area Dylan was talking about. This area that you see right now used to be the big lunchroom where they had the ping pong tables and a bunch of couches for everybody. And then so like when PilotCity came in, it was the first year we were in that really nice space. And then like I remember the first day. The first day is when my first day was when I met Dylan. I think we sat on one of those like terraced couches. There's probably a picture of us, but yeah, the gate's pretty cool. I mean,
wasn't your internship with Type A?
No, it was with Face Space.
Oh, okay.
And then like during 2019, I had like my own thing.
Did you get to see the gates, that communal space before it got renovated?
Yeah. It was no, actually, I didn't know what it was prior to renovations.
It was
the whole time. The whole time I was there, it's just like under construction. So
yeah, that's fair. It was a lot more like neon, but then it got changed because of the Oakland ghost fire. I forgot what it was called. Yeah, so they regulated lights. It was pretty cool. It felt like a nightclub sometimes, but I think it's much more modern now.
Yeah.
I'm glad we were able to play Paper Planes in the for a second year, I guess.
I feel like what we were trying to do is not tell them about what it was so that we can play it, right? And so we kind of just like started folding planes and was like, oh, we're just folding planes. We're just throwing it at each other. Oh, we're just running around throwing it at each other. Oh, we're just running around a lot throwing it at each other. Just kept doing it.
Yeah. It was a huge space to play that game in.
I think we got competitive.
Yep, we did.
I think there were teams, and it felt like Hunger Games.
I remember that. Yeah, we turned. This was like the latest iteration. I remember was a Hunger Games variant where we would like keep the war chest in the middle, or distribute it out, and then you would scramble for planes.
Yep. And we did good teams, and we were like, okay, once you're done, turn against your own team.
I think this was the first game we played, and Rahaf and Katie just hid the whole time. That was a nice glamour shot for Zach and Gabe there.
Yep.
What does this mean to you all?
I don't know. That wasn't me.
I think they were like the ones who lost at that paper airplane game, and then they just kind of started walking around like paper airplanes, I guess, in a train.
I think that's exactly what happened. Like, I think something happened where like someone's like, "Oh, we're the ones that are dead. Let's walk together like in honor of each other." You know, like it was like their funeral. You know, and they just started walking around with this huge train of people. I think they had a I think there was a mantra too. Do you remember that mantra, Dylan?
No, I have no idea. I remember they were saying something. Yeah.
They had a hum or a hymn or whatever you call it. I think this is the last woman standing here. Do you guys remember this corner debacle that we had towards the end?
No, not at all.
I think it was Antonio versus Sophia at this very end of the first Paper Planes game in 2019. I don't know why these were happening, but I thought it's cool. Good job, Gabe. So, this is a confusing photo. What do you think Steph's doing?
Not sure.
I wasn't sure either. I think I just walked in. I was like, "What are you doing?"
Oh, I think Tommy was creating the huge Jenga blocks for us. the big ones, and then I think like, and then he created a box too with it. So I don't know if Steph is helping with the box.
I was actually blowing out smoke because Tommy.
No, that wasn't Tommy. That was me. I forgot to add water to my microwavable macaroni and cheese, and then oh no, and then it started smelling like.
Was that it? Really? It was the macaroni and cheese?
That was really it. I almost had a fire because of my mac and cheese. I don't know. Maybe it was too focused or something, but I just.
I thought it was because Gabe was like welding or something like that.
Yeah, I didn't know about the mac and cheese, but yeah, Gabe was welding, and Tommy told me to blow out the smoke.
All right, well that's that. I actually thought that you were like blindfolded at the point, so I was like, why are you blindfolded and why are you going like this? You know. But
I think those might be like safety goggles. Maybe like.
Yeah, they were safety goggles.
They might be mine, but I can't be sure.
Pinup 2.0.
Yeah. Even more scrappy.
I think there's some pinup critiquers from 2019 getting ready to get to annihilate and roast our interns on their projects. I don't. Those are bad symbols, right? Those things.
No, that's just a game.
It's a prank, right?
Yeah.
We got some Antioch kids in here. Got some Berkeley kids in here. Some Arroyo students. Some Hayward students. Sean drinking. What was Sean's thing again? Mountain Dew, root beer.
He's root beer. I don't know.
It's all root beer.
Oh, root beer.
He just loves root beer.
Nice little family photo. I wish Ariba was here. This is Ariba's teacher on the left-hand side that worked for us, who took all these photos. And Amy on the right-hand side. She couldn't make it today. Jonathan, Katie, Rahaf. Sean and Katie end up becoming success managers, right, in 2020? So for the 2020 students, I think Eric and Jenny, Noah, Sean was one of the success managers in the middle, the Hollister guy, and on the left-hand side is Katie as well. I guess that thing, that the plane kept going to the end of the internship. That was a nice glamour shot for you, Steph, so I thought I'd pull this for you for fun.
Thank you.
Uh-oh, Dylan's glamour shot.
Dylan
semi-long hair. You went full hippie lately.
Yeah, I've grown it out.
Congressional certificates. We got to get back into that. Get our kids congressional certificates. All right, that was pretty much it for 2019. I did have like some like actual photos on my phone too, but we're running out of time. So thanks for watching this. I thought I'd just pull those and show those for fun because it's always nice to see those, because when I think about our internship program from 2018 to 2019 to 2020 to 2021, I feel like the thing that's been consistent all the way through is basically like you all as alumni being involved with the internship, of course, but also being like people who are involved in helping the other interns. So like Kenny, like you're 2019, but you helped with 2020, right? And I think Dylan, some other folks from 2019, 2018 became success managers for 2020 too. And then people from 2018 were success managers for 2019, like Steph and Brigitte, right? So you have really seen like a lot of the layers of our internship programs. And our internship programs have evolved so much, and our program has evolved so much. From 2018 being no tech, in-person stuff going on, and then 2019 being half tech, but very buggy, and then still in person, still a lot of things in person, a lot of things going on. Then 2020, it was in person with intent of being majority digital, but then when the pandemic happened, it sparked us to like move towards student choice of employer, which was like the big pivot. Before, like Dylan and Prajit and Steph and stuff and Kenny weren't able to choose employers at all, right? Like you guys were assigned projects by your teacher, but now students can choose their own employer, which drives up that motivation, right? And then in 2019, 2020, that was fully digital, which is the Discord stuff, and then 2021 is fully digital too. So there's been a lot of transitions over the last years, essentially. So we thought we'd pull up those photos and start to collect the memories as we go, collect the 2020 memories, 2021 memories, and we're going to look back at it. And I think it'll just be a nice bucket of experiences. So that's all I had for you all today. Thanks all for coming on today and taking a look at some of the memory banks. We got a lot of things that we're going to be planning up forward for this summer, and I really want to invest time in culture this year. So I want to ask everyone here to be involved with our summer program so we can start to kind of establish it earlier, because last year was just like a big crap show. So looking forward to this summer. Yeah. Thanks all for coming and just enjoying the quick show. If there's anything anyone wants to add.
What's this? Are you doing your Prajit impression?
Do it for us, Prajit. Do the iconic. I think I made into a Giphy one.
Let's do it.
You need.
Yeah, it's like.
It just.
At one point, you have to turn off my mic. They literally turned off my mic. I was like, nice.
Just to clarify for people who don't know what's going on, Prajit was pitching his project, but he kept turning his microphone while he was pitching it.
In front of a lot of people too. It was just so odd why he would choose to do that.
You've evolved a lot, Prajit. You've evolved.
Yeah, that's the first time. After that, I don't think I ever turned the mic after again, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
I have a video of it.
All right, everyone. Thanks all for joining. That was a lightweight podcast, so thanks for joining up. We're going to transition into an employer now with Be a Mentor. So thanks all, and we'll see you on Discord. We'll see you around. Dylan, I'll hit you up soon. Kenny, I'll hit you up soon. Maybe we can actually talk today to you two, maybe. Kenny for sure. So if you're down, Kenny, we can chat a little later if you're available.
And yeah, of course. Give me time. So whatever.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, everyone.
This is a video, Derick.
Dylan, what's up?
I'm available too if you want to talk today or later this week, whatever.
Okay, that sounds good. All right, everyone. We'll see you all later. Bye. All right, we're going to get started with our Meet the Employer with Be a Mentor in just a little bit. So take a little break, and we'll be back in 1 or 2 minutes. Thank you all so much.
Can you? Yeah, yeah.
All right, everyone, we're gonna get started with Be a Mentor as the next Meet an Employer. So for all the students who have Be a Mentor, we got Karen in the house. We will transition towards it now, so enjoy and talk to you all very soon.
Currently watching PilotCity Airtime. Get ready to meet another amazing employer. You don't want to miss out on this one, like for real.
And then just get to know you as an employer.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
Yep, no problem.
Hey Karen, this is Derick. Just wanted to pop in and say hi to you.
Hi!
Don't think I've met you before, so enjoy the session today, and
Thanks.
I'm sure we'll answer some questions that students may have.
I'm looking forward to it.
Cool.
All right.
Jeff, take it over.
Thank you very much. All right, good morning, everybody. I'm Jeff Legan with PilotCity. I'm joined here by Karen Getz. Am I saying, I always?
Getz.
I said, so I got it right, right? So
Yeah.
Be a Mentor. And so she's one of our amazing employer liaisons with our employer program that's going to be this summer. So I wanted to read the project scope first, kind of give us some context, and then after that I'll let you do a little introduction and we'll get into some of the questions from the students. So the project scope for Be a Mentor is produce short promotional or how-to videos that share the benefits, instructions, and navigational assistance for mentors and families of mentees to recruit, streamline the application process, increase program follow-through, and build stronger matches between mentors and mentees. So what I'd like you to do, Karen, is just introduce yourself, your role, and then talk a little bit about Be a Mentor, maybe some of the history and where it's going.
Okay, my name is Karen Getch. I am the Media and Marketing Manager for Be a Mentor, and we are a youth mentoring organization. We've been around for 30 years. As of this year, 30 years. Oh, and I see Christina is joining us.
She is, yeah. Let's see if Derick can move her up to a panelist.
Yep, I'll take care of that.
Thank you very much. All right, let's keep going, yeah.
So, so a little bit about Be a Mentor. We match youth with caring, trusted adults who've been background checked and have training, and we provide one-on-one mentoring with a youth in programs. Mostly we've centered them in California, but we just are launching a virtual mentoring platform which is all over the US, and we're working really hard to make it accessible and easy to use, and we're hoping that some of the interns that will be coming on with us will help us by making some videos and some how-tos to help all of those mentors and the mentees and their families that are coming on board, help them walk through the process and make it easy to use and understandable.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, Christina. How you doing? Thanks for joining us. It sounds like you're up in the mountains.
Yes, sorry for the delay. Thanks for your patience. It's great to be here with everybody.
Yeah, thanks for joining. So what we're doing this morning is we've got some students who might be watching, and then this will become some content that we can have for the current Be a Mentor students who are working through the project. So what we just did a little introduction. Can you introduce yourself and your role with Be a Mentor?
Sure. I'm Christina Davis, and I'm the Director of Mentoring Programs with Be a Mentor. And so I work to find local partners and other agencies who want to add mentoring, youth mentoring to their programs, and then work to help that process start up and work with our grant writer to make sure we have funding for those programs, and then work side by side with the partners to make sure those programs get started.
Excellent. And so what I've been doing with the employers is I've been asking also letting the students get to know who they might have a chance to work with. So here's the question I'd like to prompt you both with. Tell us about your journey from high school to where you got in terms of your career path to get to where you are today. So I'll let you two decide who gets to go first.
Go ahead, Christina.
Sure. Thanks. So I basically I had no idea what I wanted to do for a career until I was a senior in high school, and then I went and visited kind of a college and heard someone talking about social work actually, and that's kind of when I knew, like, oh, that sounds like it might be a fit for me. I want to help people, and that's kind of all I knew for a while, is that I just wanted to help people. And so I went to college, and they didn't have a social work major, so I studied sociology and theology, and then after college did a number of other things in kind of the customer service industry, and which was actually a really good experience. As much as I wanted to be in a social work job, I kind of knew I needed to have a master's degree to be able to do some of that work, and so working in customer service really gave me a lot of skills to be able to do what I'm doing now, which I appreciate. So then I went back to graduate school and got a master's in social work, and then went to again, really wanted to help youth who are coming from all sorts of backgrounds and circumstances, and really be able to support them. And so I went to work as a social worker for Alameda County for about 6 years, and actually had worked for Be a Mentor a little bit before I went back to school, and really enjoyed that work, and then made my way back here to Be a Mentor last year, actually. And so I'm very excited to be back, and so grateful for the opportunity to work with some of these wonderful programs to help support youth and make sure that they have the opportunity to have a mentor and have somebody in their life to give them lots of support and encouragement. So that's kind of what led me here.
Excellent. Karen, how about your journey?
Christina makes that sound really straightforward, and I have a feeling it wasn't very straightforward. Mine feels like it was all over the place. I knew for a really long time growing up that I wanted to be an archaeologist. That was what I wanted to do when I grew up, and told everybody, was really into it. And I got a degree in anthropology. I've done some archaeology fieldwork, and it turns out that's not the career path I actually wanted. And that's okay. I ended up with a degree, and most workforce places, most companies, they just want a degree. They don't actually care what your degree is in. And so I ended up working a bunch of different jobs, admin, assistants. I did some executive assistant work, which was kind of terrible. Working for really high-level people who don't have a lot of social skills but do business stuff really well was not great for me. Reception work, all kinds of different things. And then I realized that one of the things I really care about is making art. And what I really wanted to be doing was artistic work. And so my husband and I have this kind of deal. It was unsaid for a long time, but we kind of codified it. One of us works a full-time job that has health insurance and gives us a steady paycheck, and the other one pursues whatever our current creative interest is. And we do that for a while, and then we switch. And so it's currently my turn to be working a full-time job, but I also make art. I make monster plush toys, and I draw, and I paint, and my newest love is Procreate on the iPad. And I'm really, really lucky that I'm currently working for a company that is supportive of my creative pursuits, that this is a job that I can bring my creativity to. And so while this is also giving my husband a chance to pursue some of his loves, it doesn't mean that I'm not also doing something that's fulfilling and meaningful to me, which is really important. I don't want to just work a job that doesn't mean something. So it brings me to here. The other thing I should mention is that my father is actually the founder of Be a Mentor. So I've been involved in Be a Mentor on and off for the past 30 years, even, as a kid going into the office with him for like take your daughter to work days and things. So it's been something that has been a part of my life for a really long time. And I'm really lucky to be able to have a hand in the next stage of it.
And I think that's interesting because if you think about it, that is the mentor line, right? The lineage, right? Like when students or young people have the opportunity to watch and learn. Like now, that's why I think that it's so important to have mentors like both of you that are available. And this is the first work experiences that these students are going to get. And we can sort of plant those seeds where it's like, hey, consider this, right? But what I've learned from at least speaking to most employers is that most of our journeys don't go in one linear path. Yet at the same time in school, that's almost what we're taught to do, right? Yeah. Like, what do you want to be in life, right? And they're like, when you grow up, what are you going to, and you get these questions. Even my daughter gets these, right? In kindergarten, like, what do you want to be? And I think hers was like, I want to be a unicorn, right? So that's great, right? She's going to be a unicorn. But this linear path, but then you find out, like, for me, I changed my major 4 times while I was at college. And the joke is that my counselor said, you're going to have to drop out because you're taking too many courses, right? And I ended up finding a course that basically let me merge everything and make up my own major. But I think that's what I want the students to hear is that there's no direct path to where you want to be. And I think taking on these type of projects, working with people like yourself is where you get to explore now, right? Especially right now at a younger age, or maybe you don't have those same obligations just yet, right? Well, good. Tell me a little bit about kind of what inspired, or what brought you to PilotCity, and then how did the project come about?
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
How did you find out about PilotCity?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I learned about PilotCity last summer when I came on board, and so had some conversations with Derick actually about partnering to provide some mentors to actually some of the students, going through this process. So we had quite a few conversations about what that could look like and what some of the best ways to support the youth and in the program to help support all of the wonderful hard work that you all are doing, and help you to be able to get through these projects and kind of what that might look like, and really help you to thrive in the internship, because absolutely it can be a learning experience and sometimes feel discouraging. And yeah, especially if you're like, oh, maybe this isn't totally what I want to do, after all. And, or if you're really enjoying it, but just some pieces can be challenging sometimes. And so we're still working on trying to get that partnership going as well. And so we're very excited about that. But at the same time, Derick kind of invited us, like, why don't you see what it's like to be on the other side and have set up a project for some interns to do. And so when, Karen and I talked about, what maybe that could look like, we really felt so much of what is really powerful and meaningful for prospective, like future mentors, potential mentors to hear, and others that we work with, is really the difference that mentoring makes and in the lives of youth. And so we thought that would be such a good idea, is to hear from you all what mentoring means to you. And we don't want to decide, like, that's not up to us to decide. And really it means something different to everybody. Mm-hmm. And so I think that's the really exciting piece. And like Karen talked so much about, the creativity that's possible here, how excited we are to see the different ways that people talk about mentoring and approach mentoring and think about mentoring, and what that could look like for youth that we serve now and continue to serve, and how that might, how your story might inspire someone to sign up and become a mentor for a youth. So we were just, so that's kind of what led us to this project. And I think that's something we wanted to do more of, is just to to show more creativity, to show more of the impact that mentoring has on people, just because that can really be a very moving way to inspire people. And I definitely want to echo what both what everyone said too about, you know, these processes not being very linear. I know I realized I made it probably sound a little bit simplified, but it was definitely a long journey for me to get to this spot too. So I definitely want to acknowledge that of, you know, figuring out and feeling frustrated sometimes, you know, and that, you know, things maybe aren't how you picture them always, but I'm very grateful that each of those experiences and steps along the way, you know, helped me to get where I am. And, you know, and I wouldn't have necessarily been here if I hadn't had those other experiences that maybe didn't feel like they were on the straight path right away. So just to throw that in.
But those are important, right? Like, I think both of you ended up, there's a gravity towards the thing eventually that you would be at, but it was through sort of exploration that then brought you to where you are. And I think that's why those journeys are so important, right? Like, so I think I want to remove that expectation sometimes from students that, like, there's only one path and I have to go that way. You're like, no, absolutely not. Go explore. And eventually you'll get to where you're supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah. Cool.
And wherever you are right now is where you're supposed to be right now too. The idea that we're always trying to reach some higher goal, I think is a little bit of a fallacy, that we should enjoy and find what we need in the moment, if we can. So even that the reception jobs, or I worked for a nonprofit doing a little bit of everything and ended up learning bookkeeping, which was super useful for other things I've done. But at the time I was just kind of thrown into it and didn't know what I was doing. But all of these skills helped me along the way, and were mostly great fun while I was in the middle of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's jump into some of those questions. There's some pretty good ones that the students had provided inside the forum. So I don't have either of you jumped into the forum at all? I see these, or these be brand new questions for you, probably.
I looked a little bit.
Let's so here
okay.
I've got them actually in order, but let me read off some of these. Let's see. Do you prioritize establishing a bond with your mentor, who you're I think they wrote this kind of wrong. Who you're mentoring, or helping them reach their goals through this mentorship? I'm trying to understand that question. Do you prioritize establishing a bond with your mentor, or reaching them through their goals through this mentorship?
I think I understand that maybe, and hopefully whoever wrote this, hopefully we're getting it correctly. But yeah, I think the goal is, at the beginning of the relationship especially, is just the relationship, right? Building trust, getting to know each other. We know it's really hard to open up, and we know the foundation for any good work together, you know, really comes from a positive relationship. And so absolutely, the relationship is really the focus. We don't want to just, match a mentor and mentee together and say, all right, go accomplish all these goals. You know, that feels hard sometimes to work with people, right? If you just get paired up in a project, right? Sometimes it just takes a while to build like communication, understand each other, but by the end of the project, right? Sometimes you feel a little bit more connected to people, like you can work a little better together, and maybe are a little more motivated to work together. So I think that's really our goal, is to establish the trust and relationship, and to let that really build, and then from there to move forward into goals.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think this is a question that sort of stems from that. So the question was, do you start right off the bat when you mentor someone, or do you have to do other stuff before entering the mentor-mentee relationship?
I think it depends how you define the mentor relationship. Mentoring isn't actually about telling someone what they should do or giving advice. It's about being there for them however they need it. So if somebody just needs you to listen, that's a great aspect of mentoring relationship, and that's a very important building block for that long-term trust and relationship. And sometimes there might be advice involved, but a lot of the work that mentors do is encouraging and offering examples from their own lives and exploring whatever the youth is interested in, so that the mentee gets as much as possible out of it. I know from personal experience, if somebody just comes in and tells me what I should be doing, I'm not going to listen, even if it's somebody that I've known for a really long time. And so that mentoring relationship is not about just giving advice all the time and telling someone what to do, but about building that trust and care and support.
I think that first word is just showing first you care and then validating so that person's where they are, right? Meet them where they are. That's what I've had to learn too in terms of both being a mentee myself or a mentor, is like wherever we're at, we try to meet each other and then we find common ground, then you kind of work from there. So this third question, how do you approach a situation where you're at a standstill with your mentor or whoever you're mentoring? So there's a roadblock somewhere, or like what are some techniques they could use to unblock and keep moving forward, I guess?
It's a great question. Well, as we kind of started talking about, we really hope that, to some extent the relationship is kind of, mentee led, and that, so ideally, hopefully your mentor will be working with you to, kind of check in with you and see if there's something that, help you to just think about, like ask some open-ended questions that help you to think about maybe what is kind of in the way for you at the moment, or, how you can work together through some of those obstacles, check in with you, see if there's anything that they can do to support you in a different way. So, we want the mentor to help you kind of think about those things and help guide you in that. But really that you'll be able to, ultimately, hopefully identify maybe what you feel is in the way for you, and then help you find ways to get past that, whether it's maybe finding a resource to, so if you're feeling stuck about, working on the project, say, okay, hey, can we go, listen to this webinar together, or can we, that might give us ideas, or go have a creative day and, and just try and get ideas out, or maybe just maybe that's when you need a really fun day, right? To just get past some other things on your mind, whatever it is, we want the mentor to be able to help you to unlock some of those resources for yourself so that you know how to do that in the future. And I think that's a lot of, too, what we hope the mentoring relationship does, is teaches you how to seek out help and support when you need it, and to gain the tools to access resources on your own too, eventually, but obviously with support.
Yeah, I like what you said in terms of mentee led. There's one of those like old kind of Lao Tzu quotes, where the teacher will show up when the student is ready, right? So basically, it's like when you're ready, the teacher will show. It's not the other way around. Like, kind of go that. On that note about the mentee maybe becoming mentor, there's a question. When you are mentoring someone, what is the amount of hours, this is interesting because you're trying to bring into an objective, what is the amount of hours that you're required to do training before you become a mentor yourself?
Go ahead, Christina.
Okay.
Christina does all the trainings for our mentors. So
yeah. Sure. So we have a basic kind of foundational training about mentoring, and that's about 3 hours. And then really, depending on some of the youth that we're working with, if it's really for a specific program, or to support youth in a really specific way, we add on additional trainings on top of that. So oftentimes kind of a 2 hour more specialized training. We do also have a 2 hour training for mandated reporting, which is about keeping youth safe and making sure that there's a situation that's really concerning, that we can make sure to support our mentors with asking for professional help. And then we also have ongoing training that the mentor has, which we make available on different topics. So how to support the mentee with communication, and maybe, practice different ways of listening and asking questions, and maybe supporting the mentees with exploring careers. So again, we try and help the mentor to help their mentees as they go along. So those are kind of some of the training that we have. And then we also have like an orientation for the mentees as well, to kind of be able to ask about the program, learn about some of the expectations and different things like that.
That's right. And just as a joke, this is an open-ended question. No one's student had asked this, but what do you find in both of your experiences that when a mentee-mentor relationship, is it something that's quick, or is it something that's long-term? Like what have you both experienced?
I think it's both. We ask all of our mentors to commit to at least 1 year of mentoring, just because consistency is super important. If a mentee hasn't had somebody that is consistently going up them over and over again, making sure that our mentors can do that, can be that person that's there every week for an entire year, and knowing ahead of time this is how long we're agreeing to on both sides, means that there's a lot more support. But not all of our mentor-mentee matches last more than a year, and that's okay. Sometimes it's not a long-term relationship. Sometimes friends come and go, same with mentors and mentees. But we also have some that are still in contact. The mentees are adults in their 20s, and the mentors are going to their weddings and baby showers and celebrating work anniversaries and things together. They're still in their lives, still able to be there. And maybe the relationship has changed a little bit. Two adults are different than a teenager and adult, but it's really lovely to see that those relationships can last for a lifetime.
Yeah, Christine, did you have any?
Sure. Yeah. I think Karen said it very well. We definitely hope that, both the mentor and mentee, will commit to that year. And then really it's up to them if they mutually agree to continue. We of course want to support that and love to see that. And like Karen said too, maybe at different stages, if somebody moves away at some point, maybe it's not that same relationship that you had, but maybe they are still somebody that you can call if you just need to talk to somebody. Again, sometimes that relationship really does look a little bit different, whether or not you're still a teenager or an adult at that point. The relationship could still change after that year, but we just love to see the different really positive ways that can look. I am currently a mentor right now, and was matched quite a long time ago, and I'm so grateful to. My mentee was very young when we met, and so we're still meeting at this point. So I'm very grateful for that. And yeah, it definitely does change over time, but it's a good thing, right? As relationships grow and change, and so that can be okay, right? That you kind of adjust the relationship again to meet the needs of the youth, right? And that's what's important.
Yeah, and I think something like this program where as Be a Mentor is constantly kind of evolving as well, right? That the way we mentor, like new technology, more access to different things, like it's become global, right? And then now we're bringing in, maybe this is where your anthropology comes in, and ethnography, right? Like now we're being influenced by so much, right? We have so much access to whether it's information, we feel things that are happening from far away. And so I have one last question I'd like to ask both of you, and I think it's been an important one that I've asked all the employers. So, because I think it's an important, practice for all of our students. So here's the question. The question is, how do you blend the work, all that amount of work you have to do on a daily basis to have the impact you're doing, personal passions and rest? How do you blend all those together and bring balance for yourself? And how about Karen? Do you want to go first?
Sure.
Because you have a lot of personal passions, right? So
I do. I have a lot of things that I'm interested in. Pre-pandemic, which I haven't been to a gym in a very long time, I was doing powerlifting, like at a competitive level. So, and I make art, and I'm involved in some volunteer things to where I am locally. It does take a lot of effort sometimes. Sometimes it feels really easy to balance all the things. I think for me, it's about noticing. I have certain things that happen in my life that mean I'm stressed out and not in balance. Like I stop watering my plants regularly. Like that's like the first thing that I notice. And maybe I don't tidy up as much. And so if once I start noticing those things, I have to stop and think, okay, where is this stress coming from? Is it work related? Is it one of my interests? Is it, relationships? And figuring out where I can pull resources from to allocate to whatever the stressor is, or try and eliminate whatever is stressful for me, whether that's, engage in some sort of conflict resolution, or ask for more support, which is a really big one and hard one, means that I can take that stressor off and gives me more mental space to do all the things that I want to do. And I should also mention that one of the things that I asked for in coming into this job was working 4 days a week, so that I would have one day a week that's a weekday that I could work on my art and not have to worry about trying to fit art days into weekends with chores and friends and all of that stuff.
Thank you to that. Christina, how's your formula, if you have?
You know what? I'll be honest. It is a work in progress, and I think it really often is. Our culture can often be so demanding, and just for I'm sure you all feel that a lot right now. In each stage of your life, it can look a little bit different. What that stress feels like. So I'm sure you all feel it in a very unique way. Being in high school, and then college, it can look different, or career. Job searching, and so I think it's kind of figuring at each stage, how to make changes in your own life. I think right now I'm just with so many crazy things happening in the last couple of years. I think I'm just really trying to listen to my emotions, to like my body, like all of those things, my whole person, and really kind of when I feel like something is very renewing and refreshing and brings me joy and like lets me feel like a weight is kind of lifted off, I try and really like grab onto that now and say, and really dive into that. I think that's something I've been working to do a little bit better for myself, is to really, by letting myself rest, I'm able to be more passionate about my work, right? I'm able to be more passionate about meeting with my mentee and volunteering in other ways, and those things really do bring me joy. And so I think by making that I'm let myself have the space to do those important things has been good. And and so like I said, when sometimes like making sure I get outside and go on a walk or like a hike somewhere if I can, like those are things that have felt really refreshing recently. Or making the time to call a friend and hang out. Like actually I feel like that of course has been pushed to the back burner for the last couple of years, so much just trying to navigate keeping safe and all of that. And so I think recognizing that has really been something that has been stressful, and I've kind of seen take a toll on me of just being kind of isolated socially, and that's okay, right, to reach out to friends and invest in those relationships. Again, like having those people that I can trust and talk to is really important as I go through life as well, just as it's important for me to give that same space and time to my mentee. So, again, remembering that is something that's going to help me be successful in my career and in the other things that I'm passionate about, is connecting with people and relating to them about those things that are important to me as well. So, and time with family, time with friends, being in kind of volunteering in spaces outside of work as well, unplugging from work when I need to, that is important, because then I'm more engaged when I'm at work, right? If I can take some time away and have some space that way.
Yeah, and the word that I heard, and this is also what I've heard from Karen as well as from Christina, that space for the self. I think that is how, as when we're in a mentorship role, you're in a caring role, which means that the capacity to care more means that we need to create that space for ourselves, right? And I think that if the students are listening, right, like if you are someone who cares for someone in your role, whatever it is, and you probably are, then don't forget to create that space for yourself. Like that. So Karen's got the boundaries of the 4-day work week. Christine, you've got that space to just listen to yourself and be okay with that. Like, interesting enough, when we talk about the mentorship side, like there's a book that I was reading, and it says like when you look in the mirror, right, there's two people in there. there's the other self, and that self sometimes can be really critical of the other person looking through. So have some self-compassion right there, and save some space there. And there's a little tip. They say, give yourself a high five when you're in there and you see yourself. Just give yourself that high five. You'll feel better. But all right, thanks so much, Christina and Karen, for joining me on a Sunday, answering questions for students, telling us about Be a Mentor. I think it's exciting. So for those students who are watching, finish up your interviews. And any last tips, Karen and Christina, you have for the students as we're finishing?
Be genuine. Yeah, we're really interested in hearing from you, not necessarily like trying to fit you into our box. Be genuine, be yourself, and let that come through the videos, and that's what we want to see.
That's exactly what I was thinking. We're so looking forward to seeing all of these wonderful ideas. Thank you for putting yourselves out there and participating in this project. And we really look forward to seeing all of that and being in contact with you. So thank you again.
Thank you again. All right. Happy Sunday, and we'll talk to you very soon.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Take care. Bye.
All right. And now we're going to be switching over to Capsity Employer, which is me.
All right, everyone, we're going to get started with Capsity as an employer in our program. So we'll get started in just a little bit.
Currently watching PilotCity Airtime. Get ready to meet another amazing employer. You don't want to miss out on this one, like for real.
All right, so Jeff, we are live. I'll just be with you while you do you for Capsity. So I don't have your list of questions, but maybe
just riff, right? We don't just it's interesting, right? Because the person that probably was setting up the project was actually Rose, and give them the founder.
Yeah, for sure. So Capsity, let's actually just kind of get into it. Then maybe you can pull up the questions and we can answer it and go in that kind of order. You've gone through a variety of different journeys when you're in Capsity, but in the very beginning, how did it begin? Like, where did it start? Co-working was not a thing, right? Back in 2000X, right? And so when did the mind pop up in your brain? When did the idea pop up in your brain? And then also, when did it kind of trigger that it was actually kind of a thing? And then so there's three questions. When did it begin? When it popped in your head? Number two, when did you start thinking that's a valid idea to have it, to have a space like that? And number three, when did co-working as a valid market concept appear?
In Sacramento or in general?
I would say whatever your perception understands for co-working.
Okay, yeah. So when we started, so the name, just really quick about the name, why is there an S there instead of like a C? So Capsity started in Sacramento, which is the capital city, right? Capital of California. So, and the name was actually meant for a coffee shop because it was going to be called Capsity Coffee. And so there was a sense of like wanting to bring people together, and it was a location literally across the street from the Capitol. And we had a logo. It was going to be a place where people could do. We were going to have these tables that were going to have computers built into it, so you could download music. It was going to just be a whole thing, right? And what ended up happening was like I made my offer on coffee shop. They didn't take it, and so we had already filed the name Capsity. Now, why is it with an S? Is because when we looked up the URL. The story was, and this is the real story, right? Like we've given other stories is where because the C was taken as a domain name, my friend was like, oh, let's just make it an S, right? It's like because it still sounds like Capsity, right? But to this day, that spelling has haunted us because whenever we're telling people how to spell it, we got to tell them like, oh, it's an S because they're always going to the wrong domain or spelling our emails wrong. So to this day, but we started it
better,
really.
Though.
What's that?
It looks better. Capsity
with
with
S?
S looks better.
It feels better.
Word.
Yeah. It rolls off the tongue easy enough, but but when we got really started was in 2008. So it was in 2000. So everyone, for those who are listening, it's like 2008 was, we're going through a depression, right? Like people are losing their jobs, businesses are shutting down. This is another time where we're just going through a cycle. And at this time, we opened up this office space. And it wasn't co-working yet. It was just a space where we wanted people to gather. And it was the model that was there, the business model was an executive office suite. That's what I knew about. And I had a mentor of mine who told me, oh yeah, you should think about this. We had an office space and we didn't really know what to do with all the space. It wasn't a large space, only like maybe 2,000 square feet. Anyway, so as we were opening up the space and we started inviting people in and we were renting out these office spaces, I met a gentleman who then told us, hey, you guys are doing co-working. And I said, yes. But it wasn't like what I thought co-working was. Like, well, yeah, people are just coming in using the space. That's it. Like, it's the phrase, yes, we're co-working together, not a business model.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, check out the space. And it was called Sandbox Suites. It was based out of San Francisco. I was like, that sounds really cool. Let me look at it. So I quickly look it up. I look online, and then I started walking around our office. I started seeing people, they were playing games or communicating, like they're just enjoying people, but they're all part of different businesses. And I said, oh yeah, you're right. We are co-working. So I accidentally found my way into co-working. Like we had a shared printer, we had shared Wi-Fi, people could use the business address. And then I was looking at Sandbox and I was like, we're doing exactly what they do, but we just didn't call it co-working. And I didn't know that in Sacramento, we weren't the first to start thinking about it. We were the first to, I think, create a physical space that was then starting to promote ourselves as co-working. But make no mistake, there was already groups doing things, like architecture firms are already doing these things. Different business groups they're already doing it. There was another group that had been looking into it as well. And so we weren't necessarily the first, but again, we were one of the early ones to bring it to Sacramento. And at that time, entrepreneurship wasn't really known around Sacramento either. So we had the domains like Sacramento Entrepreneurship, and we called it an entrepreneurial center. We again still didn't call it co-working. We called it an entrepreneurship center. So Sac State didn't even have one at the time. But if you look at where Sacramento is now from 2008, it's like, oh, there's a massive entrepreneurship center. Cameron Law, you met Cameron, and they're doing some amazing work. There's startups, just amazing startup culture. And so in 2008 is when we started. But where I think it started to really kind of thrive in Sacramento was probably around 2012, 2013, when you started seeing hacker labs. And you started just seeing multiple other locations opening up, which is great, right? And I knew most of the owners and the founders of those, because the idea was to create these themed spaces, right? Versus saying you're only gonna have one dominating the entire market. It's like, no, the idea behind co-working itself, the philosophy was collaboration and try to get as many people kind of involved as possible. And you find ways to just collaborate. So it was around like probably 2012, 2013 that I think it was becoming more viable. And then also at that time, right, is when WeWork started to come up, right? And they're like, what's WeWork? And they Adam took it to a whole new level and obviously took it too far. And so now we're going through another evolution of what kind of co-working is. Kind of fun fact, I got to meet they call him like the godfathers of co-working. And he was called the godfather of the hashtag, Chris Messina. And so I happened to randomly meet him. He came to he came to Cap City because we were doing an event there. And I was just standing next to this gentleman, and he started to ask me some really kind of deep, thoughtful questions about co-working. And I was like, these are some really good questions, right? And I don't recall them. I just remember thinking like, this person knows something. And eventually, he introduced himself. He was like, well, I'm Chris Messina. He's like, I actually did. He started naming off. I think was it called the Hat Factory? I can't remember the name of it. But that was one of like the founding co-working spaces in like 2007. And then someone told me like, oh, don't you know he's the guy who invented the hashtag? I was like, oh, I'm standing next to the guy.
From Twitter, right?
From Twitter, yeah. Yeah. Well, he didn't. I don't think he coined it while he was at Twitter. I think he just coined it and then he started using it. I don't remember the story behind it, but either way. So he had gotten out of co-working at that time, and was working at, I think at the time I met him, he was working at Uber. But there's just been this evolution around co-working. Even for us, like, it evolved, right? Cap City, the community's changed. We now have a building in Oak Park, which is where this project is. So the project for the students is to help
kind of push this project and create these how-to videos. And the reason why is because as we're coming out of this pandemic and people are coming back in, and we have this new building, this new 11,000 square foot building with these shipping containers inside. We wanted, the operating team that's there now thought it'd be interesting to have these how-to videos, right? So leverage kind of the technology that's there versus waiting for someone to email a question and then you have to call the person and go through, right? Just try to make it easier and more streamlined.
Nice. Okay, great. Yeah, thanks for that. Those kind of milestone points. I feel like that was always helpful to know to have as like a point of reference, because I met you in 2012, 2013-ish, right? And so that was when, like, I remember going to, like, when I was looking up co-working spaces, not knowing that Capsity was one of the first ones. Like, that's when Urban Hive popped up, Think House Collective, when it was around at the time, Hacker Lab was on the list. So we worked with all those organizations, and that was kind of like the sparking boom. Like, it was kind of launched already, like people were starting it already, but it hasn't gone through its journey yet, right? So it's good to know like the inception of people's idea, because it's basically like the 100th monkey effect, right? That's what what happened with co-working, right? Co-working is a solution to a symptom, right, of 2008 kind of annihilation of economies, right, and people needing spaces to keep you working because technology wasn't as advanced yet. This is all assumptions, and then people also wanted to work together because they were starting up businesses. Because when there's depressions, I think there's more entrepreneurship, right, and more creativity and innovation. So it's an exciting kind of thought to see you incept it, and then like you then like colliding with other folks who are doing the same thing, and then realizing that you're all doing the same thing called co-working, and then actually starting an organization more intentionally, right, and going from there. Do you actually have a Notion document for your Capsity project that you can send me, or do you not have that? Did you not make forum questions for that? Because I'd like.
Well, I'm actually looking at the forum. I'm looking at the forum questions now, actually in our portfolio. Do you just read from them?
Why don't you send it to me so I can be the one asking you the questions?
Well, I'm actually looking at it through I'm monitoring the program.
Oh, okay, got it. Cool. So let's do that.
Is that okay?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. So the question is, what specific details about the company do you want included in the video? Oh man, this would be better where Rose wasn't available. I'm thinking to myself, what details about the company do you want included in the video? I think the most important part is going to be about the spacing, right? Because when people arrive at a co-working space for the first time, right, they're like, where is everything? And potentially like, who's here? Like, what are the actual resources that are here? What can I use? I think that'd be the most important thing, is the spacing, what are the resources, and like, who's kind of here, right? That's what I kind of focus in on. What do you think? Like, when you're walking into a space, I can kind of flip it back on you. Like, when you're walking into a new space, what would you want to see, Derick?
When I'm walking into a new space,
like co-working space, like think of co-working spaces you walked into. Like, what would you want to do? Because these how-to videos are kind of meant for people who've never been.
I kind of want to just sit down and start co-working. Like, that's kind of what I want to do. I want to feel like there's somewhere I can sit and actually pull up a computer, hop on Wi-Fi, and then just work. And then someone come up to me and say, "Hey, you want some coffee?" Like, I think that's all I would like for myself. And I think that's most people, right? Like, hey, like, I want to be here. I don't need to talk to anyone per se. I just want to kind of like zone in, and then maybe I'll get to know people along the way. I'd like to sit down. I like someone to be like, hey, would you like to co-work? And here's the Wi-Fi. And they're like, yeah, sure. And they sit down, and then want them to provide, asking me for if I want coffee. I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll take coffee. And then go get coffee, and then meet people along the way that are friendly.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think we used to have this thing where we used to do a lot more. Co-working, the idea was just when you wanted to collaborate with people, right? And I think that we were much more intentional in the beginning. I think as we got bigger, I think we started to kind of lose that. Like, I had this thing where every week
the new members would have to join us in the morning, and I'd have something called an icebreaker, where I'd literally put a bag of ice in the middle, and you come in and you have to hit it and then introduce yourself. Right? I was like, I just literally took it. It's called here's an icebreaker. And people thought it was silly. I'm like, yeah, now you get to know people, and then you just go out and go drink coffee, right? Hey, here's the link to the Notion there. I just posted the questions so you can prompt me with those.
Did you put that into the chat?
Yeah, I put it in the chat, so that way you can prompt me with the questions. And I know we've got a little bit of time for a couple more questions. You want me to just jump into the next one while you open it?
Well, I don't see it in the chat. Can you send it to me on Discord?
Yeah.
Just DM it to me.
And
then you can start the next one, and then I'll do the next one after that.
Yeah. So the next question was, what are at least two main highlight features about company that you want to be explained in the video? Two highlight features about the company. I think it'd be good for people to know why it's in Oak Park. So find out like what about Oak Park? Why is it there? Because there was a reason why we picked that location. And I think in terms of where it is physically, it's at Broadway and Martin Luther King, right? It's at a Tri-Point. And there's a lot to be said about what's happening in Oak Park, and we need to do a better job of making sure that the community members who are there understand, we're there in service to the community, right? We're not there to try to, like, the idea of going in and saying we're going to change everything is not, I don't think, the philosophy. I think the idea is, and we want to be a steward to the sort of that inclusion, right? Inclusion of people coming in. So highlight Oak Park. I think another one would be kind of just highlight the spacing, because it's very unique in terms of having shipping containers, right? And it's an old bank, right? Just like where PilotCity was in the bank. I love the fact of like that you were in one of the first buildings in San Leandro in a bank, right? And so same thing with Capsity. Here it is. There's a bank, unused. We have a vault, and it's kind of interesting to be in that space, like to talk about kind of how that design came through. And I think that will drive people in terms of knowing the location, like what context of location, and then context of that physical space. So I think those are two highlight features that would be fun for people to learn about.
Just keep going with your rhythm here. I think just sprint at it now, since we have.
Yeah, we're gonna have Judy coming on in just a bit, but here, so I have to multitask here. Here's the question: how long should the video be, and how many videos do we need to produce? I think it varies. I think keeping videos short is probably the best. I'd probably keep it to, if you're doing how-to videos, probably 30 seconds to 60 seconds at most, right? They need to be snippets, and then what we can always do is we can always merge them in together, right, to create narratives or what are necessary. In terms of how many, I'd say for this project, focus on at least maybe 4 or 5. I think that'll produce a good number. What is the most used office or room in the building? Good question. That'll have to be a question for Rose, but in the building, there's sort of, I think, this missed opportunity in the hall, because what we ended up doing was actually digging a hole into the middle of the building, right? And then pulling shipping containers and planting them in. So there's this huge middle area that's completely unused. But I think probably the room that's used the most would be the conference room, right? The conference room can fit about, our first conference room in our first building that we ever had could only fit like 14 people. And that was really pushing it. This new location, we were very intentional, and the space can fit somewhere around like, I think, 60 people. And we have everything from like the cryptocurrency group meets there. We have other workshops. My buddy did a Mahjong game night there, and we fit like, I think it was at least like 45 people plus like Mahjong tables. So it sounded like one of those like clicky-clack like evenings. So the conference room, and I'd say highlight the main kind of, I won't say not foyer, it's like a main open pit, the pit, I guess you'd call it that. Although it's kind of interesting because of tri-level, you can actually see down, like there's a huge window space where you can see all the way down Broadway, which is one of our main streets. Next question is, what is the most highly used membership feature in the building? So most of our members, I think, are office like tenants, so they use their office spaces. But what's interesting, I noticed that there's actually a hammock. I don't know if that's used, but I thought that was an interesting feature that someone put a hammock in one of the sections of the co-working space. So our co-working, we leveraged the top of another
the shipping container. So we put some railing on top of the shipping container, so you can actually you go through these catwalks and you walk on top of the shipping container, and then there's somebody had put a hammock there. I don't know if that's a highlighted feature. I just thought that was different. And let's see, maybe I'll answer 2 more questions. What is Capsity best known for, and what are their services? Capsity is best known for, we do get sort of that recognition that we were the first, or at least one of the first kind of co-working spaces. We've been around since 2008, and it's evolved a lot, right? And so survived the pandemic, and we actually have another location that we've been trying to build out as well. So it's kind of known for that. And then the other services just being community oriented. So we're actually in the process. They're developing a nonprofit side to them, and the program they just launched is a culinary program for K-12. So some interesting things that are popping up.
Built off of Buffalo, right?
Yeah. So one of the interesting things is that Capsity bought a pizza restaurant in between. Like it had an opportunity to kind of be involved in a pizza restaurant, and so yeah, there's a synchronous relationship between the 2 kind of companies. And maybe we'll do one more question. Let's see. These are kind of similar questions. What is the main reason why people use the Cap City area? I think that's a good one. I think the main people, the reason why they use Cap City is because think of the kitchen table entrepreneur. So the idea is that you don't want to have to always work at home, and then sometimes you don't want to be at the coffee shop. So when people are at a co-working space, they're intentional with their work, right? You're working around people who are probably they have a side hustle, they're working on different projects, but you get this diversity around what projects are being made, but they're all working, and they're focused, right? So it could be people doing sales calls, it could be people working on presentations, just a variety of things, but you get that energy that kind of comes from it. So that's why people, I think, seek out Cap City, right? They're in a space where they want to work. The other thing too, in terms of culture, is that we are very intentional about trying to connect people, right? It's not just go in there, work, put your headset on, and then ignore everyone else. It's be very intentional about who you meet, and the culture has changed. I think when I was there, we were very kind of grassroots oriented. I think that with the new operating team, it's doing better than what I could have imagined, and I think it's fun because I've done things where I walk in and the people don't know me, which is great, right? Even though I might be the founder, that was actually one of my intentions. I wanted to build a business that would go beyond me and not require me to run it. So I do that too at the pizza restaurant. I've walked in a couple times and they don't know who I am. I just order a pizza, pay for the pizza. And then I remember this one reaction because I think one of the employees recognized me. I could see him, and then he started pointing. And then I came back to get my pizza, and that's when the person they realized who I was as one of the owners of the business. I'm like, nah, don't worry about it. I'm just one of the other team members, right? They'll think of me that way.
That's happened to me when I went to Jamba Juice in San Luis Obispo. Someone was playing with the blender. He was just like going like this to the blender, and then and I was like, and then the guy left, and then I was talking to the employers like, who's that? He's like, oh, that's the founder of Jamba Juice. Playing with the blender.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, that was like my story I gave with Linda. I don't know if you didn't watch that necessarily, but I had met. I was walking through. I got a tour of Casa Sanchez Foods, and then when I finally realized who gave me the tour, it was the president. I was like, oh man, I felt embarrassed, but at the same time, I so appreciated it, right? Because it then tells me exactly why the company is the way it is culturally. Like it starts from the top, right? And it's like when I meet people like that, for me, in terms of being respectful, you're supposed to I should know who that is. But at the same time, I so appreciated that because that's my philosophy too. I'm just part of the same team, right? I happen to have a title. If anything, the title gives me more risk rather than more opportunities.
Cool.
Yeah, so I think those are good. I think I'd like to wrap it up with that. But tips for just if you're working on the project, Cap City is a very easygoing. Rose is an amazing person you'll get to work with. Dimitri, the CEO, loves to hear new ideas, very open to it. So, if you're working on that project, get those interviews done, and you'll be able to work with a flexible and easygoing company that's trying to do impact, just like PilotCity.
So, the question that you ask everyone at the end, I want to ask you, but I need you to ask yourself it because I forgot it.
So the question I've been asking every employer is, how do you blend work, personal life, and rest? So interesting enough, right? Like now I'm prompting myself, right? That balance is it can be challenging. So I went through multiple layers of burnout, like multiple times, and I think the biggest lesson that I've had so far is to set those personal boundaries, right? And then the word I've heard is, or that I've had to learn is self-compassion, and be okay with sort of the space where, like, if you're just not feeling it, be okay with that, and then take a break, and then get back to it. So some of my morning routines are the best, right? So morning routine is get up in the morning, when you put your feet down, you say, today's gonna be a good day. Establish that. Also, don't look at your phone. Make sure your headspace is ready for anything else, so you do meditation. So wake up, meditate, drink some water, and then get the day going. So those are some things where I just kind of blend in, and you sort of take breaks, like take little mini breaks, and get outside of the house. Because when you're working in a remote space, you got to get out and get some air. So those would be my tips for students to blend work, personal, and I still do other side projects, right? Like, so my other project is the film festival, which we just launched. I got another side project to develop apps, and I think that's really important because it helps extend sort of that creativity in us, to have a creative outlet. So I recommend that as well. So get your main work, sort of passion, and then just make sure you have that space for rest.
Cool. Thanks, Chef.
Yeah.
We'll transition and get Judy on the line. So we'll move on to the next bit, and I'll transition to kind of like a quick maybe summary for people while we get Judy on the line. All right, everyone, thank you so much.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, everyone, that was Capsity Coworking Space, and we're going to get started now with Judy Tan with Purely Drinks when we get her on the line. Looks like she'll be a little late right now, so we'll just go ahead and hit her up right now, see where she's at. Let's DM Judy right now. Hey there, Judy. We're ready for you. All right. So we should be good in just a little bit. Or hopefully everyone's having a nice start to their afternoon. Okay. So just to let everyone know, we're having a pinup at 12:30. So hit us up and join our pinup if you are free. We would love to give you feedback and help you out on your project. So please schedule a pinup if you may. That would be most helpful. And I think Judy's here, so we're going to get started with the pinup now in just a moment. All right, Judy should be here. All right, cool. I will now transition us into Judy Tan with Purely Drinks. Enjoy.
currently watching PilotCity Airtime, get ready to meet another amazing employer. You don't want to miss on this one, like for real.
All right, we're gonna get started. Go for it, Jeff, when Judy gets on the line.
Yeah, can you move Judy in?
Judy should be on the line now.
All right. Hello, everyone. We are joined here by Judy Tan. She'll get her camera up in just a moment.
Oh, okay.
And we're doing our... Hi there. Happy Sunday.
Hey.
Thanks for joining me.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, so we're doing a Ask Me Anything, basically with our PilotCity employers. So we have students that are watching now, and we've got students that are finishing the projects. So what we're doing today is just kind of get to know you, get to know the project, and then I was going to prompt you with some of the questions that are being asked by the students.
Yeah.
So we'll keep it casual and conversational. But yeah, again, this is Judy Tan, the founder and owner of Purely Drinks. You're based out of, would you say San Leandro? Yes?
Yes. We're in San Leandro.
Bay Area, but yeah, and so the project that she has is you'll be doing, let me read the project scope. Grow and cultivate Purely's online community through social media channels with engaging content strategy. Examples, using Reels, TikToks, video pins, showcasing Purely products and youth. Try it in the format of an OOTD or use trending audio on Reels or TikTok to keep it relevant. So, yeah. So what I'd like to do first is, Judy, go ahead and introduce yourself and then the origin story of Purely, because I think it's really fascinating kind of how you got where you are.
Okay. My name is Judy, and I'm the founder of Purely. We make handcraft fruit and botanical infusions with apple cider vinegars, and it's super healthy for you. All the health benefits come from the infusion, the fermentation, and apple cider vinegar. So like that means gut health, increasing your energy without caffeine. What else? Absorbing your lactic acid when you're working out. Also, it's just a great detox for your body. How it started, so I grew up drinking it, basically. My grandmother used to, growing up, I watched her infuse rice vinegar with plums or seasonal fruit that we would have in-house. She would sweeten it with honey, and she would mix it, and then after the infusion, she would mix it with water and then give it to us instead of soda. So we grew up drinking it, and in my adulthood, I started doing, the apple cider vinegar shots cleanse. So I remember doing that, and then thinking back to my grandmother's recipe, I started infusing apple cider vinegar with different types of fruits, botanicals, and roots, and it's actually really tasty because it takes the bite out of the apple cider vinegar. It makes it more balanced and it gives it more fruity flavor. So it's actually really delicious. I was thinking, why can't we, have a delicious beverage and also the health benefits from apple cider vinegar? So that's how it got started. Yeah. So
it's evolved too, right? So because you had businesses before Purely, right? But yeah.
Yeah. So So before Purely, long story short, before Purely, I started because drinking vinegar, there's a few terms that describe our product. So one is drinking vinegar, another is shrubs that you may know about, because drinking vinegar is, been around for thousands of years. So shrub in like the American colonial days, drinking vinegar around the world in like the Middle East, Asia, and Japan and China. So it's very, it's not something that I created. It's just been around for so long, but we're bringing it back. So like 7 years ago, I met a friend at the gym. Her name was Takako, and we were both really into wellness and fitness. And she also like drank ginger vinegar and stuff. So we actually started a Japanese drinking vinegar because in Japan it's actually really popular. They have like vinegar bars at the subway station. It's actually the same way, like they infuse fruit into vinegar, but they also use rice vinegar because apple cider vinegar wasn't, like a thing back then, or like they didn't know. So we used apple cider vinegar with the Japanese company we started. It was called Genki. Genki means like, happy and good, and su means vinegar. And we only did like, it was like Japanese drinking vinegar, right? So it was like all Japanese flavors inspired. So like yuzu, shiso, nashi pear. So it was delicious. And also there was no sugar because we were focusing on like the wellness of it. So we used stevia for the sweetener, and then there's no sugar. We did pretty well. Like we started with farmers market. We launched there, and then we got into a few stores like co-ops, independent stores in Portland. We started with 10 stores, and then we grew into like 100 stores locally. Like your like local Whole Foods, like Green Zebra, and like in the Portland area, which I'm where I'm at right now because I'm back home this week. So yeah, we grew quite quickly, and then we kind of ran out of money because we needed the capital to grow. And then we got into Safeway, and we just were like, we couldn't fulfill this huge order. So I moved to San Francisco temporary to raise capital for my company, and that's why I moved to the Bay Area. And then basically. Story, like, long story short, we found an investor, and then basically he didn't promise what he was going to deliver, and then we had to foreclose or like file bankruptcy for the company. Yeah, unfortunately. But I was not like, I just didn't feel like settled, like I was still so passionate about my product. So basically I started, I reformulated, I rebranded, I launched a brand new company called Purely now, and this is 3 years ago. So that's how Purely started.
and I love that story. Reason why is because there's this word gumption, right? Like we look at something when you hear failure.
Yes.
You're like, you just stop. And you're like, but that mindset, like to want to do it again, you're like to go through that really hard struggle and then realize you're like, you know what? I'm gonna do it again. Like, it's a really strong mindset, and I congratulate you for that. It's like it's hard, and to kind of keep doing that, and you have an amazing product, right? Like I think I've tried it, and I think the branding is there, and I think that's what we're at now with your company is we're wanting to work with students, trying to promote this brand, right? And sometimes with the brand, it's who's leading the company, right? So knowing where you've come from. What did you think that when you were starting from high school? Did you think that you'd have a business like this? And if not, like, what was that journey to get here?
In high school, huh? No, definitely not. Because in high school, I've always like been interested in like design and arts and dancing. Like I grew up dancing, so I always loved like just arts and performance. And I mean, even wearing my like dance team t-shirt from high school.
Thanks for wearing that.
But yeah, I've always like knew I want to be something do with arts and design. So like I even like in high school I like took all the I took graphic design, I took like like all the art classes, and then in college I majored in design. So I was like going down to like being a designer, like, and I did like graduated, became a designer. Worked for Nike and Columbia Sportswear and a few other creative agencies. But after like gaining the experience, I kind of like learning more about myself. I discovered that like I'm just an entrepreneur like at heart, and I wanted to start something. So yeah, you wouldn't know. Like I feel like in high school you just have to like. I feel like in high school you just have to do as much like intern. Like I did internships, like just like volunteer, like just do as much as you can to just gain the experience because you really don't know because you're like discovering yourself. So like you learn so much about yourself, like what you like to do, what you don't like to do. So I think gaining those experiences are really important.
I think the keyword, yeah, that's been a common theme amongst most of the employers and their journeys is that the advice is to explore, right?
Yeah.
Go out there and go explore. This is the moment, right? Like go out there and find out what you said, what you like and what you don't like.
Yeah.
I think that like in terms of you getting into food is design, right? It's like it's one of the most important design, right? It's our intake. And it's like you formulated amazing drink. And so that's why I think like even in your branding like this and you're building your business is design.
Yeah.
And so I think that's what you bring into those kind of spaces. I think the students will have that opportunity to kind of learn from you as they're building. So let's jump into some of these questions from the students. One of them was actually, I actually this same question. Where can you buy Purely?
Oh, okay. So you can buy Purely like kind of like in the Bay Area, like your local like natural stores like Berkeley Bowl, Market Hall. Where else? Segona's, but like like it's very limited. Like if like some places are kind of far, but you can always get it online. Like we been I think the past since pandemic we've been really focusing on e-commerce. So like online is definitely where most people purchase it. Also we are also on Amazon. We're on Etsy. We're on Walmart Marketplace. So yeah, we're definitely trying to expand like our channels e-commerce.
And I think that's the opportunity right now for the students is that one thing that the students will have to learn is when you're in the stores, right, there's a markup on the store. And also I think my assumption is that when the business owner can sell directly to consumer, you're making more of those dollars, right? It's much better in terms of now you might have to deal with the shipping and handling, but at the same time you're making that money, right? So I think for the students who are listening to that, right, like the old distribution model is not where we want to go, right? Now there's so much online, and so that's why the opportunity to use TikTok and Instagram. Those are the avenues to kind of promote this online community, right?
Definitely, yes.
Let's see, how many different flavors are there for Purely?
Oh, okay. With the flavors, we have 9 flavors.
Yeah.
We have our top sellers are grapefruit, citrus, pineapple, Thai chili, ginger lime. We also have ginger pear, strawberry lemon, strawberry shiso, grape apple, chai spice pear, and cherry cola.
Do you have any secret ones that are going to be kind of coming out soon?
Yes, we do actually. So this summer we're gonna release a couple new flavors. It's so good. Like I'm so excited about it that like it's gonna be a little bit. It's gonna be tropical. There's gonna be passion fruit in it. Just to say.
And I think that's the fun part is that like there's it's going back to the design, right? Like experimenting with the drink beverage, and then this is where that coming like, hey, check this out, coming soon, right? Like I think those are those opportunities of knowing what's coming up, and then for the student to potentially try it, right? You get to try something before it kind of gets out.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's see. Past healthy drink. What is a healthy single serving of Purely drink?
A healthy servings, I would say 1 to 2 ounces because the Purely is a concentrate.
Yeah.
And you can take it, dilute it mix it with sparkling water. You can put it in juice. You can put it in your smoothie. You can make cocktails or mocktails with it. So usually the serving to make a drink is about 1 to 2 ounce, depending like how strong you like it. I mean, it's really like preference because I like to like the ratio is 1 to 4, 1 to 5. 1 part Purely and then 5 parts water. And then my husband loves to like, he's like drinking at 1 to 3, 1 to 2, 1 to 3. So like really depending on, your preference. Some people like it really light. Some people like it a little bit stronger. So yeah, I would say like 1 ounce to 2 ounces per serving. And then you can adjust accordingly to your preference. But
Do you
like
have
some
people?
people, you drink it as a shot. Like you can drink it as a shot if you want.
Yeah, so there's a variety of ways to purely drink, right? Like, and so I think that's what there's that opportunity to kind of showcase those things, right? The ways to use it and the unique ways, and sort of getting people to sort of submit, right? Those ideas, like how do you use purely? How do you keep your life purely, right?
Yeah. I like that.
Whenever we have conversations, right? Sometimes we kind of spur off and think of new ideas for you. Let's see. So there's a question here. I'm going to rephrase how they asked it.
Okay.
How did it affect people's health? Like, what is the impact on people's health of having a routine of drinking purely?
Mm-hmm. You just feel it. I mean, like okay, for example, like if I have a heavy meal, like if I have like pizza, like a burger with fries, like a heavy meal, and I'm like, oh, I just don't feel like very uncomfortable. Like I drink purely with some sparkling water. Oh my god, I feel immediate like relief, like just so good. It's just so good on your stomach because it helps with digestion. So drinking it, you know, especially with a meal, before, after, during, is so good for digestion. You can immediately feel like the difference. What else? I would say like for some friends, like some are really like we have a group of friends that like they love it for like their cocktails and for like relieving hangovers. Yeah, it's just so funny because I guess the thing with drinking with apple cider vinegar is that it restores your pH. So when you're drinking alcohol, your pH is more acidic. So that's why, like in the morning or like when you don't feel good, like you have a headache or so the symptoms of a hangover. When you're drinking purely, a lot of friends tell us this. They're like, we drink it because it doesn't give us a hangover.
Interesting. Wait, could it be used if it does help with that side too? Does it help like if a person does have a migraine, right? Like just because they're having a hard day and they can actually drink it, because I think at the end of the day, like digestion, like if something is wrong with your digestion, it actually impacts everything in your body.
Correct.
Right, and so it's like it's the gut, right?
Yes.
And if you can keep your gut healthy, then everything else should sort of be in alignment. Like at least start there, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and beverages are so easy, right? It's a beverage,
right?
Versus something you have to eat or a pill you have to take.
Yeah.
I think that's one thing is it's accessible, and it's easy to use on a routine basis. Do you find that families use it? Will families have like drinks for their kids? Is that?
Oh yeah, like our Concord grape apple is really popular among kids. A lot of our friends makes it for their kids instead of giving them juice since it's so high in sugar. So yeah, if you mix it with water or like even sparkling water, like for kids, they love it actually. Like surprisingly, when we like do events and demo, like when kids like taste it, they love it. They kept coming back for more. So yeah, like kids love our product as well, and like as a substitute for juice, like high sugary drinks.
I can attest to it. Yes, my kids when I was the Concord grape for sure. Yeah, because
Concord grape for sure.
I think that it's just something different, right? You can kind of add to it. So you just gotta go buy some of the seltzer, add it, and then absolutely a better option. Let me see here. I think this is an interesting question. Are there risks to drinking purely?
Well, I guess you have to like. I mean, if you have like pre-conditions of like gut health, like definitely consult with a doctor first, because it like if you knew you can't drink vinegar or like something acidic, then like definitely consult with a doctor first, because it does have apple cider vinegar. Some people like it's very based on the person, right? But most of the time, like almost like we never get a case where like they can't drink it or like because it's very mild. It's not like the 5% acidity like apple cider vinegar. It's already diluted because we infuse it with fruit and some juice and like and an infusion. So like there's juice in it as well from the infusion. So it's not as like potent in the vinegar as the like apple cider vinegar is.
Makes sense. So for the students who are going through the project and they get that offer, what could they be looking forward to in terms of working with you and working with Purely? What are the things they could look forward to?
Definitely, like I love working, like learning about the individual intern first, about what their interests are, like what are their goals, what are like the skill sets they want to gain, and then work with them to curate the project for them instead of just assigning a project like here, post on Instagram. Like I wanted to work with them too so that they're enjoying the project as much as they're gonna gain out of it. And I want to assign like fun project. Like being like when I was young, like going through many internships, like I wanted to like it's an opportunity for me to learn and to experience, right? So I want to give that experience to the intern where they're enjoying it and learning at the same time and also having fun.
Yeah, and so again, I think that's why students are going to enjoy working with Purely is that it's not just it's a local women-owned business
Yes.
who really wants to teach. I think that sometimes we can get lost at the typical internship we hear about is like you're going to go get lost in this corporate office where you're going to have to just go do administrative work, and you might have a great title. You might get a great title, but you're not getting the experience.
Right, definitely not, because we're a small startup. It's not like working for a corporate company. It's fast paced. It's every day is different. It's not it's not like a certain task you do for the whole summer. So every project is different, and so you're going to be learning and put on many hats, learning different things.
And I think that's that thing that around exploration. I mean, the theme that seems to be playing throughout most of the opportunities for students is that when you're in this project, now the project scope has around marketing, so there is a project has to do.
Right.
But once you're in a company, there's all these different places that you can sort of move around, right, and explore and learn from. So whether it's from the marketing side, the sales side, the manufacturing side, right, because you make your drinks,
right,
and then distribution. All that stuff is very interesting to be able to learn at this stage, right? Because like you didn't start running your first business until you were what? How old were you when you started the Japanese one?
I was 29, 28.
Right.
Yeah.
So you have students here. We're like on my team, right? We have juniors in the high school that are working on coding and doing your project, right? And so here you are. If a high school student gets this, you're like. You get all this knowledge that you have now at an earlier stage, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So my last question is a question I've been asking all employers as beyond the businesses, there's the living, right? So the question I ask is, how have you been able to blend all that hard work that you do on a daily basis to keep your business running, your personal passions, and rest?
Rest. Oh,
yeah, that's the key, right? How do you blend it all together? To one, look as beautiful as you are, and to enjoy the time you have with family, and how do you get all that together?
I don't know. It's you just do it. I guess it's having a good, like, solid schedule, like a habit, because like I have a habit of working out at least 3 times a week, and that's either like yoga, Pilates, like. A HIIT and high intensity like workout class, like that gives me energy. I'm like it's just a habit now. Like I think like having like obtaining a habit, like you wake up at a certain time every morning, like you just do it naturally. You don't even think about it. So like going to the gym 3 times a week now, like I don't even think about it. Like okay, I have a class at this time, I'm going. So I think having a schedule and creating those good habits of like drinking Purely every morning and then go to the gym at like after work, and so like it's just like you just get used to it, and then that is your balance, right? Like getting up early, going to the gym, and then when I come back and then I go pick up my son, we make dinner, so it's like you just don't like once it's like you get into a routine, it's just a flow, right? And that's
do you still dance?
I don't dance as much as I love to, because even like after college, like I took a lot of classes. Like I would always take. They used to have so many like dance classes at the gym. Even at the gym, I would take them. But I feel like since the pandemic, they don't have a lot of like classes, like those classes anymore. Like Zumba. Like I would love to take Zumba. But yeah, not as much anymore. But like I would love to get back to it.
Yeah, I think that so the reason why I've asked this question is that there's a lot of like heaviness in the world right now, right? Like coming out of the pandemic, and it's that reminder to students that like you've got to find time for the self. And
you gotta find something that like you enjoy doing, that gives you energy and joy and happiness. Because like if you don't, then you have nothing to look forward to. Like you gotta find that one thing, like what gives you joy. You know, like dancing gives me so much like joy and like gives me endorphins too. So yeah, I love to dance. I think that's why I like working out as well. It gives me the endorphins. Yeah.
And that's so important for the students to listen to that. Like so we teach them, hey, you got to go do AP testing. You got to get to university. And it's very linear.
Yeah.
And the other thing that's become a common theme is there's no linearness to how we get to where we are. Right. There's so much variety, and in those spaces, you got to create space for yourself.
Yeah. Definitely.
Very good. Thanks for those tips. So I wanted to see if you have any other last tips before we wrap up. Any tips for the students and as they prepare their interviews and finish their projects?
So the students are doing the hackathon, finishing it.
They're in the hackathon, but this also will get played where we're going to clip this out, and this will go to the students that are in the project, just to encourage them to finish, or even the ones who have finished, so they can see, again, who they're going to have the opportunity to work with. Yeah.
I would have to say for the students who are completing the projects, I think like I used to do this, I would be like, you know, working on these projects and like I wanted to be perfect. So like always like tweaking it, changing it, and like keep doing it, working on it, and like kind of like procrastinate as well. Because I wanted to be like, I didn't want to do a good job, obviously. But I think like what I learned now is that like just do it. Just get it on the screen, get some ideas out. You never know, just like ship it, you know, just launch it, you know, because you'll get feedback. Like even if you know, if it's not as good, like you submitted a project, you know, rather than just have it like, you know, pending there, you know, not finishing it. So I would say just get the ideas out, work on it. Like don't try to think to make it perfect, you know, because nothing is perfect. But since you know, if you put the time in, get it done and submit it, that's good enough. Because then I can see it instead of like, you know, it's like, oh, I didn't have time, so I didn't submit it, you know. So yeah.
Thanks for that advice. Thank you, Judy, for joining us on a Sunday on a Memorial Day weekend and providing answers to questions and giving us a little bit more information for background and a beautiful story. And yeah, so for the students who are watching, finish those interviews and you'll have the opportunity to potentially work with Judy and Purely Drinks.
Yeah, thank you for having me, and for all the students, good luck, and I'm sure you guys will do a good job.
All right, thank you, Judy.
Thank
Have
you.
a great rest of your Sunday.
You too. Bye.
All right, everyone, that was Judy Tan with Purely Drinks and Jeff Louie. Thank you all for watching that. So right now we have supposed to have a pinup, but we don't have any pinups scheduled, so we're gonna have to wait for the next ones coming up later. The next main agenda item is at 2:30 p.m. with PilotCity Incubator, and essentially that will be me, be the one answering questions. So look out for that. And then 3 p.m. we'll also have California Crosspoint Academy hopping in as well. So look out for California Crosspoint Academy hopping on it at 3 p.m. Note that also we may have Seed pop up. We may have also FaceBase pop back up because they weren't available yesterday. So note that those two are possibles that may come in later down the day. In the meantime, I thought I'd actually do some kind of co-working with everyone here. So I think I'm just gonna kind of be on like the live stream and just like hang out and like provide any particular kind of insights that I can provide while I kind of co-work as well. So we'll see how that goes. I don't know exactly what I'm gonna do right now, but I'm just gonna kind of co-work. And so if anyone has any particular questions or thoughts, you can hop into, well, there's no way to really communicate with me right now, so we'll just kind of co-work and chill. Okay, now that I'm actually looking at some of the stuff that I'm actually going to work on, it's going to be things that I can't really share my screen on. So I don't think that it'll be a good idea for me to try to co-work and share my screen on that because it's data. So in the meantime, we will pop back up perhaps, yeah, I think we'll pop back up probably at around 1 p.m. perhaps, and then we can we'll start back up at 2. Okay, so basically we'll see what we have as content at 1 p.m. But we'll definitely pop back up at 2 p.m. Okay, so thank you all, and talk to you all very soon.
Hello there.
Hello, I'm Grace Zhang.
Hi, my name is Akil Sheikh.
Hi, I'm Kavya. I'm a freshman.
Hi there, my name is Jack and I'm a junior.
And I'm in 9th grade.
And I am an upcoming senior at Monroe Catholic High School.
We are a team of Royal High School students.
And this is my project for Artemis Foods.
And this is our project demo for Uber.
Today, I'll be giving a demo of my app for Onyx Village Connection.
I chose Typeform because I really want to help small businesses.
Today we'll be talking about our project, the Solar Controller.
Today we're going to be talking about a new sustainable method to harvest energy that will be perfect for this bike path project.
The goal of our project is to speed up the process of onboarding new partners.
Our goal is to create a platform that can organize youth community service.
Natural light is one of the best resources to use in households.
I modeled it, I printed it, and I put it together.
OptiViro uses a variety of sensors to get an accurate description of your home.
Understanding how and why various people make dietary decisions will be crucial to Artemis Foods' marketing success.
Keep every memory you have from the past to the present to the future.
And in a few years, hopefully you can have OptiViro built into your house.
We can only hope that our website can help to accomplish this goal and inspire a future generation of people.
We just want everyone to play their part so we can have a safe future.
Thank you so much for listening.
And thanks for watching.
I'm going to go ahead and throw in our Zoom, our window capture, so we'll just kind of show our agenda and our kiosk here. Cool. I'll just leave it on here for a little bit. That way I can kind of co-work too, if anyone has any particular questions or thoughts.
Yep, I'm sharing that right now. Awesome.
Hey all, we're gonna get started with a workshop on interview tips and advice now. So we'll get started with Eric and Parl on our team on what to expect of a workshop. So enjoy, and we'll talk to you in just a moment.
Currently watching PilotCity Airtime 2022. Get ready for another amazing workshop where frankly, it could change your life, or at least get you an internship.
All right, Parl, Eric, hello.
Hello.
Hi.
So, interview tips and advice. Let's give some background first on interviewing. So, we used to have regular interviews, right? So in 2018, 2019, we had regular interviews. But what we always did was we always happened to do 2 interviews. It was always like interview with PilotCity first. That was the first interview. Like they came to our office and like they basically like had to deal with Bowser, you know? And then like I just ripped them apart and like kind of dug in, you know? And then that was usually like 10 minutes, right? Then it was like the next person, right? And then just like kept going, just to like, for us to know, like PilotCity to know who they were, right? And where they're at and so forth. That was actually pretty fun days to do those interviews. And after that first interview, then they had to wait for their second interview. And their second interview in previous internship years was to meet with the employer. And it was really them meeting with the employer one-on-one, right? Usually in person. And then that was 2018, 2019, that format for interview. And then 2020, we did the same thing, but it was digital. So they met with us first, with PilotCity for 10 minutes, 15 minutes or whatnot. And then they met with the employer digitally through an interview. And that's what you two remember, right? From Shannon Leigh, from LNAI, and also, well, Kaiser, that was me. I was like basically the person that was the employer because Kaiser had to drop out that year because of the pandemic. And then we landed on the year following, which was basically this system that we're looking at in front of our screen right now, right? And this interview system here essentially has really been quite amazing in terms of its responses from students. And we actually collected data and survey data from our alumni from when we first used this. Actually, I think we used this, okay, I'm sorry. In 2020, we used this too, right? 2020, we used this as well. But we used it for the first interview, right? And then we reviewed it. Then we said, okay, I remember it was like 12 of us, right? It was like 12 of us, like people internally. It was Debbie, it was like Aaron Brown, it was Zach Borja, it was a bunch of people. And we had 12 people just reviewing all of your interviews to be like, okay, who's good? Who's going to advance to the next interview with the employer? And then you met with the employer, right? So after that year, we got really great responses from it. Over 70% of our alumni prefer this model over the live model. And of course, because, you know, students are probably scared to like interview with real adults and human beings. So they're like, I want to hide behind a computer and just record myself. That was kind of like probably the behavior, right? But it's still, at the end of the day, it was really valuable because the students' interviews were really good, right? And it was like, oh, these are like really good. Like there's no anxiety from the students. They feel like they're like expressing themselves. And it's convenience of their own time for the student. And then the employers, well, in 2020, the employers didn't get to look at the interview questions. It was only us, right? So we said, we got to bring this to the employers, right? So we made this the full interview system, right, for 2021, which is basically our base interview questions with PilotCity, the first 3 or 4 or 5 questions that the employers can edit. And then the employers added their questions on top of that, right? And then that became the full interview. One interview for all students, right? So both of you have had 2 internships in a row, like 2 years of internships with PilotCity, right? So you two have experienced the interview system twice, right? In some cases, Parl, you've experienced it probably like 3 times, right? Because you had 2 internships in the first year. So Parl, what would you say the number one experience was with you with this when you first like entered it? What was your first reaction to this interview system?
My first reaction, God, I feel so old. That was a long time ago. I guess it would be like, I thought it was really weird.
to be honest, because I've like never seen anything like it before, an asynchronous interview. I was like, how are they gonna know what I'm really like if I'm just recording my answers? But to be honest, it feels like because it was recorded, more of me got across than if I was to just be panicking in front of the actual employer. So I'd say I thought it was weird, but in the end, it was pretty good.
Eric, what was your first reactions? Was it similar to Parl's, or did you have a different kind of reaction or similar?
My reaction was really similar to Parl's. Like, I think my biggest thing when coming into the interview and I realized it was recorded was like, oh my god, I don't have a good enough background for this. So I remember like bringing a little stool in front of like the only like kind of blank wall of my room and like posting up the light at my face and just trying to get that like professional look of a background with like everything else in my room just shoved aside into the closet or something like that. But yeah, I definitely agree that a lot more of like I was able to think about my words and like a lot more of my thoughts and ideas that I wanted to express, I was able to put out there that I know I definitely would not have been able to. I was just put on the spot.
Okay, great.
Yeah, can I just add to that really quick? I actually remember that my parents were all like, "What are you doing?" Because I was just running around the house with my computer, like, "Where is the blank wall?" Because I stuff on the wall. But yeah, I totally relate to that.
Yeah, let's talk about that later as part of the interview tips and advice is backgrounds, right? I think sound is also another one that we should probably talk about too, right? So with that first reaction, you guys eventually like understood, it clicked in your brain what it was at that some level, right? So so what would you say your like your top advice would be? What first comes to mind when you think about this model of interviewing and what someone should be doing? Like, what is the first intuitive gut reaction that you two have that should be the main advice that you would give to get them ahead as much as possible with the interview for each of you? And maybe Eric, you can go first for that one.
Ooh, alrighty. Well, I think my biggest piece of advice surrounding that is like take advantage of this type of interview system. Like, don't be afraid to do a bunch of takes because most likely you're not going to be happy with the first one. It's okay to record a take, look at it, and be like, oh, I want to add this, and then re-record it, and then re-record it. But you also want to be careful not to kind of go too overboard in a sense where like you're kind of stuck in this loop of I say two words, ooh, that didn't sound exactly like the way that I wanted to do, and then go back, and then it's okay to take a break in between as well, collect your thoughts, and just kind of get what you really want to say across. So don't be afraid. TLDRs, don't be afraid to do it multiple times or record and answer multiple times.
Yeah, my answer is kind of similar to Eric, but like definitely take advantage of the system in the way that make sure you think about what you want to say like really hard. Like make sure you're getting exactly what you want to say across, because sometimes in interviews, like when it's face to face, you get nervous and you say the first thing that pops into your mind. But here you have the time, so you should sit down and really think about what you want to say and what you want your employer to know about you before you start recording.
So what I'm hearing is take advantage of the system, number one, right? Like knowing that it's a video Q&A system, knowing you can re-record your answers, take advantage of that system. And within that, please, number two, take multiple takes if you want to, right? Like, because you can record multiple times for one answer. Like, I think one thing that I noticed along the years of this interview system is that students start their interviews on like a Sunday morning, like right now or whatever, or earlier. And it's like nice and sunny and it's beautiful and, it's like nice background. The lighting's great. And then at the end, the last answer, the last recording of the last answer, it's like dark. It's like nighttime outside. And I'm like, what happened? It's probably because students are spending a lot of takes, right? Recording their answer. And they take breaks in between and they want to think about it and prepare it before they say something. Is that the case? Is that what happened with the actual I'm just kind of curious now, actually. It's like a sub point, a sub answer or whatever, right? Like, is that what happens? People are taking the whole day?
Yeah, like I think for one of them, I started recording in the morning, and then I just got like, I don't know, I just like, okay, I need to think about this a lot more. And then I came back and I started recording again in the evening. So you can kind of tell like in the morning the light is a little bit different, and then later I had like some yellow lamps set up. So it's sometimes it's like you get nervous in the middle of it, and sometimes it's just like you just want to think about it a lot more. So it ends up taking a really long time.
Yeah, I know for the first interview that I ever did, like, I remember it took me, I think, 6 hours to get through the entire thing, just like re-recording and re-recording. So like the second time I went through, I made sure to go to like a room that sunlight wouldn't see, so it'd be consistent lighting, because I knew it was a completely different, like, it was sunny when I started and it was like 11:59 p.m. when I ended.
Great. Okay. Cool. I was just that was kind of like a sub question inside something. So definitely re-record and take multiple takes. And what you mentioned also was get what you want to get across to the employer in the video, right? Like actually, like make real points, right, about your project. Make real points about yourself. Make real points about the entirety of your authenticity of yourself, so you can communicate that to the employer, so they know, right? And there's no juggling of whether something there's no juggling of fear or anxiety here, right? Like you can re-record it, right, and put in the points you want to put in. So it gives you the ability to prep, basically, right, and put in things that you actually want to put in. As a matter of fact, I would probably even say, like, yes, regular interviews are scary and anxietal, but this interview system, actually, I would actually even say that it's probably probably even a bit more advanced, right, as an interview than like an interview where you just hop in with someone like in person, just answer questions, right? Because you have to actually now have to, like, you have the opportunity to prep, right? So the question is, will you prep, right? So I guess my question for you two is, like, should students prep, and how much should they prep before they actually answer the question?
I mean, for me personally, like, I would look at the question and then I would sit down and think about it, and then I would kind of write out my entire answer that I would say, and then I'd go through for like 10 minutes and edit everything. And then when I actually recorded, I would kind of say the gist of it. So it would be like really perfected on like a piece of paper or something, but then when I spoke, it would be kind of the gist of it, so it wasn't too like blocky.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. That's a great method. Because you don't want to be, because we'll get to another point, because you don't want to be robotic, right?
Yeah,
in
yeah.
the interview. That's, I think, a key point. Let's get to that later. Eric, what did you think about that?
Yeah, no, that was exactly what I was gonna bring up. Like, you should 100% prep, but don't prep to the point where you have every single word and pause that you have like written down on like a page in front of you, because then you're gonna sound like, well, you're just reading off a script, right? So kind of get those main points down and like speak from the heart, like, so that way you seem like a real human talking to someone else.
Mm-hmm. And so one of you has mentioned also, you want to have them know stuff about you, right? Like, that's really important. So why is that important?
I guess, like, I remember one of the questions being, like, what's the biggest challenge you faced? And so when employers hear, like, things like that about you, they get a better sense of who you are and how well you work, like whether you're responsible, whether you're hardworking, and how you deal with problems that come up. And then based on that, they'll get a better sense of you and how you would be as an intern in their company. And then that's, like, really going to influence their decision in taking you.
Yeah, like, this interview is your first impression to your like employer, kind of like face to face, not really face to face, but this is kind of the first time they ever really get to hear you talk and, you know, kind of be yourself. So it's important to make that kind of impression. It's important to show them who you really are, so they can like you for you and your work.
Mm-hmm. Love it. So there's a lot of things I feel like can go through, but I think that those kind of hit some kind of key points in general. When it comes to actual, like, the logistics of the interview itself, right? Like, what's the top point there? You know, that you would give, or a general summary point you would give around like the logistics of it? So the background, the lighting, the camera, the timing, your I mean, dress is a whole nother thing, right? So we'll talk about that I think in addition to that. But there's a lot of facets to it, right? Just to like kind of show up with the right scene, right, if you will. So what would be each of your top point, right, or top points, or top tip, around setting up your environment and yourself?
I think my top point in there is 100% lighting. It's not really, I'm not practicing what I preach at the moment, but you definitely want to have light that's on your face, so you're not ending up in shadow, or you're not just like a complete like blown out, like just a blank screen based on the lighting. So you want to make sure your employer can actually see you, and also watch back the videos that you've recorded to make sure that the video is good, the audio is good, and it's a result that other people can understand.
Yeah, another thing I'd like to say is camera placement. So make sure you have the camera in line with your eyes, so the employer can see like your face and not like your bottom of your chin or like the top of your head, so that it looks like you're actually talking to them face to face. That's like a pretty big thing. That's actually something I learned like through the internship, because my employer was like, guys, set up your cameras properly. Like, I don't want to see your neck or whatever. And then another thing would be like, look at the camera as much as you can when you talk. Like, don't look down. I actually was talking to Eric earlier about a hack I had. There's an app called Teleprompter. And so if you type in your script into that, it'll show up near the camera. So it looks like if you reference stuff, it looks like you're looking at the camera and you have the entire thing memorized, but really it's like not that memorized. So camera placement and then that app.
Cool. Those are great. There's a few things that you just mentioned in there, so let's actually dive into some of them too. So let's talk about lighting first, because I feel like lighting is quite important. Lighting sometimes can't be controlled. Sometimes it can be controlled. So like right now I actually bought a lighting system, right? Because I know like I need to have a good lighting system for this live stream. So I have a lighting system, but I also have like this like stupid like broken lamp that I have in front of me if I need to like add more light, right? Like, and I usually like have that right in front of my face, like a lamp like this, so that way there's more light that's coming to me. So definitely like Eric definitely isn't practicing what he preaches, but I like your old environment. What happened to your old environment with like all the like it looked like Blue's Clues, for a while.
I think I can make that happen. Just like turn it 90 degrees. There we go.
There it is. That's the Eric I know. But like lighting, right? What tips do you guys have for lighting? Like, what do you guys do?
Okay, so basically, don't do what I was just doing. Don't have any light coming in from behind you, because that's just gonna make you look super, super dark, and it's gonna make like your face just kind of invisible. I would say my biggest tip is to go to an area with some blank walls, right? Like you can use a desk lamp, you can even use like your camera's flashlight or something, but that light is really, really harsh and it casts a bunch of shadows in your face. So one big tip is to bounce the light, right? Put it against the wall or put it against like a white piece of paper, so that way when the light comes onto your face, it's a lot softer and you can kind of see yourself a lot better. Or another great tip is, if you're not doing it at night, natural lighting is also great, but make sure it's coming from the side or it's coming from in front of you.
Yeah, and then like for me specifically, I have a window like right over there, and so I always open it in the morning for natural light, and then I have this, oh my god, I'm gonna drop it, but there's a lamp here. Okay, it's fine. There's a lamp that I have that I usually turn on. Sometimes I don't turn it on during the day, but at night I turn it on with also my regular lights. And then the background for me, it's not that plain, but when I was recording like the kiosk videos, I literally knelt in the corner where there was a blank wall, and then I moved the lamp and everything. So just like natural light and then a lamp.
Okay, cool. So I think the best thing I found as a tip is to get a lamp from your house and take off the shade and then have like the bulb like in your face, as much as possible, and just like use that temporarily and tell your mom and dad and caretaker sorry, for a little bit, and then use it and then do the interview and keep it up, right? Just so there's consistent lighting all the time. And or, I think what you're alluding to as well is like do the interview during the day, and then do it in front of a window, right? And have it before 5 p.m., or 4 p.m. Ideally in a south-facing light, or or north in some cases, during the day, right, in front of a window, basically, right? All right, cool. So what about backgrounds? This is kind of an interesting artistic one. I like to keep it simple, but but there's a lot of kind of backgrounds, right? Like people also have all kinds of houses and homes and places that they live in. So what do you guys typically do when you're talking about like interview settings? Like what would you recommend for a background?
Okay, I think I can go first. I usually suggest blank. Like I know right now I don't have a blank background, but in general, I'd say like a blank wall that's contrasting with your complexion. So I would probably have like a lighter one and then put light in my face so that you can see my face more. But specifically, this is kind of a secret, but for the Shannon Lee interview, I sat like here and then I kept the painting there because I was like, oh, this is kind of an artsy company, so I should show them that I know how to paint. And so I did that. And then this whiteboard is relatively new, but I kept it for another interview to show like, wow, I'm so organized. So little things like that might help, but in general, I'd say blank.
Yeah. Nice tips. Those are good. Yeah. Use things in your house to show that you actually are capable.
Exactly. And yeah, I would definitely kind of default to the blank kind of like setting behind you, so that way the focus is only really on you. But it is definitely okay to sprinkle in like your personality a bit into your background. Add some art there. Think about turn a little bit more. You can see a guitar in the background. You can let the employer know some more things about you without necessarily putting it in. But like some of my tips for finding those blank spaces inside of your house, which I know can be hard, is like something like a closet door or a door, or if you're filming at night, if you have your like blinds or curtains closed, they're usually a pretty solid color or a solid pattern that you can definitely take advantage of.
And let's talk later about the trade-offs too, right? Because sometimes people be like in closets, and doing interviews, and the voice is all reverberating. Even though it has a white background, it's just terrible vibe. Let's talk about the vibe. Like vibe could impact everything, right? So let's talk about that later. But generally, background, have a clean slate, right? Have an organized background. Have a clean place. Like don't show them a bunch of your boxes in the background. Like show them generally, like be methodical with it. Like be insightful, right? But don't think of it too much. Just like choose a spot. And have good lighting and so forth. Cool. Let's talk about audio, because I think audio is quite important. Like I mentioned, some people will be like in a corner of a room that reverberates all day long, and the reverberation goes into the audio, or their audio sucks, or their audio is too sensitive, or whatever. How do we mitigate all those audio issues, and what would you recommend that's simple and easy for anyone to record good audio for their interview? Any top tips there?
I think my top tip with that, especially with like reverb and echoes, is to just go to a room with stuff in it. Like if there's stuff in the room, it'll naturally suck up all that like echoiness, and you'll sound just a lot better because your voice isn't bouncing around the walls all the time. And another tip is that like since this is a recorded interview, you can use something like a mobile phone. So maybe if your laptop doesn't have the best microphones, your phone probably does. And that's what you use to call people. So yeah, I'd say that is my top tip there.
I'd also say, like, this is less related to the room size and more related to, like, other people in your house. Make sure you tell people that you're doing an interview, like, if you're living with other people, so that they don't start making a bunch of noise in the background or they start cooking. Because that happened in my first interview. I just started answering the question, and then my parents downstairs started cooking, and then there was, like, so much noise happening. And so all of that came to the audio, and I had to re-record later. So make sure, like, the other noises from around your house are kind of like not there when you're interviewing.
Right when you start saying that, I start coughing. Sorry about that. Yeah, so make sure external people are aware so that they can be quiet as much as possible. Or you isolate yourself so that people don't walk in, right? And don't have like a place that reverberates a bunch, and have something that's decent when it works well when it comes to your computer or your phone, right? Let's talk next about whether it should be on your desktop or on your mobile phone. Now, we've generally had people on their desktops, and I think that that's still the recommendation that we have. But we did refactor our code base to now be mobile too. So you can technically get to our interview activity through a mobile phone and do it fine, right? But would you two recommend a mobile phone?
I would definitely say it isn't my default option, but I remember in my second interview, my laptop microphones were completely busted. So it is definitely nice to have it as a backup. I would say try it on your laptop first, and then just maybe do a test recording, see if your video looks good, see if your audio sounds good. And if you think that the quality of the video that you're producing isn't up to par, try a different device, because that quality is what you're after in the end.
Yeah, for me personally, I usually use desktop because it's a lot more stable, and then it's easier to get an eye level. And then I know some people hold their phones and record it, which is not good because it ends up shaky. And then also I don't know, I forgot what I was going to say. But yeah, in general, I use a laptop more often because it's more stable and at eye level.
Yeah, I'll riff on that. I think I would recommend desktop and computer or PC or a laptop, whatever, definitely if you have one. And because when you're on your mobile phone, it'll get shaky, and then you have to kind of hold it, and then people kind of notice, and then also most people are going to watch it on horizontal, and then you're going to have it vertical. So it's just the experience in general is better. But if you only have a mobile phone, right, then please use your mobile phone. I think that would be the general gist of it, right? Okay, and now let's talk about internet. I mean, this is kind of simple. Get have internet somewhere. Even if you have to be at your school to do it, or at the library to do it, or your auntie's house to do it, or your grandma's house to do it, or whatever, right? Go somewhere where there's good internet, essentially. I think that's pretty straightforward. We would also recommend going to speedtest.net, right? So you can check your internet speed. And if it's over 5 megabits per second, that's the bare minimum, I would say. There's a lot of internet homes with internet with 2 megabits per second upload and download speed, and that's fine for the most part. But you want to try to get to at least 5 megabits per second or 4 megabits per second. There's a lot of homes now that have a lot faster because of fiber optics and stuff like that. So you might find yourself with 40 or 50 megabits per second, which is great. But basically have stable internet, right? And be somewhere where you feel like you will have stable internet. Luckily, it's going to be recorded, so you can review it and see if it actually is good or not, right? And if it's choppy, I would highly recommend finding a place where there's basically better internet, right? Anything you just want to add on top of that for internet?
Not directly internet really, but in terms of if you're using a computer, make sure you close applications that you're not using so your computer doesn't lag.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah.
And let's talk about ums and ahs and, things that people catch on to that you may not catch on to, right? What are each of your kind of use of ums and ahs in your previous past, and how have you kind of gone over ums and ahs and oohs and all the things in between that you shouldn't be saying and that doesn't add any value to communication, but is kind of hard to kind of habit out of, and how do you get rid of that for your interviews?
I think for me, I don't actually say and ah a lot, but the way I think I used to say it before, but the way I kind of got rid of it was by writing out what I wanted to say, practicing it a bunch of times without any ums and ahs, so that it kind of got into my brain that, hey, there's no really like space to pause and say something that's not necessary anymore. And so I kind of conditioned myself out of it.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I'm not gonna lie, I was about to start that answer with an and I caught myself. Oh, there it is again. But yeah, it's hard to condition yourself out of something like that. So it's definitely important to plan out your points ahead of time so you know what you're talking about, so you don't have that like buffering time of like, what am I gonna say? So kind of have that list in front of you, I think, is my top tip to kind of stop that.
Yeah, I found that just knowing that and ahs is something that you probably do, that you should look at and actively eliminate, is number one as a tip, right? Like, know that you probably use and ah a lot. And when you know that you use it, now actively don't use it. And what should you replace it with? I'd recommend a pause. And yes, pauses are awkward sometimes, but pauses are actually really powerful sometimes. So when I pause like that, the point is much stronger, right? Instead of saying like, yeah, the pause is strong. Let me see what the next question is. Like it doesn't, and ahs actually dilute conversations, right? But adding pause to it actually adds a lot of great, like emphasis, right? It lets people it's digestion time for other people, And here's two other kind of hot tips that I would give around removing ums and ahs, right? Usually ums and ahs, in my opinion, is coming from anxiety and just basically not knowing what to say. So you're saying it so that you can buy yourself time, right? So that obviously takes time to kind of figure out how not to do, right? What I do now when I see when I know I'm processing and I'm using ums and ahs, I know that it's just all it is, just processing time, right? And I instantly say focus time, right? Like I basically, if I know I'm going into like a zone where I'm just gonna say ums and ahs a lot, or I'm processing, I'm gonna say, if I know I'm going into a place where I'm thinking, right? I'll say, oh, I'm thinking, focus time, right? Like internally. And then I will just basically zone in on what I'm really trying to say and bluntly say it, right? Because eventually you're trying to say something, but you're trying to figure out how you're going to say it. So what I would do is just say the blunt thing, right? So I'll just say, oh yeah, I just didn't know what you're talking about, so I was thinking about it. Like that, I'll just admit, be honest, be open, be transparent, and essentially just say what you're going to say, right? And then say it strongly, like with confidence, right? Because that's what you're thinking. And it's okay to not know what you're doing, right, as well, all the time. So say things bluntly, be transparent, be open, be honest, just let people know that you can't think. I actually really appreciate when people say, oh, I need time to think about this, right? Oh, I'm still thinking about it. I'm still processing it. I don't know the answer to it. That's really tricky. Give me some time to think about it. Like that is actually really appreciated. So don't be afraid to say those things. or even to like laugh, right, at something, and then come back to it, right? This is good for the interview, but also good for conversations in general, right? Any 2 tips that you two would provide in addition to that?
I don't think I have anything to say in addition to that, but I just want to add another word to the ums and also like applies. So be careful how you use that also.
Yeah, I don't really think I have anything else to add to that. You covered everything I wanted to say.
Okay. And one last thing before we perhaps go into a quick demo of how the system actually works. So all this is not necessarily, I mean, these are all good points I think we're all saying right now, right? So definitely go buy most of them and go buy them. Not go buy them, but like go buy them, you know, like, but the thing is that I think the integration of it all, right? Like make sure, like, just kind of, like, you don't want to have a reverberated background, you know, while your lighting also sucks, but your camera's good. Like, don't do everything just for one thing being good, right? Like, try to make the entire thing vibe with you, right? Like, find your vibe in the interview, right? If you're not happy with the background, leave that background spot and go somewhere else. If you're not happy with the lighting, leave that lighting spot, right? Like, if you're not happy with the audio message, redo it, right? Like, just iterate on it, right? To make it so that it's like good for you, right? So you're comfortable, so you're happy, so you are excited to be at the interview, because it's actually fun, right? The interview is actually, in my opinion, really fun to kind of watch, at least. I don't know about doing it. Would you say actually it's fun? Like, the interview's like interesting?
Relatively, yeah. It's definitely a new experience, or at least for me, just kind of going through an interview by itself, and also just looking at the interview start screen here. You can tell it's going to be a little bit unorthodox, but it's a lot more approachable, in my opinion, that way.
Great. Cool. So I think we got everything together at this point. I don't know who is sharing their screen, if it's Parl or Eric, but would one of you be able to actually demo the different functions of the interview? So at every stage, just give us a demonstration of what to do, basically.
Of course. So this right here is the interview screen, and I just need to mention this, but that is Derick as a peachy. It's amazing. But this is where you would start your PilotCity interview. This is an integration with Video Ask, which I'm sure you guys have seen throughout our platform already. But in order to listen to Peachy talk, you just press the play button, and he'll hopefully come zooming in here, and you'll listen to the video, and then eventually start the interview. You can have those captions on. You can go a little bit faster if you're looking for a point in the video where you just want to get the instructions fast. You can skip around, make it full screen, but after that, you just press start the interview. And this is where the interview starts. So pause it so Derick looks not so blurry, but you would listen to the question, and I believe at the end here, once you finish it through, there should be a text as well that pops up the question. Am I wrong about that, Derick?
There's no question that pops up.
Okay, yeah, so make sure you definitely pay attention to what Derick is saying or what your employer is saying during the question, so you can answer all of that in your answer. Same functions exist, but this time, now you just record your answer. Definitely want to request permissions. I'm going to turn my camera out here so y'all can see me in the video ask. Press allow on your browser, and if it doesn't end up showing up, if you're on Google or anything like that, it's just that lock button up the top. And then, well, you would hit record to start, but you would have to select your camera. You can select your microphone up here. So if you're having any audio or video troubles, I'm going to turn on my camera again because I'm not showing up there, unfortunately.
Is it not working for some reason?
Yeah, I think that's mainly because I'm in a Zoom meeting right now.
Can you send it to me? I'll actually show it on mine, just so we can kind of be consistent with it.
Yeah, of course.
Send me that.
I actually have to head out right now. I thought this would be over by 2:30, but good luck with the rest of the demo. And everybody who's watching, make sure you follow the tips. I'm about to head out.
Cool. All right. Thanks, Pearl. Eric, I'll actually just find it on my end. So let me actually demo it. So people should see my screen right now. So I'm gonna go into the interview system right now, and let me show you because the video isn't working on Eric's. And once you're in the interview here, like I mentioned, like Eric just mentioned, you essentially click on Start the Interview. You watch the interview question, and you click on Record your answer, and then you hit, and then your video should pop up. Oh, you know why? Because I have my OBS. Oh, actually, no, it's on. It's on. So you should pop up with your face, and on this screen, okay, everyone, you have the ability to write notes. So you can actually click on the notes toggle and actually take notes. So you can actually write what you are going to say. Do we recommend you writing a script? Not necessarily. If you're a script kind of person, sure, go ahead and do it. But be authentic, right? And maybe use notes like talking points, or don't use it at all. Like I don't use notes at all. Just, you might be one of those people that go off the top of your head. It depends on you. And then on this actual section 2, you can actually select the camera you want. So you can select another camera if you have more cameras connected to your computer. You can also select your microphone. And you can also screen share. So you can actually record your screen. So you can bring in your screen in this environment and give a demo if you'd like to. The interview should be pretty much face-to-face for the most part, but if you must, you can do that. And just so happens that you already recorded your answers and you want to upload it, you can upload it here and upload an actual video file. And in some cases, sometimes our interviews don't come in, and so sometimes need to be re-uploaded, so this would be a handy tool for that as well. And then when you record your answer, so I'll record my answer right now to give everyone an idea. Hi, I chose Artemis Foods because I really like biotech and research, and I'm always trying to figure out which one I want to do in life, so I did this project because of that. Good idea. So when you've recorded your answer, it essentially gives you 3 options, 3 actions. It either gives you the ability to replay your answer by clicking this middle button here. Good idea. Hi, I chose. Or the second action is to click no and not send it. And then you can re-record your answer. Or yes, and then you can submit your answer and then go to the next answer or question. And then the next question pops up. And then you answer, and then do the same thing over again until the interview's all done. And that's basically the interview system in a nutshell. And I think we covered a lot of topics here, and I think we went more in depth here because sometimes people do have a lot of questions about interviews. So I think this will be very helpful for people who are in the interview. Eric, do you believe that, what are some takeaways that you got from this interview, tips and advice? Anything else you'd like to add? Any main gist that you'd like to summarize with?
I guess the main gist that I kind of, or before that, I want to say the last kind of piece of the ensemble there is definitely what you wear, right? Don't go too casual, but also don't go too blown out formal. I think like not the full like tuxedo, but just maybe a nice button up with a tie or like a solid blouse or a dress. I think that would work out well. What are your advice on that?
Yeah,
Derick?
we totally forgot about dress. Thanks for bringing that up. So for dress, I never felt like I was a dress person in general. I always like to be comfortable. So for me, it's always about comfort. Now, for an interview, you want to be comfortable and you want to be clean and well dressed. Now, if you want to actually be more dressed up, we would encourage it, right? The more dressed up you are, it doesn't necessarily hurt, right? It does feel sometimes like you're trying hard, which is good because it means that you're taking it seriously, right? So at the end of the day, that reaction from the employer is still positive because you're dressing up. You're taking time out of your schedule to like iron out your suit, like to wear it and look like a dork, like on an interview at your house, doing the interview in a stupid background, it's still going to be good, right, for the employer to know that you're taking your time thinking about it. But for me, I like to be comfortable and just clean and simple. That's my style. But if you have a suit and you want to wear it, please wear it and do it. I think what always works well is like business casual. You know, like a nice plaid shirt, a blouse, you know, something simple, something that's casual, something that you would actually wear, like on a daily, something that you would actually wear on an occasion that you enjoy, right? Like be authentic, basically, but also be clean and well dressed as well. Thanks for bringing that up, Eric. So with that, I think we're all good. Eric, anything else you'd like to add to this?
Not really, except good luck to everyone out there going through the interview process. I'm sure all of y'all are going to do great, and we'll all just be waiting for our offers at this point.
All right. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Paul. And we'll see you all for, this is the end of the workshop on interview tips and advice. We're going to move now to the PilotCity Incubator, Meet the Employer, which is me, basically. So we'll see you over there. Thanks, Eric.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, we're going to get started now with the PilotCity Incubator Meet the Employer, which is basically me and Pilot City in general. So I'm going to go ahead and actually kind of go into it in a second, but I will do the formalities and make some transitions before we get started.
We believe that every day we can do something to make a difference.
We believe that education is the key to success.
And we value people who understand that this is not just a business, but this is a business that's also trying to help people.
Looking at new ways, new products, new approaches.
You may say we're innovators, but really our mission is to build a better tomorrow.
Because right now we have a great opportunity to make changes. And to do that, we need the voices of everyone in the community.
So that we can all have a fairer and more just kind of society.
Thank you for joining us on this mission.
You're currently watching PilotCity Airtime. Get ready to meet another amazing employer. You don't want to miss out on this one, like for real.
All right, everyone, I'm going to be the liaison for the PilotCity Incubator program for those who are that would love to get some insight on why the PilotCity Incubator program exists in the first place. Is number one, we found that we essentially have done this before already. So like in our previous programs from 2018, 2019, 2020, and even 2021 in some cases, actually not 2021, mostly 2018 to 2020, we've had not just internships in our program, we've had fellowships, we've had entrepreneur residence. And we decided to actually get out of fellowships and entrepreneur residence type roles in our internship program in 2021 to kind of keep it pure, right, to interns. And that's fine, right? Like that's what we wanted to do, and that's cool. And the reason why we had kind of entrepreneurial positions like fellowships and entrepreneur residence in the earlier years is because we want to actually have this kind of like gray area with employers where we can kind of host them for the employer because employers are busy. And then we take them on as basically like a fellow or an entrepreneur residence with PilotCity so that way students can still have an experience in the summer in our internship program despite the employer taking them on as an intern or not. And so it's basically the number one point is we want all students to get work-based learning and all students to for them to pursue their passions and their purpose and their initiatives that they want to start. And we take them on anyways despite what the employers want or say or can do or have capacity for. And in 2021, last year, we essentially eliminated it because we wanted to exercise a pure model of just interns with employers, and that's fine. This year, The reason why we started PilotCity Incubator is because we've done it before, right? And then number two, we also know that students have their own businesses or have their own startups or have their own ideas or have their own nonprofits or have their own initiatives or their own clubs or their own thing that they're doing, right? Whether it's selling candy pops or whether it's, starting a software business or making a mobile app with their team or starting a garden at their school or starting a garden in their community or whatever, right? Like there's always some kind of side hustle that students has. And you can join the PilotCity Incubator with that side hustle, right? Like that is basically it's the core of it's a more perfect version, right, of essentially taking on students' pure purpose and taking them on to continue doing it in the actual summer. So we're very excited to have students from the PilotCity Incubator be in our internship program to do your own thing, right, while in our actual program. So this is exciting. So what I'm going to do is that's basically the main intent. And actually, in addition to that, let me say this too. The second also goal is that we know that a lot of schools have a capstone class that you're taking, and a lot of students have their own thing they want to do in that. So that's another reason why we're also doing this as well. So there's a few reasons. So I'm going to go right into the questions that are provided to us. So this is an untraditional program because it's you bringing your own thing, your own initiative, your own startup, your own project into the actual program and then scaffolding it. What we've actually built the actual program with essentially is Y Combinator content. So in the research activity, you might have seen a lot of Y Combinator content. And this Y Combinator content is the leading incubator of the world. They are the ones that incubated Airbnb and Twitch and Dropbox and Stripe and all these different unicorn companies. So they know what they're advising on essentially. So we gave you content there, and then we developed our own content for the train research as well. And so the questions that may be coming in may be coming from a lot of different intents. So I just want to let everyone know as a warning right now that the questions being asked right now may not pertain to you. But what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to read the question and I'm going to answer it in a different way, or if it needs to kind of be recalibrated, I'll recalibrate in a different way in terms of how the questions are asked, and I'll answer it so that it's generalized for everyone. Okay. So the first question is, what are the material limitations for this project? So we will not be providing materials or funding for your project entirely. So it's really, what are your limitations for material for this project? You will have to be able to obtain the materials yourself because you're an entrepreneur in residence in our program, and it's up to you to essentially obtain those resources to make your project happen. So there's no material limitations for this project. It is only limited by your own resources available to obtain those materials. Okay. Now, if you need to get money and funding, it doesn't mean that, because we're not providing money and funding, that it's the end of the day. No, you're an entrepreneur in residence. You're going to be a fellow. You're the one doing the thing. You're the one making it happen. It is your job, frankly, to actually get funding, right? Don't expect everyone to feed you, spoon feed you all the way through. This is the point of the program, is for you to be resourceful and obtain resources to make it happen. If you don't need any funding, that's fine. If you can do it without funding, even better, right? Be resourceful and then limit the amount of resources you have. So that's the first question. What are the material limitations for this project? Second question, could these projects get you a job? I would say my gut answer is not necessarily, because the point of this actual program is for you to essentially get yourself a job, right? With your own business. So you and your company is the employer that's giving you and yourself your own job. So you're starting a initiative or project or business where that you need to get funding, and if that organization that you form can actually get funding, then you can pay yourself with it. So there's no limitations on how much money you can make if you're the one making it and paying yourself, right? So you are getting yourself a job. That is my answer to that question. Next question, when do we get the mentors for our specific projects? Great question. So right now we don't have anything decided with who the mentors are for this actual program, but it'll definitely be part of me. It'll likely be part of Jeff, like Jeff Louie on our team will also likely be part of it, our alumni mentors as well. And then we'll probably be picking and pulling different people that we know in our network to support you on your projects, depending on what the project is, okay? So note that for mentors, it'll be Pilot City team members and then Pilot City networks afterwards. But we don't have a specific set of mentors recruiter ready to actually serve you and mentor you on your projects. It will be Pilot City's team, and it'll be our network of students and interns and team members that will be part of the productive environment that you can take advantage of. So, next question. Who is your current entrepreneurial role model? Great question. So this is probably a question that other people are asking each other, because these are all questions from the forum activity, just to let everyone know. And who is your current entrepreneurial role model? For me, it would probably be some of the top people in the world right now that everyone has as also entrepreneurial role models. I think that Elon Musk is a valid entrepreneur, starting multiple things with big visions that are worldly and outside the world. So it's really large, entrepreneur, like these are large visions, right, that are being actually executed, right? So I would say that these are role models for me personally, but I don't really actively kind of say, I want to be them, I want to be them, I want to be them. I just am inspired by a lot of different kinds of people. And actually, matter of fact, I would say that there's probably like 20 to 30 more that I can list out, right? Like Bruce Mao, who's a great entrepreneur role model to me around design, right? I see my advisor, Harbinder Kang, as someone that's actually a nice role model. So there's a lot of people that I find as role models. My mom, I would say, would be a great role model when it comes to my initiation in business ownership, because she and my dad started, restaurants, and that helped spark me up, right? So I would say a lot of different people. You can decide for yourself on who your role model is as you be inspired by them. What is your favorite business model? That's the next question. This is actually a really good question. I don't have one that pops in my mind immediately, though I find that things like blockchain or cryptocurrency is quite interesting. I think that the complete change of new systems and having those become the new paradigm for business is actually quite interesting. Yes, there's the thing of going to a store and buying something at a cash register and then buying it, it's a price tag and you buy it with cash or credit card and that's it, right? That's cool, right? Then there's things where you have a software platform that have different pricing models and you select it and then unlock certain things. That's cool. There's models where you can actually, it's mostly people doing loans. Okay, that's all right. If I were to answer it really concisely, for me and let's say this, I'm not going to answer specifically what business model is my favorite, but I'll say that I personally like to do transactions, I like for-profit businesses instead of non-profit businesses as much in terms of the business model, because I like the idea of, hey, you got a problem, I have a solution, do you want to buy it? And then you buy it and then we serve you and that's it, and then we do the next transaction, as opposed to trying to fundraise a bunch of money from a corporation to fund a big bank, and then having that run the company, and then you're just begging for money all the time through this kind of tax deductible system. I don't know, it just feels kind of more it feels more like a trade when it's a for-profit direct transaction scenario. So that's kind of a higher level understanding of what my favorite business model is. Next question. Are we able to make multiple products that have the same purpose for this project? Yeah, sure. That's great. Yeah, I mean, that's the purpose of expanding your product line, right? Is to take your existing product and then replicate it or to iterate it for another kind of customer, right? That occurs all the time for all kinds of businesses, is what I found, is that taking your existing product learning from that, and then inspiring the next product that's similar but tweaked a little bit for a different customer, or something that's completely different for a different purpose but still within the same category. There's a lot of ways that can be done, but it's totally fine to create multiple products that have the same purpose for this project, so long as it makes sense as a suite or a series of products. Next question. Are there ways to get funding for a startup besides VC firms or through incubators? For sure. I know that in our actual content, it is incubator based and startup based, and it's based on Y Combinator and so forth. But you can get money through banks and loans. You can get money through angels, investors. You can get money through collecting money from like your mom and dad and family and friends and having them be the investors. You can not get funding at all and actually just make a product with very little resources and then go into production to start selling it and actually make revenue as your funding stream. There's a lot of ways you can get funding. It's not dictated by VC firms or incubators. And matter of fact, a lot of people even say that it's much easier to just like sell, sell to real customers, right? Like that's at the end of the day what your funding should be. But in order to scale and to get to a level of growth and so forth, sometimes fundraising a massive amount to hire people or to scale a product is useful. But don't go too far until you've really mastered your individual product, right? That is valuable and useful. Know that people want it first, essentially. Next question. What are good resources for branding and graphic design? What are good resources for branding and graphic design? When it comes to my own personal understanding of what are good resources for branding and graphic design, there's a lot of different resources. I personally am a designer, so I design a lot of my own things. So I am my own resource, and I would start with Adobe programs being what you learn. It's kind of a medium level to kind of get started with. You can use Canva to essentially, canva.com to essentially design. I have not used it before, but I know that it's a good tool. When it comes to branding, I think there's actually websites where you can actually automate the development of branding too now. So that's also one thing as well. So there's a variety of different resources out there, but I would say design it yourself, use Canva as a start. Next question, is one allowed to use another person's design as a reference? It depends, but I don't think that you should if it's someone else's design and they didn't allow you to. So if someone did not allow you to use your designs, well, if you're using it as a reference, I think it's fine, right? So long as you're not making it into your product itself. Next question, can I base my project off similar things? Sure, it just depends on how differentiated you want to be. So just note that those similar things exist, right? And you may be competing with them, or you may be stealing their ideas, and you want to be very careful with that. So you want to try to make unique things, but you want to be careful too when you're making similar things and how much you want to be the same thing, right? Not differentiated. Next question, do I need to create a physical product, or can I keep my final product digital? Yes, digital's fine, physical's fine too. Next question, will your project require you to do it with outside parameters or inside? I don't know what that exactly means, but outside requirements or inside, I don't really understand that fully. But you should definitely follow requirements and parameters from your customers and your users and people who are actually working with you though. So definitely work within parameters and requirements. That's definitely important. Next question, where will I be turning all of this in? PilotCity.com in the software. Complete all the way up to the interview, and that will be essentially your submission. Next question, how much would you realistically pay for a quick fix you can't do yourself? Yeah, that's a good question. It depends on what the heck you're fixing. So I'm not going to try to answer that because there's a lot of different ways to accomplish it. But what comes to my mind is like using like Upwork, hiring your friends, having people from TaskRabbit. I don't know what you're trying to fix. So you have to be resourceful and find apps or find tools or find people that you know that can do it for you at a relatively cheap price that you can afford. Has anyone ever created a hand prosthetic with 3D printing, and what website would be useful? Yes, people have done that. Enable 3D printed prosthetics is one place to look for. So enable 3D printed prosthetics is a place to find that. That's one example. You can also go to Fathom, Fathom, and type in Fathom. It's a digital manufacturing firm, and I'm sure they've made prosthetics as well before. Next question. What are the constraints for our final product? Make it into a, well, if you're talking about a final product, it should be production ready. So it should be perfect enough to sell that someone would generally like it. And if it's not perfect, that's fine. Sell it anyways and get feedback. So I think you'll find what the constraints are, and it'll depend on what you're actually building too, right? Like, I don't know what you're building exactly, so you will have to decipher your own constraints for now. What apps do you all recommend in building our business idea? Well, there's a lot of apps you could use to build your business idea, but you can use InVision to create clickable prototypes. You can use business model canvas or canvanizer.com to write out your business idea. I think canvanizer.com would be a good one for you, because it has all these business model canvases that you can utilize. Do you think that this project will become a real startup company? Heck yeah, especially if you feel like you can, if you want to make it happen, I would encourage it. And then last question is, what are some limitations for this project? Make your own limitations for sure. Be specific and make a MVP, a minimum viable product. Be very focused with what you're building at first, and then get that core element built, and then build out from there. That's what I would recommend. So thank you all for having me to answer some of these PilotCity Incubator questions. We're actually going to move forward to another employer right now. So we're going to get started with California Crosspoint, but hopefully all this has been helpful. DM me at PoopMonsterFlex9935 on Discord for help, or text us at 510-345-1020 for any help as well. So thank you all so much. We'll move on to California Crosspoint now for the next set of questions, and we'll build from there. Thank you all.
We believe that every day we can do something to make a difference.
We believe that education is the key to success.
And we value people who understand that this is not just a business, but this is a business that's also trying to help people.
Looking at new ways, new products, new approaches.
You may say we're innovators, but really our mission is to build a better tomorrow.
Because right now we have a great opportunity to make changes. And to do that, we need the voices of everyone in the community.
So that we can all have a fairer and more just kind of society.
Thank you for joining us on this mission.
You're currently watching PilotCity Airtime. Get ready to meet another employer. You don't want to miss out on this one, like for real.
All right, Rebecca, I am ready to get you started. We're live on YouTube right now, so whenever you can get onto the panel, that would be great. All right, hey, Rebecca.
Hello.
Hi. Thanks for joining on a Sunday. We're live on YouTube stream to answer some questions that students have. But perhaps maybe to get started, you can just introduce yourself with California Crosspoint and what you do over there, and then maybe share with us the intent of the actual program that you've scoped out.
Sure. Well, hi, everybody. So as Derick mentioned, I'm Rebecca Kotler. I am at California Crosspoint Academy. I work with the educational technology, so a lot of STEAM and STREAM programs and activities after school activities. So the project that I was thinking was to get students to design a workshop or a mini lesson to get those kind of younger students, pre-kindergarten through even all the way through 8th grade, just interested and excited about STEAM projects. So I didn't necessarily want to put parameters as far as it has to be this long or it has to include this or that, as long as we're focused on STEAM and getting students engaged and excited.
Wonderful. Awesome. And what would you say is the best thing about being an educator at California Crosspoint Academy for you?
Really working with kids all day long, seeing them get excited and interested in what they're doing. When they learn something and then they can share it with somebody else, they're just utterly excited about it.
And what's unique about California Crosspoint Academy compared to public schools, other private schools, other charter schools, and schools in general? Like, what have you found to be unique about California Crosspoint, and what is a differentiated kind of value that the school has?
Well, that's a really good question. It's a small school, just under 500 students, and really a community. So I've been in other schools, not in California, but in other schools where the grades and the classes are very separate, very their own group, and here I see the older students working with the younger students, befriending them, helping them, reaching out to them, helping them come alongside with whatever projects they're working on or what they're learning. So it's kind of like a big family.
Great. Okay, cool. And it is also I think it's K-12, right? So you got the whole gamut, right, of students. And California Crosspoint have students in our program right now, right? High school students in our program. And then the project scope that you have is to have students in high school, basically, to create a workshop for younger students that are aged pre-kindergarten to 8th grade, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of the scope, which is really fascinating. And so I'm going to reread the project scope just to refresh everyone here. So to design, develop, and lead an exploratory workshop in a STEAM area, science, technology, research, engineer, art, or math, to inspire and engage pre-kindergarten to 8th grade students. So why STEAM?
Well, I think sometimes we think of younger kids and we think of what they could do with a craft or a handcraft or something that doesn't really require their critical thinking. Sorry about my video putting on us. Sometimes we don't think about kids and their ability to think, to design, to engineer.
Were you looking to have your video off still, or? Okay, sorry.
It's just not coming back on. I apologize. It quit on its own, and now it won't come back on.
Got it. Okay.
I'm sorry. So it could be my internet. I don't know. So sometimes we think about what the younger children can do with an activity. We think about what they can do with a handcraft. We don't think about their ability to engineer, to design, to see a project through. So when I think of STEAM projects, I think of them being provided a few tools and some guidance and some coaching, and then letting them show their ability to design, to think through a problem and solve it.
Okay, got it. And did you want to try to come in and out again with to make the video work, or?
Let's see if I can do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, everyone.
I'll be back.
Great. We'll take a little break. We're going to get Rebecca's video back up and going. If it doesn't work, that's fine. We'll just go with audio, but just hold on for 30 seconds and we should be good. So it looks like we got a few questions here, like what platform is most suitable for our plan? In what ways can this plan be executed? What age group would this be targeted towards? Would daily active changes or would daily activities change or stay the same? What are other people doing for their projects? How would you want your project incorporated? All right, Rebecca's back. Let me promote her up to panelist. All right. All right.
Sorry. Yeah, I even checked the settings. Sorry about my camera.
Okay, no problem. All right, cool. So why don't we just keep going and we'll keep asking the questions. So I'll start the questions now, okay, that students have. So the first question is, what platform is most suitable for our plan in our workshop?
So that can depend on what your workshop is. You can present something as a YouTube video that has moments for students to stop and interact. It could be something that you want to present live. It could be a PDF. I don't think that there's a specific platform you have to be tied to. And then if it's something, say, coding or CAD, then for younger kids, those work best with things like code.org, Codable, or for CAD, things like Tinkercad, so a Tinkercad lesson. But yeah, there's not necessarily a specific platform that STEAM or STREAM projects have to be tied to.
Okay. And great. So I just want to make a follow-up question to that. Is it okay? You're thinking that it could be asynchronous or synchronous workshops, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a big point there. So next question, in what ways can this plan be executed? So I think that leads into that. So why don't you maybe elaborate on that and then that question too. In what ways can this plan be executed?
So depending on what your project is and if you've planned it for synchronous or asynchronous, there are a few ways that this could work. If you are right here on campus, we could do something after school. If you're nearby and have transportation, you could do something after school. Another thought that I've been kind of throwing around is the possibility of doing some Saturday activities, workshops for the kids if they're synchronous. That way somebody who maybe isn't right here in the Hayward area, couldn't get over to our campus on an afternoon, could still present their workshop, could still interact with the kids, but we could do it on a weekend.
Great, wonderful. Any other methods or ways it could be executed?
I'm sure there must be. If you have suggestions, if anybody out there has suggestions, let me know. We can talk about it.
I guess one follow-up question to that would be, what parameters would there be for execution? Like, what are no-fly zones, essentially?
No-fly zones, things that are dangerous, or things that would exclude, I don't know how to say this the right way, like family interaction, right? I would definitely want it to be whatever it is that we do, welcoming to the students, their parents, their siblings, right? So I would say a no is if it can't include their family, then I'm not sure that we need to do it.
Interesting. Cool. Okay, that's helpful. What age group would this be targeted towards? Well, this is already built in, so I think this person may have not read the scope.
Yeah, so anybody pre-K to 8, but really, honestly, any program, any activity, any workshop could be designed for preschool or pre-KK or kindergarten through second graders or third through fifth graders or sixth through eighth graders, depending on, how you design your project, right? Whatever it is you're passionate about, what age group is that best suited for, or are you able to design your project for?
So pre-kindergarten is
like those 4 and 5 year olds.
4-year-olds, right? So
Yeah.
4-year-olds to around 13-year-olds, essentially. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we have after school on a regular basis. We have 5-year-olds in there on code.org, Codable. They love coding. Yeah. And unplugged coding on the internet. All of it's doable.
Right. Exciting. What daily activities change or stay the same? Or sorry, actually, I think this is said in a different way. Would daily activities change or stay the same? I don't know if that's a valid question. Would daily activities change or stay the same?
Well, if we're talking about the student's schedule, no, we would still either do something on a after school day or a Friday evening or a weekend. And if we did it on a weekend, we really don't have to worry about like the kids' daily activities. And in no way, shape, or form do I intend to impact your school schedules either.
Got it. Cool. So this next question is a question that a student asked for to other students doing the same program. So what are other people doing for their projects? So maybe to make this question productive for you is, what kind of projects do you have so far that some students have made already, just so this person can get some ideas for other projects, and maybe even some projects that you actually wish to see more of?
Okay. I do see that a few students did their interview. I haven't had a chance to watch those yet. I will as soon as possible. One project that a student has done is they have created an intro to science labs for students. And so they have a 5-session workshop, so it would be 5 hours total. What happens in a science lab? How do you keep your science notebook? And how do you learn about dissection? And so their whole thing, it revolves around frog dissection.
Fun. So that involves having to buy frogs for that workshop, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you can order them from distributors.
Yes. I've been to some. Mainly ones for cooking, actually.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, this particular one was designed just for the middle schoolers.
Cool. And don't know sure if this question is valid either, but I'll ask it. Well, how would you want our project incorporated? So I think that does make sense. How would you want your project incorporated
into our system?
I think that's the question. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and again, it could be synchronous, it could be asynchronous. If you're local and available, we could do this after school on a Friday night, on a Saturday. I have a grand idea that we do a make-a-thon, but I know that requires a lot of moving parts. But I just think that would be so fun to just have a bunch of kids and their parents come on a Saturday and just do.
That's cool. Yeah, maybe that's what we do, right?
Maybe that's something you and I need to like brainstorm.
Yeah, well, let's see the students who go in, and then let's see if that's necessary to do it that way. I think that would only work if there was a mass amount of workshops, right? Or a decent amount at least, right? So.
Right. Or even if we advertise it as, hey, come on Saturday and do these 3 to 5 things, right? And then they know ahead of time, right? We say it's we have these things, these maybe 2 or 3 activities for the younger makers, and these 2 or 3 activities for middle school makers.
Cool. Yeah, that sounds fun. So that's a grand idea you just had right now, or a grand idea that you had a while ago?
A grand idea I had since you called me and said, let's talk on Sunday.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, because I know not everybody's going to be right down the street from me. Not everybody can pop over it.
We also have a lot of Elk Grove and Sacramento type students in our program this year. So I don't know how they'll do it, but maybe they can either zoom in to that make-a-thon or they can make a trip, for their internship, right? Like maybe that's the one trip that they take, right, to their employer's location, right, is the make-a-thon. So we definitely want to do in person, right? Like that would definitely be, I think, the goal, right? But if you can get an audience, I think that the students would totally be down. Let's say that.
Yep. And I will tell you all, we do have a few things on campus that could be used if you want to think about this in terms of your project. We have things like a ULS laser. It's an 80-watt laser. We have a MakerBot 3D printer, an Ultimaker 3D printer. We have a Cricut, a heat press to make T-shirts. So we do have a handful of things on campus. Makey set. So a few things, if you think, oh, I don't know how to do this because I'd have to drag my 3D printer over. We've got, some of those machines.
Question, in your program setup, did you provide a list of tools and technologies and resources that you have there? And if not, would you be able to just kind of name a larger laundry list of tools and tech that you have that students can use for their workshops?
I don't think I did put that in there. I'm just trying to think through the room. The laser, that's pretty much it. The laser, the 2 3D printers. We have some robotics things. Makey. We have Arduino. The Cricut. Yeah, it's not that I don't need tools. We definitely need tools. That's pretty much it.
I think it's also kind of valid to think about what these students create as ideas for workshops. And then given the workshop's really good and it's a hit, I would assume California Crosspoint would maybe want to add the tools and resources and tech from that workshop into their wish list to buy later, right? Because now that there's a workshop and if people know it's good, maybe the intern can make a case, right, that it's purchased by the school. So another thought I had.
Yeah.
Cool. Are we going to be able to have guest speakers in the solutions?
So are you saying when I've finished my project and I'm presenting my workshop, can I bring in a guest speaker? Is that the question?
I think it's a general answer, like, can guest speakers be part of our workshops, basically?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. I guess one caveat that I would assume that you would, want to figure out is how does that scale, right? Like say you were to do the workshop 5 times, but that guest speaker's only available that one time for the first time,
Right.
Like how would that?
But then can we record it and include the video, or can they join by Zoom?
Right. So I guess that would be the item that the student developing that solution with the guest speaker in it would have to craft is what's the solution for an ongoing guest speaker, whether it's recorded or digital or whatnot.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Cool. About 5 more questions. What will the users gain from this?
The students who participate in a workshop would gain not only maybe some tools and skills, but the exposure to something that maybe they haven't been able to figure out on their own, or their families haven't been able to provide for them. And so I think of some of the stream activities that younger kids have really enjoyed would be when they read those books like How to Catch a Leprechaun. I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with those, How to Catch the Tooth Fairy, and they read this story about this child or these children who have tried to make the trap. to catch the leprechaun, to catch the tooth fairy. And the book is open-ended. Now, how would you try? The characters in this book, we have tried these things. What would you try? And then to hand those kids cardboard and cardboard cutters and connectors, like the Make-A-Do set, if you're familiar with Make-A-Do cardboard. And just let them go to town. They design, they create, they try to create their own trap, and they just get so excited. And so they've brought in not only the design and the execution of a design, but the research as well, right? We have a problem to solve. We have to catch a leprechaun. We have solutions that did not work. So what else can we try? What else can we design? And younger kids really seem to engage when they get that research element.
Yeah, like a mission to it, like something that they're kind of striving to achieve, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Cool. In what ways can we effectively make the targeted audience engaged?
Part of this has to do with your enthusiasm. When you're presenting to younger kids and you're enthusiastic, they're enthusiastic. When you are bored, they are bored. Another way would be just thinking about what are the individual steps that need to happen. So that backward design, right? If this is my goal, what steps do users need to accomplish in order to reach that goal? And then thinking, are those steps doable for this age group, right? There are things that 5th, 6th, 7th graders can do that a 5 or 6-year-old cannot do, right? There are pre-steps, whether it's coding or building or designing. But I will tell you all, somebody gave me their 1958 erector set, which is just metal pieces and screws and nuts. And my 5 and 6-year-olds have gone crazy with it. They look at the picture and they just put things together. And then they ask, what else can we do? So when something is at their level, children of any age are really able to engage and then go further than the few steps that we start them on.
I just had an insight. We have another employer called the Cool Line organization. They work with East Palo Alto kids. And the executive director is a high school student. And they have his name is Christian Zabraya, and we met with him yesterday just like this. He's an employer, but he's a senior in high school. And he's the owner. And he started the nonprofit when he was 9 years old, when he was bringing kids to his home to engage them so that they don't engage in, out in the EPA, street activity, if you will, right? And so his program is to actually have students develop summer camp activities. I feel like your workshops could be helpful for his kids. So I just thought I'd throw that out there to see if you'd be willing to toss a few workshops to him that he can utilize for his little kids to learn leadership skills. So thought I'd share that with you.
Yeah, we should chat.
Okay. Anything else to add to in what ways can we effectively make the target audience engaged? I cut you off there, so I just thought
yeah, maybe just kind of knowing what different age groups are capable of, right? And not limiting them to, right? Middle schoolers are capable of these things, but not stopping them, right? We know that as 6th, 7th, 8th graders, children are developing reason and logic, but we don't cut them off, right? We don't say, okay, this is what you're limited to, just because this is what you're developing mentally, right? That's all you can do. No. That's just a starting spot, right? So not cutting them off. And not another way for engagement is to not give kids the answer. They'll have a question, they'll have a problem, and instead of taking it out of their hands and saying, do this, do it that way, we say, what have you tried? What worked, what didn't work? What other ways could you try? Oh, I like that. That sounds great. What do you think will happen when you try it that way? And let them not only try it, but let them fail. Obviously, we stop them if they're going to cause an explosion, but right, we don't tell that won't work. Right? I would rather have an 8 or 9-year-old try 3, 4, 5, 6 times because they have figured out how to try something and they have figured out how to make something that they have designed work, and then figure out what worked, what didn't work, what was effective, what was not effective, than for them to walk away saying, I can't do that because Mrs. Kotler said I can't do that. Right? So I'd far rather ask, and they engage when you ask them, what have you tried? What can you try? What do you think that will look like? What worked? What didn't work?
I would assume that all these students coming in with their ideas will need that iteration step with what you just said when they go into the internship and get that feedback from you, so they can all make tweaks to their workshop based on those what educators have as credentials, right? That high school students don't have, right? So just wanted to warn you there, because I don't know
Derick,
a lot of those concepts.
I would consider that sort of like a coaching mindset, right? And anybody can have that sort of coaching mindset.
Okay. Yeah, I thought I'd just mention that because I feel like you're teaching me stuff right now, and I guess I'm in education, but like I don't know a lot of those things, right? Sometimes I like to just kind of get to the point, but you want to teach people how to fish, not fish for them, right? And so there's
right. And I would very willingly say to you, oh, all you need to do is try addition. All you need to do is read this instead of coaching. But I've noticed, specifically working with a 4th grader in math who was really struggling and frustrated. And we started using an online math activity, and we started talking about the concept and what you get and what you don't get and what works and what doesn't work and why. And before long, I would say in less than a month, that kid was coming to me saying, my teacher introduced a new concept and I got what she was saying. And I think that's one of the things that really showed me kids need to be able to try. And what we might think is a fail, they see as, I learned something. I learned how to do things. I learned how not to do things. I learned what didn't work. And they learn it and transfer that knowledge because they've tried, because they've gotten to fail.
Great. Next question. How many students would we have to be with?
So a workshop could be designed for probably whatever group size you think would work best. Younger kids in many workshops probably work best in groups of 5 to 8. Once you start getting 10 or 12 younger kids, they don't get the individual attention they might need to learn and to try. But let's say you're working with some older students who have some background knowledge, and maybe they can be in those groups of 10, 15, 18. So I would think, I would look at what I'm teaching and how familiar I am with it, and how much background information the participants need. And if they need a lot of background information, or I'm going to have to supply some background information, then we're going to think about a smaller group.
Okay, good, thank you. That's perfect. How will this be implemented by teachers?
Well, I would love for the people who create the workshops to be able to implement first, and try and work with kids. And then that's something you have not only the experience of having created the experience and presenting the opportunity, but you can take it back to your school, your community group, and present it there as well. If you have created your workshop to be more asynchronous or more as a PDF how-to, then teachers could implement it in their classrooms. But I would love for people who create the workshops to be able to present the workshops and engage with the learners.
Yes, and I would say that that's really the intent, right? And that's really the default, right? And then I think a cherry on top is making it into something that other people can deliver, maybe even other students, right? Not necessarily teachers, because I think the idea is to have high school students be the face, right, to pre-K to 8, right, students, so that there's that peer-to-peer thing going on, right?
Yes, yes. Elementary kids especially, they just think the world of high school students, right? A high school student can tell them, oh, here's how to do it, and they will just eat it up. Whereas if Mrs. Kotler says, oh, just do this and do that, they're like, oh, it's another adult telling me what to do.
Yeah. Love it. And then last question is pretty simple. Would this be an online course or an in-person workshop?
Yeah, so we could do it either way. Yeah, we can consider, like I said, that brainstorm I had in the last few days of can we do a make-a-thon? That would definitely, whenever possible, be in person.
So one thing that I'd love to challenge students with is plan for it to be in person so that you can have it in its full effect, right?
Yes.
And then also have a online version of it, like a recorded version of it, right? Or even have a version of it that you would conduct synchronously through Zoom, right?
Yeah.
And, like, basically have all kinds of versions. Have an in-person default, right, version that you can give like multiple times. Then have like a Zoom version just in case you got to do it through Zoom, right? And then have a recorded version too, right? As if people are just watching from the workshop. I think those three, right, would be kind of cover all bases, right? So if you can develop all three with each of them in priority that I just mentioned, synchronous in-person, synchronous digital, and asynchronous recorded, that would be great.
Yeah. But even if you have to record this and you don't get to participate with us, I would still strongly suggest that you find people in your area who want you to present their workshop, because you learn far more about the effectiveness of your workshop and the impact on students when you get to work with them one-on-one.
And perhaps as a idea for practicing this workshop, you should find a younger cousin, even if it's a younger cousin in high school, right? To say, hey, younger cousin in high school, pretend you're a 8th grader or pretend you're a 5th grader, and I'm gonna give this workshop. Get feedback from people, basically, right? Before, like, improve on it immediately, even if you don't have the right person, but improve. Even if it's just one person in the audience, right? Just try it out, practice it, because getting feedback in general is going to be helpful. And even if you don't have a younger whoever, right? Like just an adult, right? I think could also be useful if you can't find someone who's younger to give feedback. But get feedback somehow and make it better, right?
Yeah.
Cool, Rebecca. That's all we got for today. Jeff Louie's been hosting these Meet the Employer workshops, and he has a question that he asks to employers at the end of them. And I forgot exactly how he says it, but I think it actually pertains to all the employers, including us. But something about work life, personal life, and rest. So how are you juggling all that?
That's a great question. My job is currently in a little bit of transition. We have people who are retiring, and so I'm transitioning into a position over the next year. And so I'm in that spot right now where I have to figure out where rest is. Yeah. Because my responsibilities have kind of grown, at least for the next year. And so, I have to figure out. And that usually is, like Sundays usually.
Cool. Well, I'll let you go back to rest then. Thanks for the meeting. We will share this with all your students, this recording, and
Okay.
yeah, and we'll see how many students get to the very end on the deadline on Tuesday.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Rebecca. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
All right, everyone. This is Derick. That was a workshop with Rebecca. Sorry, a Meet the Employer with Rebecca Kotler with California Crosspoint Academy for all the students who are working on STREAM workshops for kids. I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. Poop Monster Flex got a poop right now. But I'm going to do some co-working with everyone here in a little bit. So I'm going to get myself set up so I can actually do that effectively. And then I will come back in a little bit and co-work with everyone here if you're still watching, okay? So let me get this thing turned on. Go. All right. BRB. I'll drink it later. All right, everyone, I'm here. I am back. I'm actually going to make myself another screen right now. So I'll share my whole screen. I want to, might as well show what I'm working on while I'm doing it. I actually think I'm going to use the new logo for Airtime. Shout out to Eric Shee, though. I'm going to use the background from what Eric just gave me. Can't seem to talk and multitask at the same time. Where do I go? It's here. No, there's a square. Okay, like that. And then what I'm going to do, okay. Let's throw that in there. Should be okay. Let's throw in a how to make these vertical. What is that? Okay, so I will go like this. Oh, here it is. So the size is 558. Let's make this 720. Uh oh, that doesn't work. I guess I have to crop it. Okay, that will work. Why do they keep doing that? Okay, everyone. We'll come back. Okay. Maybe we'll just do it like that. Okay. And I can move this. Oh, that's the issue. Okay, just don't bring it to 0. Why does it keep doing that? I guess I just don't learn. Alright, I'm kind of done with that. It's close though. Oh, that's why. I should basically make it half-half. Yeah, that's not bad. What's the math on that? So 1280 minus 720 is 560. Okay. So 560 so it's 720, 1280 minus 720 is 560 width. So that's what I need to get to. 560 minus 560. It's 720. Okay. Now I need to make that minus 560. So 160 is what I need to get rid of. 60 is what I need to get rid of. I don't think this is actually by this. Huh. 160. Alright, I spent way too much time on this. Oh, it's closer. Alright, I'll do this. Testing. All right, audio's back online. Got my co-work template online. Looks like I just talked to Eric. He's going to have me another template to co-work with. Maybe some hot dogs at the moment. It's all good. We're going to get also Kenneth Thai, alumni from 2019, on a podcast at 4:30 if you just want to watch. Kenneth Thai was actually on our team too back in 2020, 2021. And then he got pretty busy, I would say, because he goes to UCLA pursuing that doctor path. So we'll be chatting up with him live. It'll be my first time catching up with him, like one-on-one for a while. So you just can all watch that, see how we talk to our alumni, how we collaborate with them. I'm looking to, for any alumni who are watching right now. We're trying to get more alumni team members on our team so we can start to build up a bigger clan of folks, building on our current rock stars and superstars on our current team. So stay tuned. By the way, I'm on Discord too, co-working. If anyone has anything they want to talk to me about on Discord, I'm in the Town Circle at Airtime 2022 server. Hit me up. I'm also kind of contemplating getting rid of the, this YouTube, or ending the live stream so that I can get the recordings for the last employers to share with with the students, because I can't get the live stream like bookmarker essentially to share with students until I end the stream. So I'm considering ending the live stream and then restarting it for like a bonus, bonus one, but we'll see. I'm gonna test that right now, see if that works. The students, because I can't get the live stream like. Yep. All right, just to let everyone know, we actually are going to be hopping on to a quick convo with alumni Kenneth Thai at 4:30. And we'll also likely be talking to two teachers, Mr. Todd Elkin with Fremont Unified at 5, alongside Randall Fairchild with Elk Grove Unified at 5 p.m. too. So we'll have a quick convo into that as well. So look out for those two things coming up, 4:30 and 5 p.m.
All right, up next we have a podcast. If you want to see a podcast where there's just only cool people, then stay tuned in right now. These people are certified cool. Like me, you know.
Yeah, I can't turn on my video though. It says the host has stopped my video for some reason. What's up, Derick? Oh, wait, quick disclaimer. Can we actually do the 450? If you don't mind. Yeah. Is that too short? Huh? Yeah, I did at 450. That's what I'm. Okay. Okay, cool. No. No. Cool. How you been? Long time no see. Oh man. Since honestly, like it's progressively been increasing. So like I don't know, like comparing back to maybe freshman year or sophomore year, it doesn't seem as bad because it was like only like a really progressive, slow like increase, but like it's definitely like a lot more stress now. I have a lot more responsibilities with like extracurriculars, and then my classes are more difficult and they're higher stakes. But it's more fun, I think. Like all my classes are a lot more interesting. I really enjoy what I'm doing outside of the classroom as well. So it's stressful, but it's enjoyable at least. It's enjoyable stress, fun stress. Oh yes, 100%. I'd have like my roommates are like CS majors, and they still sometimes they talk about the projects they work on, and then like I'm still in contact with some of my aerospace engineering classmates from freshman year, and like from what it sounds like, and I made the right choice. And I'm also, like I said, I'm having a lot of fun with what I'm doing currently. So that's a good sign. So I'd say yes. Is that the no? I don't know him. Is oh yeah, him. Encinal, right? From Encinal High. Yeah. We met briefly, I think, and we knew each other from track. We were in track against each other. Yeah. Did he graduate already? Yeah. Same year as me, I think. Same years, yeah. What is that? What do you mean? Yeah. 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 I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it's a little different in like my classmates in like my own case because of COVID. I think like it was a super COVID was like, I mean, it's not, I'm not saying was, but like COVID is a really interesting time. And I think like, especially with everything happening during the pandemic, from like all the politics about just a bunch of stuff, like the election and then the whole George Floyd thing, and then now all the shootings and stuff. I don't know. Like, I think like from the start, like my first and second year are already different. Like, if that makes sense. Like I was already thinking about like a lot of the bigger things because like I was forced to during the pandemic, you know. I was kind of away from that college scene. I didn't get to like do all the things the first and second years normally get to do. I was just already kind of put into the environment where like there's so many crazy things that's happening, you know. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of been like forced into my brain, you know, if that makes sense. Because like I think I know what you mean when you say like first and second years more carefree and you're not really thinking about like the big picture yet, and you don't really realize like that like the world is much bigger than you thought it was when like coming from high school. And like with COVID, like especially with everything on the media, it kind of helps. We're kind of like all pushed into that, if that makes sense. I think even our high schoolers, you know. But I don't know. I think it's been, I don't want to say like I've learned a lot more than I would have if the pandemic didn't happen. No, I felt like I would have learned less if the pandemic didn't happen, just about the world in general. Yeah. 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 I think during the height of the pandemic, I got involved in COVID research, and this surrounded kind of like creating infographics on the efficacies of different types of masks. And then when all the vaccines were coming out, we were doing research on those and kind of consolidating information for the public. And I was kind of putting that on a website with the research group I was a part of. So yeah, like especially during the pandemic, I was taking like what was happening around me and kind of applying it to the work I did. And I found it like it was really cool. It's really cool looking back at it now and saying like just reflecting on everything. But yeah, and then now I'm the current president of it's a tutoring organization or tutoring club here at UCLA, and we provide tutoring and mentorship to students experiencing homelessness in LA, in the greater LA area. And I think it's been interesting because like at some of the family housing places, like the pandemic has obviously taken a toll on them. They've been on lockdown for months. And I think like as a result of that, students like, I don't know, it's really affected the learning of these students. And like I realized that after comparing it to like, you know, where I was in learning when I was like at their age and like to other students that I've worked with in other public schools. And it's just, I don't know, I don't know where I'm going with this, but yeah, it's just been really interesting to see. Yeah. Yeah. I it's yeah, when we last talked, I already switched my major from aerospace engineering, and I kind of decided that I was pre-med. But after taking a lot of my upper divs and talking to a lot of my older friends, like I don't really want to say for 1,000% I'm going to medical school just yet, because I'm still thinking about going into teaching, and I think there's a lot I haven't really, huh? Yeah, I didn't get to tell you that actually. I got really involved in like teaching since my freshman year. I've been taking this course. It's called Cal Teach, and essentially it's a seminar course, and 2 times a week you meet 1 time a week to discuss like your internship during the week. And internships kind of 2 days of going to a local middle school, high school, and elementary school and being a teaching assistant. So I've been doing that. I did that during most of my second year, and then I got involved in the organization I'm in now, Bruins for Accessible Education, which is the tutoring org. And then I've also became a CPR and first aid instructor through the American Heart Association. So,
all right,
and I'm like, I'm just, I really enjoy teaching. And that's like, I don't want to say that's the reason why I'm not calling myself like 1,000% pre-med just yet, but like, I don't want to say anything's for sure. Like if the MCAT doesn't go well, maybe medicine isn't right for me. But we'll just see what happens.
You should get back with Pilot City stuff, and then exercise it.
I want to this summer. So I'll be back. I'm coming back to the Bay July 8th. I'm doing that because I don't want to stay out here in LA. I'm gonna get distracted while studying, and then at the same time, like my mom could cook for me again. I don't have to worry about all of that other stuff while studying. So yeah, I'm just going back to the Bay, just kind of.
That's cool. That's good.
Collect myself. Yeah, and I'll be back. I mean, the new office is at the gate still, right?
Yeah, but we don't go there though. But I'm down to like meet up more. Like all of us are still around. Like I think Eric Shee's actually listening. By the way, shout out to Eric Shee. I think my audio wasn't working up until like 2 minutes ago, and then I just changed it. But Eric's here. Ariba, Stephanie, like all our team members are still in the Bay Area. We meet up at the gate and co-work a lot. So not a lot.
Okay.
We co-work once in a while, right?
Yeah.
At the gate, so we can have more stuff like that. And also, I think it'd be cool if we had like, I think it'd be cool with our internship program this coming summer that we do have co-working sessions in person for people who want to come.
Yeah. So. I should bring that back. I think that's really what stuck with me, at least like during my internship at PilotCity. I really enjoyed the people. The experience of just being at the gate, all that.
Yeah. And
it's nostalgic.
Well, either way, if you want to have a space, like I think I've given actually a few fobs to get for our team members to get into the gate, just in case, like if you want to use it. So you can still, we can figure out a way if you want to, like if you're technically like a contractor with us or like a team member, then we can get you a fob to like get in, something like that. So
cool.
Yeah.
How many people are on the team now?
Technically, there's like 16 W-2 employees with Pilot City right now.
Wow.
And
are they all former Pilot City students?
Mostly. Yeah, mostly. Most
cool.
of them are. Yeah, most of them that are W-2 employees are, essentially.
Wow, very cool.
Yeah. So
yeah,
it's still hard though. Because I think what I've learned about working with like alumni as team members is that you just don't have time, right? Like, that's what I learned with you. That's what I learned with Aaron Brown. That's what I learned with Cammie. That's what I learned with this cohort right now is what I learned from really all alumni I worked with. But I feel like in the earlier days when I was with like you, for example, I was kind of just like, why aren't you guys doing stuff? Why aren't you guys doing stuff? But that's not the point, right? The point is that you just don't have time to do stuff. And also you guys need mentorship as well to do stuff well, right?
Yeah.
And we just so happen to have too much stuff to do. So we always feel like we need to do stuff, but our alumni can't do it. And then also at the same time, our alumni can't do everything by themselves. They need support and help. Or the thing needs to be more scoped so that it's doable and feasible and something that someone can grow upon, you know?
Exactly. Yeah.
So that's what I've
Makes
learned
sense.
over the years since you started.
That's good.
Yeah.
It's come a long way.
Yeah, I think I've accepted, right, the fact that right now we don't we want to work with that we are going to be built by alumni team members, right? Like that's still like number one. I still really want to do that, but we have to scope things to be much more doable and feasible because we don't have as much mentorship available, right? So it needs to be like one thing at a time, not like 3 things at a time, you know, because it's infeasible to do it that way, essentially, as well.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of stuff going on. Like last year was nuts, dude. Like last year, dude, we pulled like 20 all-nighters in 2 months.
Jeez.
Yeah.
It's like last night was my first all-nighter ever.
Hmm.
I never slept at 7 a.m. before.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know why I did. I procrastinated a lot, but like, yeah, this is my first time ever doing that.
I'm actually surprised that was your first all-nighter. That's actually
I try not to. I usually sleep pretty late though. Like my average, like this quarter, especially, I've been sleeping around 2 or 3 and getting up at 8 or 9 for class, or trying to get up, saying that I'll get up at 8 or 9 for class. But yeah, I need to change that up during the summer. This summer, I want to like get in bed by 11 latest, and then get up at 6, work out, and then study. You know, because I want to train my circadian rhythm and just my body to be ready for my test. Because my test is gonna be in the morning at 8 a.m. So.
What's the big test?
MCAT.
Oh, the MCAT. When's that?
Yeah. September 2nd.
What's MCAT again?
It's the medical admissions test, medical school admissions test.
Oh, okay. So getting into that basically allows you to get into medical school?
Yep, it's like the SAT for medical school, basically.
Okay. And so people can take it and there's a range?
Whenever. You could take it during your undergrad, you could do it after undergrad. People usually do it like summer after junior year. And that means you take a gap year after your senior year. And then some people, if you don't want to take a gap year, you do it the summer after your sophomore year.
Okay. So basically, anyone can take it. And then depending on how well you do, you get into the school that you want. And medical school basically is another school that isn't UCLA or could be UCLA, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And is that technically, that's not, MCAT, medical school technically isn't graduate school, right?
Yeah, not necessarily.
It is a post-secondary, right?
Yeah.
It's post-undergraduate, right? But it's not necessarily called graduate school, right?
No.
Right. And that's when you start doing residency and stuff when you're in medical school.
Yeah, you do your first 2 years typically in the classroom, and then your second 2 years are rotations, clinical rotations. You're still considered a medical student then. And then in your 4th year, you apply to hospitals to be a resident. And that usually lasts another 3-4 years. And then after that, if you want to specialize even more, you do fellowship, which lasts like another 2, 3, 4 years. And then after that, you're a fellow, and eventually you become an attending. By then, people are usually like 40s.
I feel like I have a lot of other questions for you, but it's 4:50. But
yeah, I know. We will catch up soon after my school year is over. I definitely have a lot more time.
That sounds
especially
good.
Huh?
That sounds good. My question for you is, when does school end?
June 10th.
Okay.
So
okay.
All right.
Yeah, let's
Cool.
let's touch base when you're done with school. And we got some action going on this summer, and I would love to have you on board to like support and work on something.
I'd love to be back.
Okay.
Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Derick.
Let's call it a go.
Okay. All right. I'll see you soon.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right. That was Kenneth Thai with 2019, and we're gonna have. Well, Kenny's been on the team in the earlier day, 2020-ish, after his 2019 internship, and he then got into school, and then hopefully now he'll be back. So, anyways, we got Todd Elkin coming in at 5 p.m. And I think I might even start a little earlier with him if he's ready. No, I think we'll let him. We'll wait for him to come on board. Hey, Eric Shee, I don't know if you're watching this. Do you want to get onto the podcast for 9 minutes and get some quick feedback? I feel like I'm just gonna, for the rest of the night, if there's no pinups, just catch up with alumni. I think that might be kind of fun. All right, let's do some co-working for the next 5 minutes. While we wait for Todd Elkin.
I chose the incubator project because starting a business has always been a dream of mine. When I learned about
All right, we got Todd Elkin in the house now, so we will go into that now in a second.
Alright, up next we have a podcast. If you want to see a podcast where there's just only cool people there, then stay tuned in right now. These people are certified cool. Like me, you know.
Hi everyone, that was a bit weird, and I played that one, it kind of cut off, so I'm going to play it again, just to kind of get that one straight. Let's do a round 2 on that one. Come on, where is it? Podcast. Alright. I think this is it. Let's try it.
Alright, up next we have a podcast. If you want to see a podcast where there's just only cool there, then stay tuned in right now. These people are certified cool. Like me, you know.
Mr. Todd Elkin.
Yes, hello.
Hey, what's up, Mr. Elkin?
How are you?
It's good. I just want to say thank you for being a PilotCity teacher this year.
Yeah, it's been I've definitely learned a ton through the process.
And we have learned a ton this year as well. We didn't know there was going to be so many bugs actually this year. We've always had bugs in our software, but we didn't know that there was going to be some of the legacy stuff from last year still kind of lingering. And I just want to like we are very motivated to not have those going forward.
Yeah.
So
and I never knew like if it was because of my school or district network or because of how the Chromebooks work with the with your software, but it was a lot. It was like a daily thing, unfortunately.
Yeah, for sure. And we know that it's a big issue, and we know exactly why it is too. So luckily we know what the issues are.
Yeah. So I mean, the thing about it though is like for kids, it's some of them are not super tech savvy. Many of them are, but the ones that are not, as soon as they run into a bug, it's very like they want to quit, because it's like very discouraging for them. But I always, once I saw that it was happening, I made myself available and I tried to work through it with them. And of course, you were really responsive. And so, we were all kind of in it together. So it turned out fine in the end.
Okay. Yeah. We those are gonna get all ironed out this summer. Yeah, we're gonna iron it all out this summer. So I don't know if you know this. By the way, we're live on YouTube. By the way, you can't see it, but we're live on YouTube. But
this is part of the hackathon thing?
Yeah, we decided to make it kind of like a live show. To kind of thread it all together. Yeah.
Yeah, I try to. I don't know if any of my students are out there. If you are, hello, and props to you for giving up part of your weekend to do this. But I know that I heavily promoted the hackathon throughout the week, and I know that there are a couple students who are highly motivated and will definitely, hopefully, are out there watching right now.
Yeah, we're finding that I think there's a few things going on with this version's hackathon. People are working. Their students definitely working, but they're not engaging with our resources as much. Mm-hmm. Like they're not like taking our pinup days or asking our alumni for mentorship. We kind of have to go out of our way to be like, hey, here's an announcement, come pin up and mentor. And then we have to like DM them too, So
yeah. Well, like for like the last couple of days before Friday, I pulled up the agenda because I think you put the agenda up like kind of late in the game, but I pulled up the agenda and projected it on the screen, and I was like, look, these pinup things. This is for you to like show your work and get some direct feedback. And then also, the mentoring thing, I was like pointing to those specific things and pointing to like what time they were in the day. But it's I don't know how we gotta like maybe put our heads together and figure out how to get maybe we have like pre-signups for that. I don't know. I'm not really sure.
That's a good idea. Actually, one thing that I've been thinking about, because last year was kind of the same thing as this year in terms of the engagement with the resources. Like students were working on it, and we definitely had a lot of like people who are like auto applying and making things happen and so forth, right? But just the engagement of resources is kind of weird. I don't know if we should make it a weekend hackathon next year. I'm thinking right now that it should be like a week-long resource week, or just a better resource system along the way with like a cap at the very end with, dedicated resources where employers are hopping in, we're giving live feedback. I don't know yet, but something needs to be formatted differently because I think now that students have the access to go outside, maybe they don't want to like engage with the digital hackathon as much. Outside. That's one thing.
I think other things are going on. Like it's either for some students school is out, and for some students like us in Fremont, this is our last full week of school. So kids are kind of like ready to not be doing school stuff. And I know for the students that are really fired up about PilotCity, that doesn't matter to them. It's more like an ambition thing for them, and they're seeing it as a great opportunity that it is. But I think for a lot of students, it's just like they're seeing summer vacation on the horizon, like very close, and they're just like, trying to get their last school stuff done, and they just want to be done. So that could be a factor as well.
So Todd, you have what I've learned about you is that you have an optimism to you.
I don't know. I think I'm realistic as well. I'm definitely willing to call something out when it's not working. But yeah, like I try to give it my best shot no matter what it is, whether it's curriculum or PilotCity or, like, because if I feel like if I'm presenting something to students and I'm not positive about it, that's gonna transfer to them like right away. So so I think I've learned how to do that with curriculum. You kind of have to be a little bit of a you need to like promote things in a positive way to get students excited about it as well. And so I think maybe that's just a natural thing I do as a teacher. I don't know, like deep down, I don't know if I'm an optimist, but when it comes to teaching, I think you kind of have to but also be realistic and say, look, this is buggy or this is not working or let's be frustrated in this moment, and like, so yeah.
Or maybe it's like your like perseverance, like you kind of like just like ambition, like there's an ambition to you, like you kind of like, let's do it, like we're gonna do it, this is at the end of the day, this is a good opportunity, we're gonna do it,
Yeah.
And
yeah, that's how I feel. That's how I presented it. And like and also it was a learning curve in terms of like for me, the program itself and the bugginess was one part of the learning curve. The other thing was, how am I gonna weave this into what I'm trying to do as an art teacher? And I actually tried a couple different ways, and that's where I feel like I was a noob when I first came into this, and I was like brand new at PilotCity, and I had really no idea how I was going to weave it into curriculum. And so I tried it a couple different ways, and I think I know now how I have to do it next year. I think like we just have to go straight through, I think. And I think like for my students I think it's a career technical education opportunity. And I've got I've got an art pathway and I've got a CPA academy, and those are both CTE situations for students. And I think for the CTE learning, PilotCity is perfect. And I think that and I think next year I'm going to go straight through, and maybe it's 2 weeks. I think it'll probably be 2 weeks. I think we can do it in 2 weeks.
Okay. Yeah, I think 2 weeks is fine, though I find that an extra week would really help to kind of like thoroughly kind of knock it out in an effective way.
Yeah.
But since your projects are more art related, I think 2 weeks is fine because the projects are usually scoped to like a prototype of 1 or 2 or 3 pieces or something like that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Maybe 3 weeks, or maybe I make the due date at the end of 2 weeks, but then then there's like wiggle room after that. But because that's how projects work anyway. Like you throw a due date out there, and there's always only a percentage of students that turn things in on the due date. And I always accept late work. My students know that. But what was I gonna say? About how you've got the projects labeled as to what sector, what workplace sector they are associated with. And I think that maybe for next year we'll really focus on the ones that are arts, media, and entertainment, and just say like these are the ones that you can choose from. And that really makes it much more aligned with like what I'm trying to do as a CTE teacher. Here's projects that are going directly addressing your sector that you want to go into in life. So I think that's another thing. The other thing is I might want to do something. I was thinking about this beforehand, but I didn't do it. And I think maybe next year might be a good idea to do like a little unit on design thinking beforehand, like prototyping, iterating, things like identifying a problem, and then so their heads are like more in the game when they go in there. I think a lot of them went into their various projects as total noobs and being like, I'm not really sure how to address this problem. I'm just gonna like say something random, and I think like if they have a little like design thinking under their belt before they do PilotCity, I think that'll be good.
Okay, so can I ask you some questions about that? So
yeah,
do you think the design thinking, well, obviously the ideate activity is where they exercise majority of it, right? But the design thinking happens a lot earlier subconsciously, right? Like in the train section or the research section when they're actually inputting data from what the employers are providing and so forth. I guess my question for you is, if we had a design thinking scaffold or design thinking tool, which by the way, we have an alumni that may make a tool for that. And the reason why she is actually valid to do that is because when she went to Design Tech High School in Oracle's school on their campus. That's related. It's based on D School's design thinking. So she learned that her whole high school career was design thinking.
Yeah.
And then number two, she's at Stanford right now, and she's engaging with D School as well. So she might code like a tool that maybe would be at the ideate stage that students can engage with to scaffold their thinking, to identify what the problem is, to identify what the solution is. So
I think
when does that happen? When does it happen for you? When did shit hit the fan, if you will, with students when it comes to the thinking part,
Oh, you mean when they're working with PilotCity?
Yeah, like where do you think the tool can be inserted? Like right before ideate, like maybe with ideate?
Well, I think what you said about how they're subconsciously absorbing all this information in the train and in the resources. I think that it shouldn't, like I have a saying that I always say, nothing goes without saying. So if you're just expecting something to happen subconscious and then for them to use that information, it may or may not happen. So I think whatever you can do to make that explicit, like you're taking these resources, you're taking this training, and you're putting it into the blender of ideas. And so however you can make that explicit, it probably is between those stages, right before ideate. It's probably right before ideate.
Okay. So
but
you want to do that despite we make a tool or not, right? Like doing some kind of design thinking framework for them to get
because I think that if I say to them, we're going to go through this process and then we're going to do PilotCity. This process is going to help you do PilotCity because it activates this cycle for you. Here's what the cycle looks like, and we're going to practice it. And then I think they'll be much more successful if they practice that whole kind of process before they, and it's playing the whole game. It's like playing the whole game and then going and doing it. And then being really explicit more about this is another thing that I could do definitely is say, look, all that training and all those resources, you should be drawing from those in your ideas. You should be they don't just put that up there for no reason. They want you to know certain things and they want you to be informed by certain certain thoughts and resources that are out there.
Yeah. And maybe the design thinking framework should be right before the train videos, so it almost scaffolds that in, it warms them up to what to expect from the train video, so they can start taking notes and start jotting down inspirations and ideas and memes that they can kind of sketch with or create with or research with an intent. There should be some kind of intent, before they even start really, so that way they actually can look for things essentially. Right?
For sure. The other thing I was thinking is about during the make stage. So since I'm so new at this, I've never seen examples of what people turn in for that, for make. And I could only sort of make an educated guess about, sketches, drawings, digital drawings, bullet lists, different things that you have created along the way. And I made a comparison when I was trying to tell them what I thought it was to when they turn in projects for me in the Google Classroom, when I have them turn in the sketches and then I have them turn in the intermediate sketch, then I have them turn in the final piece. And I said, it's kind of like that. Like you just, it's like showing, and I also said, it's like showing your work. It's like when your math teacher tells you to show your work. But I still haven't seen, I still don't like officially know what it looks like. And I feel like a little bit of disadvantage, and it would be great to see examples of what students have turned in for Make.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Actually, I'll show you one from, I think, I'll show you one right now, actually.
Okay.
And it's actually a student in a pinup yesterday.
Yeah.
And I actually really liked it. But to give you a warm up, it's basically like a diary. I think we should change the name of Make probably to like journal or diary or like something kind of related to that.
Process. Maybe process.
Oh, process, yeah. That's exactly really kind of what it is. It's process. This might be just kind of killing time here, which we don't need to, but I think it's actually kind of a good one, which is why I'll show it. And I think it's just, a lot of it, I think what we need to work on is naming convention, right? Like Tinker shouldn't be Tinker. Tinker should be like timesheet or like log,
Yeah, log. Yeah, that really confused students as well. The tinker, like, what am I supposed to be tinkering with? What am I doing? Like, they would ask me.
And it seems like also Make and Tinker could be merged potentially, because they're both like logging something. And what are you logging? You're logging in things you did and how much time you took, right? So maybe you can log both, so we can merge some things to make things simpler too.
You can call it process log or process and log or something like that.
Yeah, we're trying to keep things one wordish, so it's easier to say. But all right, I think this is Jordan Fraser.
Oh yeah, she's my student.
Jordan. So okay, good. So that's your student. That's good.
Yeah, she's fired up. She is fired up.
Where's Jordan at? Did we give Jordan feedback at this stage? Yeah. Okay, good. Great to hear that that's your student.
Oh yeah.
There she is. Yeah. So we met with Jordan yesterday. Yeah. So she did a good job because she's basically just uploading pictures and images of what she did along the way. That's basically what it is. It's actually pretty simple, right? What it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
And she did a great job just logging in stuff that she's making.
Yeah, and she was one of, when her class asked me, that's what I said. It's like when you turn in, like I said, when you turn in projects to me, you turn in the sketches, you turn in the final piece, you turn in whatever you did in the project.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so she uploaded it. I'm sure you already seen it before since she's your student. So
yeah,
it's basically like the finished feed piece, finished the shirt piece, my progress midway. Like that's perfect. That's exactly what we want. Just dummy. It's like someone writing something in the sketchbook. Like, oh, this is it. That's basically all it is. Yeah, yeah. We love Jordan. I think. I'm gonna knock on woods. I'm gonna do everything, but. I think Jordan's gonna get pretty close.
Yeah. I think she's got the best attitude, and she's such a hard worker, and she's super smart and also ambitious. And if it doesn't happen this year, she's only a 10th grader. So
we'll get it. Well, we are. I already knew when I talked to her, when we met with her, I was like, we're gonna get you in.
Yeah.
We're gonna get you in. I know Marissa too, and she. Well, Jordan seemed to also have a personality, right?
Yeah.
And so what Marissa and Project Fashioneer is looking for are personalities as well.
Nice.
And Jordan actually prototyped an asset in Roblox, right?
And
so she's technical too. So she's developed technical assets that Project Fashioneer is actually looking for, and Marissa is looking for actual personalities. And she's going to be a personality.
Jordan's a badass.
Yeah, so I look forward to seeing her go all the way through. So let's give her some nudges along the way. Let's get Jordan through all the way.
Yeah, I hope so.
So one point I wanted to make too was like things could be just the words could be changed to be much more better. There could be better tools that scaffold students for particular activities like ideate and pitch and what to look for in train and research, critical things that help them understand their idea. and things can be merged too, right? Like I think that make log can be merged with tinker. You know, I think that's what I'm thinking right now. And then I think even ID and pitch can be merged into one just to keep it more simple. You know?
Yeah.
And then I think we can probably even like remove, like we removed auto apply so that people go straight from demo to interview. So anything else like that you feel like could be simple, like adjustments? And
Well, I think there was you know, okay, well, just getting back to make, I think it just could be clear what the expectations are. Like, you know, process. We want to see your whole process from beginning to end, like what Jordan did. And, you know, Jordan's just used to doing that for my class. But, you know, for a lot of students, I don't think they wrap their head around that. The other thing, there's a couple language things, like not every student knew what an elevator pitch was. And there's especially students whose first language is not English. Like elevator pitch, you know, many students asked me what an elevator pitch was. So, you know, that might be maybe a better explanation, or maybe call it something else. And then the other thing was hair on fire problem. Like these students early on were like, what does that mean? Like, what is a hair on fire problem? And I had to like think about it for a second myself. But so there's some little language things that could be barriers to access for some students. And yeah, I mean, I think, you know, a lot of it is just about clarity and communication and clear expectations. And, you know, like we were mentioning, maybe a little more scaffolding around some different things. You know, that's what I'm always trying to figure out as a teacher, like what is not making sense right now, and what needs to be better, you know, communicated.
Mm-hmm. And if you were to kind of just, I know we talked about a lot of things in here, but if you were to, despite the sign up and login issue with the emails thing, we know what that is already. We're working on that now. That's a development operations issue with their domain. But just like, what other blaring, really obvious things that we don't seem to be catching, but you catch all day long? I mean, what you just summarized is pretty much it, but like anything else or another summary of what's you would recommend?
Yeah, it just seems like the I don't know, the entire site just seems to need to be debugged in general. And because there's that glitch with forum where people are getting hung up on forum. That happened to a lot of people, and a student pointed it out. I mean, all of these things I know about them because a student pointed it out to me. And then there's also a thing when you're first previewing, when you're going through the different projects and deciding, sometimes the training site, when you're just previewing, those videos are not there. Like they're not there right away. You have to kind of click back and forth to get those videos to show up. So that's something with the training, and also with the resources, like they don't always appear when you first click on that preview. I forget what that preview button is
I know
called.
what you're talking about.
Yeah. So that they were like saying to me, you know, that's like little things like that are just super frustrating for kids because they're already like nervous about it, you know. And so like when the technical glitches happen, they just want to throw their hands up and like be like, I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah, for sure. So okay, good. Thank you for all that feedback. These are all definitely things that we have on our like backlog. I don't need to dive into like what we're gonna do to make that work, but we are highly motivated. Like I'm frustrated, right? Like I'm frustrated, but I know, I also know that I know the history of why everything is, so I've accepted it as well. I've accepted it. We have technical debt from our previous years of development. That's basically what the issue is. And there's poorly written code essentially in there that we're still cleaning out once. So that's kind of where we're at right now with it. And moving on forward, I guess my big question for you to end the session here is, what are obvious truths that are quite compelling about Pilot City's program at the moment? Like, when with the current experience, with the current energy, looking at some of the students who are just kind of gung-ho, what have you noticed about the program that are absolute truths that you found or really have great promise to it,
Yeah, a couple things. I mean, and I think that students see that that it's real and that these are real companies and that this is a real opportunity. And having work-based learning and having internships and real work-based experiences is very difficult to find. And I think that students see that it's real, and I also, as a teacher of career technical education, see a lot of promise in here's you guys have done this legwork and you've got these companies that are wanting to work with young people, and that's huge as a career technical educator. And I'm seeing it as promise that hasn't fully yet is like, particularly for my sector, which is arts, media, and entertainment, for me to like target those companies and for the students to have the students targeting those companies that are around art and design. So I see that as a huge potential, work-based learning kind of domain that my students can enter into in the future. It's like somebody has a question.
Yeah, I'm going to get to those students in a little bit. These are students coming for Pinup at 5:30, so don't worry about them. We'll get.
Yeah, I gotta run too, but
Yep.
But yeah, let me just think. What is another thing that's a truth? I think that it's just a valuable kind of professional experience for students, and I think that a lot more can be, like, I can delve into that a lot more in terms of like this is what professional communication looks like. This is how you want to present yourself and your ideas, and this could actually, this actually mimics what you're going to do out in the world when you leave. So I think that's another big one.
Great, wonderful. We want to also work on the programs before this program too, right? That can have students even get to the point of self-realization and intrinsic understanding that this is an opportunity that will help and advance their goals in life, right? They have to even understand what goals in life mean first, basically, right?
Yeah.
Before they pursue goals in life, right? And I think that that's what our program is missing. It's missing that aspect of like, why are you here building projects to win internships? Well, it's because you want to, be a better person and actually be, and build up understanding of value you bring or understand your strengths and exercise it. And we want you to get into a world where there's opportunities and resources by meeting new people and meeting new friends and networking and, and we want to, have you have a purpose-driven life and be happy with yourself and happy with you, and then satisfy your family and, and also start to kind of find out what value brings so you can make some money with it. And, there's so many other things that they need to understand first before they even step into our program so that when they step in our program, they were actually motivated to go all the way through, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's what we're missing as well is a exploration, right, of themselves before they join too. And also recommendations of programs based on data they provide to us so that they know like, oh, these are recommended for me because of X, Y, and Z reasons, right? So anyways, we can riff a little longer, but thank you for joining on a Sunday.
Yeah. It's cool. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, and when does school end for Washington again?
The 6th of June is our last day.
Okay, cool. Well, Todd, thank you for being a great teacher in our program, and love to. We'll talk to you soon and hear from us along the way.
Yeah, thank you, Derick.
All right,
talk to you.
All right,
bye.
Bye. All right, everyone, we're gonna get started with a pinup. I'm gonna bring up Stephanie on our team, Timothy on our team, Vidya on our team. Great, we got some reviewers. Please turn on your cameras when you can. And Alyssa and Rithik, I will add you up now. We have 2 pinup people who are looking for pinup advice. So Alyssa, Rithik, and everyone on the team, go ahead and turn on your cameras. And what I'm going to actually, there you go. Cool. All right, Rithik and Alyssa, if you turn on your cameras, that'd be great as well. Hi, Alyssa. Hi. And Rithik, what's up? Cool. So we got a nice little house here going on. What we want to do to get started is actually let's do a quick vibe check. I think it'd be great to get Rithik and Alyssa in the vibes of Pilot City. So let's do a quick vibe check. So I'm feeling much better than the last 2 days. Let's say it like that. So I'm at a 9.25 still. I'm cruising. And right now, I'm a 9.25 of hot dog with barbecue. Hot dogs and barbecue. And that's what I'm feeling. Tim.
All right, I'm feeling around a 8.97 of, I want to say, chicken burritos. I had one and it was tremendous. And I was feeling good today. I'll pass to Steph.
I'm feeling pretty good so far. I'm feeling like a 9 out of 10. And I don't know. I guess just some like a really cold beverage right now would sound really nice. But yeah, I'll go ahead and pass it on to Vidya.
I am feeling around a 9 out of 10 cups of green tea lattes right now. It's something I really want.
Love it.
Okay, and go back to Derick or Alyssa and Rithik.
Let's do Alyssa.
I'm feeling a 9.5. I just started summer, so I could go for like some ice cream or something.
Congrats.
I'm feeling like a 7 because I have a lot of my project left. And I want like, honestly, I don't know, I just want water.
Okay, cool. So Rithik and Alyssa will give feedback to each of you one at a time. I think since Rithik mentioned that he has a lot to go on his project, maybe we can help him out first. But can you two actually share what school you go to? Curious to know. Rithik, what school do you go to?
I go to Warner Middle School in Fremont.
Okay, you're Mr. Wally's student. Great.
Yeah.
Okay, and what grade are you in again?
I'm in 8th grade.
Okay, yeah. And Alyssa, what school do you go to?
I go to Casinas Oaks High School in California.
Yeah, you guys are done, Elk Grove. And what teacher brought Pilot City into your classroom?
Melissa Hale.
Great. Okay, so I've seen you before, right, in person.
Mm-hmm.
Great, cool. And can you two share what employer project you have? So Rithik, what do you got?
The PEL learning, the learning management reports, like there's 2 from PEL learning, the one about learning management reports.
Okay, so Rithik is doing the one, so for Steph, Vidya, and Tim, Rithik is doing the Pell Learning one, and essentially it's to, I'll read that scope in a little bit once I pull it up. And Alyssa, which project are you doing?
I'm doing the AI program.
Okay, great. So I'm going to read the 2 project scopes for Steph, Tim, and Vidya. So Alyssa's working on LNAI, which is to design, prototype, and code a voice-enabled user experience using the LNAI voice assistant platform. Your project should allow users to interact with applications using voice, and it can be in social, lifestyle, utility, games, productivity, ordering, retail, and other things. And then the Pell Learning one, let me find that real quick. You're doing a database one, right, Rithik? Cool.
Yeah.
So that one is to help our instructors maximize student potential by utilizing a database management software to generate reports by extracting, organizing, and visualizing student enrollment, data from existing Microsoft Excel files, and the 4 reports that students should make will consist of student enrollment by location, progress by graphs, retention, attrition rates by location, and summaries of existing, new, and student and quit student data. So essentially, they're both technical projects, right? So Rithik, maybe, and listen, feel free to help us give feedback to Rithik as well on the way. Rithik, would you? I don't know if you want to share your screen, but I'll give you co-host access. So why don't you give us a kind of a summary of kind of where you're at right now, and where you're finding barriers and issues, and where you're finding wins as well. And feel free to share your screen if you'd like to help us visualize what you're building.
Okay, yeah. So, okay, so just for like an overview is, so there's a bunch of reports that they ask you to make. So then I programmed for 2 of the reports, and let me share my screen really fast. So there's 2 reports. One of them, this is the data that they gave us, or like the format at least. And I just like made up like the values just for like testing purposes. So there's one report that I made, which is I have 2 scripts, and the first script essentially tells you 2 things. For each month, it tells you like how many students are enrolled for like math or English, and then it also tells you how many students are like in the program and like a graph for that. So an example would be like this is like generated from the code. It sort of shows enrollment by grade level for English and math, and then it also shows how many students are currently there, and then new students and students that are leaving and students that are skipping the month. And this is generated from this data. So does that make sense?
Yeah. So basically, you made a report based on a straight Excel file, essentially, right?
Yeah. So that's like the first report, and then also because they asked for like 4 reports and I only made 1, I made this other report, which this is also based on the data that they gave us, and it essentially has like the names of the students and which page number they're on in the packet. And what this one does is it sort of creates let me find it. Okay, this one. It creates like a graph of which page number the student is on. So like I think that this one is Johnson E. So you can see sort of like the page number is like 93 now. Now it's 95, and then now it's 143. So it sort of plots that, and then it also shows the line of best fit, and then using a linear regression, and then it shows like how the student is like expected to perform in that sort of graph.
Cool. It looks like you have a graph. It looks like you have data, and it looks like you cross-correlate the data, right?
Yeah.
Vidya, Tim, Steph, any questions that help Rithik kind of further clarify anything particularly? Keep your screen up, by the way.
Okay.
I know, Vidya, you're probably more technical in terms of computer science stuff. I know Steph and Tim, you are still working on that side of yourselves. So any particular questions from you, Vidya?
Yeah, so I am kind of not exactly sure still what you're supposed to be doing, Matzek. So you're supposed to be creating reports, right? So reports of exactly of what? And
Yeah.
can you specify that?
Yeah, so I think, so in the internship, exactly, I think there's going to be 4 reports, but 2 of the reports, so they listed 4 reports. I don't exactly know what they are, but the ones I targeted were like student enrollment. So that would be this one. So it shows you like the graph of current students from like each month.
Okay.
And the other one I targeted was student progress. So this is like the progress of one student, which I just call Johnson, but like that's just like an arbitrary name.
Okay.
And it sort of just shows the progress of one student. So those are the 2 reports I sort of targeted for the project.
Okay, cool.
Vidya,
so
I can actually clarify too. a little more too. So, from my understanding, Rithik, let me know if this is correct. Pell Learning is looking for 4 graphs.
Yeah.
And you've made 2.
Yeah.
And you have 2 more to do.
So like I wasn't really sure about the other 2 because the data that they gave us in like the train step only pertains to these 2 graphs. They don't really show how they want the other 2 graphs to be made.
Oh, okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, that's
so
fine.
I wasn't sure.
But you've made 2 out of 4 graphs that they want, right? And you have and the data right now is dummy data that you've made. That I believe is across different Excel sheets, right?
Yeah.
So you have one set of data on one Excel sheet, and you have data on another Excel sheet, correct?
Yeah.
2 sources, two databases, essentially, correct?
Yeah.
And then you've made 2 different graphs that intersect the 2 Excel sheets to make one graph? Or is it one graph per Excel sheet?
Yeah, so I think it's essentially one graph per Excel sheet. Like one graph takes data from one Excel sheet because each Excel sheet sort of stores a different data. Mm-hmm. So one graph displays one data and the other graph displays the other data.
Right, okay. So Vidya, I don't know if that helps to give some context of what he's doing.
Okay, yeah, I think it makes a little bit more sense now. So your problem is you don't really know what to do like for the other 2 graphs?
No. So like what I was struggling on sort of is in the project flow they sort of ask for this should be stored like in a remote database so that you should be able to access this remotely. So I wasn't 100% sure on how to incorporate this Excel spreadsheet into like a database. Like I could use like SQL or something, but is there like a sort of simpler way to implement this into a remote database to access remotely?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this is good. We're going down a conversation. Sorry, Vida, do you mind if I take over or like kind of like keep going a little bit? I think it will help provide context too. From my understanding, Rithik, on what Pell Learning's looking for, and have you seen their video that they record on Friday by chance?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Good. I know it was a little laggy, but
Yeah.
but it had some content in there. I think that is helpful, right? From my understanding, they want to. I think this will help you a lot. Okay, they essentially want to have ideally students input data on where they're at, and then graphs automatically update that they can watch.
Okay, so to summarize, like what you're saying is that, so instead of like, so in my script right now, there's functions for creating the graphs from this data, but essentially there should be another sort of function that adds a new month or adds a new line to the data depending on what a student says they're on.
Yeah, exactly. So essentially, I'll say it again, and then let's dive deeper into it. Essentially, what they want is live monitoring of their students' progress across all their sites.
Okay.
And in order for that to occur, there needs to be some kind of input of data, right, into the database.
Yeah.
And then automated functions that refresh and graph live what's occurring.
Okay.
Right? So that, I think you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, so.
And that's the North Star. That's the North Star, what they want.
Okay, so essentially, there's essentially 2 parts now. There's one part which is creating the report from the data, and the second part is updating the data based on just updating the data. That's the second part.
Yeah. And then if there was a cherry on top of it all, it's almost like an interface to monitor, the interface for two types of individuals, the administrators and the site people and the Pell Learning team, to monitor the graphs and to monitor the data. And number two, for students to input the data, or for automatic input of the data for the student based on completion of an activity or a page or a worksheet or whatever, right? So that gives you another level of North Star, right?
Yeah. So essentially this is like sort of one half of the picture essentially, and then the second part would be adding data, and the third part maybe would be creating an interface for both the things.
The interface seems to be infeasible, maybe, unless you're pretty good at front end or like, back end data, whatever. I think the more important thing is the database. Like, where does all this data go to run these functions and to accept the input data and to transfer the database into an infrastructure that they may use in the future and so forth. So I think the infrastructure, let's say, is more important than the interface right now.
Okay. So essentially, like, instead of this being stored on like a local device on the school, it should be stored in a database. So if somebody at home, they can still access whatever's going on.
That would be it, because they got 14 locations, right?
Yeah.
And so they want their teachers and instructors and their students and themselves to be able to access things without really necessarily needing to rely on someone to have their computer on to run the graphs, right? And so by creating these automated cloud-based system database functions, right, and the monitoring function, that would be really what they're looking for.
Okay, so, and then the other two graphs, because they didn't really give data that pertains to those two graphs, it would be like understandable not to include code for generating those. Right?
Say that one more time, actually.
So like they give 4 graphs, right, that they want, but then I only generated 2 of them because they didn't give data that, or like we didn't show data that sort of pertains to the other graphs.
Yeah.
So would it be like understandable to not write code for the other graphs because there's no like data given for those graphs?
Let's say this. I think this is valid to say. I think that you should create dummy data like you did right now for all 4 graphs and get reports for all 4 graphs in a manual analog way just to display and show that you did it.
Okay.
And then I would prototype 1 graph to be fully automated for input on the cloud, running functions online, monitoring through an interface or some kind of like cloud service so that people can monitor without having a local, server up. So that way you can scope it, right? So that you're not doing too much, right?
Yeah.
At once. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So essentially to summarize is to create so this data is essentially based on what they showed, but create like sort of data how I would think it would look on their machine for the other 2 graphs, then create those graphs and then try to choose one of the graphs where you can add like update features and like add months to the to this in a database that's remote so you can access it from anywhere.
I think I understood it, but let me try to say it again. Essentially I think you should get all 4 graphs to level 1 just so you have done it. And then number 2 is almost like a separate project, is to make everything on the cloud and everything hosted on a cloud database. And then the reports are being generated on the cloud too. And then people can look at the graphs on the cloud as well.
Okay. So, okay. Yeah, I think I understand what you mean.
But for the second thing, I'd recommend just write code for one report if you're out of time, right? Like focus on 1 graph, 1 report on the cloud first. And then if you have time, then do the second one. If you have more time, do the third one. If you have a lot of time, then do the fourth one, right?
Okay.
That way you can show, hey, I created a report system for a manual local report system for 4 types of graphs. And then I've also prototyped one that's fully on the cloud that is automated based on input of activity updates. And then if you set me in the internship, I'm going to do all 4 of them for you, right?
Yeah.
And make it more legit, essentially.
Okay. So should I prioritize so I think in my opinion it would be more important to take one of the reports that I already have and push it to the cloud than to add 2 new reports. Would you think the same, or would you
I think that sounds about right.
Okay.
If it's if it's related to what I'm saying, then yes.
Okay, yeah. So essentially what I was saying is that instead of so if I was to do priority, if I was to prioritize every step that you just said, I would first push one of these reports or implement one of these reports in a cloud database of some sort, and then add the other 2 graphs that they're after.
Yeah,
or would I?
Basically for the cloud database, prototype just one use case for now.
Yeah, but I'll do that before sort of doing the. So if I were to start right now, I would first.
Oh, I see. You want to go. You want to start the cloud thing now, right? With the 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's a good bet. I think that's good. That's a good bet because honestly, the cloud-based automated functions is much more important than doing 2 graphs on 2 dummy data sets, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a fair idea. But I would definitely try to get the 3rd and 4th graph created as well, when you have some time at the end. And if you absolutely cannot get to it, then don't do it, but try to do that just so you can say just to show you did do it, right?
Okay.
Yeah. I'm curious to know if Alyssa has any feedback for Rithik, because you're technical, it seems like, as well. Any recommendations for Rithik?
I'm not really familiar with the code or the data behind doing just data analysis and stuff. I think it's great.
Cool. So Rithik, do you feel like this has helped?
Yeah, it's helped. It's definitely helped. Yeah.
What do you feel like you have a lot more to kind of sink your teeth in now to kind of steam ahead?
Yeah, so now I have a direct path, or I have a good sense of doing it as well.
Okay, cool. Tim and Steph, Vidya, anything that you'd like to ask as a question or contribute or comment on?
Derick, you stole all my comments.
We need to start coding, Tim.
I've been trying to start, but life's been busy, so I have 2 more weeks of school, so after those 2 weeks, I'm going to get to it. But I think it's a good idea to start with the automation now. Let's try to automate it because he has, 2 more days?
3 or 2, yeah.
Yeah, so I would say try to automate 1 or 2 of them and get them out. Even if they don't work completely, you in your demo, explain what you're trying to do as well.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The council has spoken. Cool, Rithik. So maybe Tim, Steph, and Vidya, you can put your Discord usernames into the chat for Rithik to contact you, and Alyssa, and you can also contact me too, Rithik. So you can contact all of us, and feel free to DM us for help. Okay, when you have your milestone, hit us up.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely will.
Okay, cool. Feel free to stick around, please, and you can maybe give some feedback to Alyssa while you co-work. You can just listen in. Alyssa, so would you like to share with us where you're at with your Allen AI project, and give us a summary of kind of where you're at right now, and then share with us kind of where you're, a summary of your barriers or things that are kind of preventing you from finishing out right now.
Okay, so I'm doing Alan AI, and it's like you have to do a voice-enabled user experience. So what I decided to do was a video game, or do you know this the sliding puzzle game where you have to just solve the puzzle? I thought that really impairs those with movement disabilities, so I wanted to provide a user experience to improve that part. I don't have the code on this computer, but I have a milestone. I have the game board that I created. Don't mind the colors. There's a reason why I'm technical and not art oriented, but I'll change that later. This is my first coding project. I haven't really used VS Code or Alan AI at all, and I started yesterday. And so far, I've made the game board and like the randomized like initial positions. So I'm just wondering, the biggest barrier is how much of the project I need to get done before the deadline, and like how much of Alan AI I need to do.
Yeah, for sure. So let me try to ask that question again. Keep this open because this is the only thing you have right now that you can show us, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is the open. What you have right now is did you code this yourself, or did you this is an open source game that you downloaded?
I coded this myself yesterday.
Okay, cool. So you basically made the game itself, right?
Yes.
Cool. And what do you call the game?
It's like a sliding number puzzle. You see how they're all mixed up? You want to put them in order by sliding them into the empty spaces.
Oh, okay.
So
like 1,
1,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You want like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. That sounds fun. And you right now you can manually slide it, right?
I haven't done the game logic yet, but I think I could do that today.
Okay, cool. And then essentially what you want to do is add the voice assistant to say, move 6 down 1.
Yes.
It's really only, you could really only make it go up, down, left, right, 1, right? Each time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can say, move 6 down 1, move 4 right 1, move 3 right 1, right? Or you can, I guess you could,
Just check. I think I was going to just check which box is empty. And if you say 6, then it automatically move into the empty slot. And if you say 3, you can't move 3, so it won't do anything. So I think I was going to go for that.
Okay, yeah. Whatever I think is simplest, right? So I think that makes sense.
So for Alan AI, do you think I have to have it all coded, or do you think I can just do like a little bit? Like, how much do you think I should do?
I'll let Tim and Vidya and Steph share kind of what they usually see when it comes to employers and projects and where you need to be with the project. Any input from you all?
Yeah, so for me, like, we had like a prototype that was kind of like, it was like somewhat working, like, for my project. But it's like, I think you just kind of have to show them like that you're on like the right track, and enough of your project that they know what you're doing and they can see how it kind of works. But like, you don't have to have it all finished.
Yeah, so one more video. Like, you can have just a demo of what you have. So say you have that, but it's not all done completed, but it still somewhat works. And then they might be like, okay, I like it so far, let me take her on, and then your project might change. Like for me, my project had changed after my internship because we originally had a demo website of their toolkit, and then once we got into the internship, we changed it to podcast-based toolkit, and then moved to podcast and document-based toolkits. So your project might change, but as long as they like the baseline of it, they'll most likely will take you on if they love the baseline.
Also, for the there was a section where you had to do an elevator pitch. Is there like a certain format for the elevator pitch? Because I've never done one before.
So So basically, for the elevator pitch, is basically say you're in an elevator with someone like Derick, a CEO, or someone that might be interested in your project. You have a certain amount of time between when they have to get off, when they get on, and when they get off, to give them your pitch. So Derick, how long do they have? Like 17 seconds?
It depends how high you are in the building, and how.
Yeah, it's kind of
30 seconds. I don't know,
like give like 7 seconds, maybe not too, like 10 seconds, like a 10-second pitch on your project, but like less than a paragraph or more than a sentence.
Okay.
Yeah, basically you want to try to sell them on it in as little words as possible.
Okay.
While also not selling your vision short as well, right?
Yeah.
Or you want to kind of share everything in as short as sweet as possible, basically. And essentially, you can also write it as if you're presenting your project, right, in a really short and sweet way, verbally to someone. Like you want to paint someone a picture of what you're building and what it is, verbally, essentially.
I think that's all the questions I really had.
Okay. I would recommend you integrate LNAI into here, though, and have it do something on here.
I think I could maybe just add the button and then say, may it recognize which tile is which, or something like that. I think that's doable.
Mm-hmm. I think that would be good. I think it'd be great to have it move one. Like that would be like, that's like what you're trying to get to, right?
Yeah.
And even if it just moves one, like moves like 6, you know. Well, if you move 6, you can technically move everything, but if you have to program it to like move right, left, bottom, right, you have to program all of them and recognize the positioning. There's a lot of other factors, right? But if you can have it just move one, like even if it's just like moving 6 down 1, you know, and just refreshing all the time and just showing that demo, moving 6 down 1, you know, like that's good enough too, right? If that's all the time you have, essentially. But somehow getting LNAI to like move one would be whatever you can get to get closest to that, right? I would say would be the North Star for you.
Okay, thank you for taking your time to listen to.
For sure. I'm sure I think it's pretty clear actually what you're doing. And it's cool that you also coded this game by yourself. So good job.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions, Alyssa?
Not really. I think I was just mostly worried about the time constraint and like how much I need to do.
Cool. And just to let you know, LNAI last year pretty much took all their interns.
That's great news.
that submitted their projects. I think mostly because a lot of the students basically knew how to use LNAI well, you know, like you all, like they knew how to code, right? And LNAI was kind of easy to integrate, which is good, positive for you. And also students just like, you know, it didn't hurt, right, to also have more use cases for them. So we are hoping for the same thing this year. So I just want to let you know that, okay?
Okay, thank you for everything.
Yeah, no problem. Anything else, Alyssa? Anything else, Rithik?
Yes, thank you for taking the time.
Okay, cool. We'll see you all around. We'll be on Discord and so forth, right? All right. Thank you. Steph, Tim, Vidya, you just want to maybe check in real quick? How are you all doing?
I'm doing pretty well. What about you?
Good. Yeah, doing all right. Vidya, are you done with, were you pretty busy in the last week? I feel like I haven't seen you around.
Yeah, because I had 2 chem finals 2 days in a row, so I had to study for those. So I'm really sorry about missing those meetings. But.
Yeah, that's no problem. I think actually it's fine because like the engagement of the students, they haven't really been taking up our resources as much as we like were hoping. So that we didn't really need help essentially. so it's okay. Yeah. And Steph, you all good on your front?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good so far.
Okay. And I'm thinking, Steph, actually, that about ending this stream early today, like even like right now, because there's no more pinups that we have scheduled, and I kind of blocked it off just to kind of like not. Well, actually, no. I think I'm going to unblock the pinups so that people can still meet with us. But I think I'm going to end the stream early just so like I can use the content to share with people so they can use it to have help, basically. But what I think I want to do is actually try to meet with you all like one-on-one tonight, right? To kind of just catch up with you all and see if we can work on anything, kind of like do productive team things, essentially, while the stream's off. You know what I mean? So I don't know if you're available today, but I may hit some of you guys all up for just to like see what we can do together on team stuff, essentially. How's that sound?
School is kind of rough because I have like 2 assignments that's due on like Tuesday, and I'm trying to finish them, but my mind's just out of it. I just want this year to be over.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, you're super busy. Yeah, Tim, it's all good. Just focus on that, frankly.
All right.
Cool. Yeah, so I might hit you guys all up on some team stuff.
Okay, great. Sounds good.
All right. Well, if something else, I'll see you guys later, and I'll see you guys on Discord somewhere.
Hey.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. All right, everyone. So it is 6:09 p.m. I am currently thinking about ending the stream early for today, but still being online. And I think that should be the case because I want to get some content to some people from the stream today, specifically the employers that we're talking today. So, and I think we will still be available for pinups, and we'll still be available for mentorship. We're basically going to be around. But I think we're going to end the stream just so we can kind of be done with that piece and then just focus on helping people, essentially. Or I may start another stream just for fun and kind of get it going again as well. So we will see. And in the meantime, I kind of want to give Eric a shout out here with his co-working background that he just gave me. Let's see if I can throw this in for fun. Big file. It's a very big file. Nice. This is Eric's thing. It's kind of cool. And maybe I'll put my video like this. Oh wait, hold on. Maybe something like this. Or something like this. Maybe something like this. Actually, you know what, everyone? I think I'm going to end the stream, but then open up another stream and co-work, essentially. I think that's what I'll do. So that's an announcement for right now. I'm going to end this stream and then open up another stream for co-working. And if there's any pinups, then we can do it live as well. But I want to end this stream so I can get the content from today to the people who could use the content, especially the interview tips and stuff. So I will be back in a little bit. So anyways, this is a end of this stream for now, and then I'll open up another stream in just a little bit. So if you're on the PilotCity.com/airtime2022, refresh it in about, I don't know, 15 minutes, 10 minutes, and then we'll be back on again for funsies. And we'll be here for the rest of the day on the live stream co-working and also on Discord and so forth. And let's go ahead and chop it up.
Hello there.
Hello, I'm Grace Zhang.
Hi, my name is Akil Shade.
Hi, I'm Kavya. I'm a freshman.
Hi there, my name is Jack and I'm a junior.
And I'm in 9th grade.
And I am an upcoming senior at Monroe Catholic High School.
We are a team of Royal High School students.
And this is my project for Artemis Foods.
And this is our project demo for Uber.
Today, I'll be giving a demo of my app for Onyx Village Connection.
I chose Typeform because I really want to help small businesses.
Today we'll be talking about our project, the Solar Controller.
Today we're going to be talking about a new style method to harvest energy that will be perfect for this bike path project.
The goal of our project is to speed up the process of onboarding new partners.
Our goal is to create a platform that can organize youth community service.
Natural light is one of the best resources to use in households.
I modeled it, I printed it, and I put it together.
OptiViro uses a variety of sensors to get an accurate description of your home.
Understanding how and why various people make dietary decisions will be crucial to Artemis Foods' marketing success.
Keep every memory you have from the past to the present to the future.
And in a few years, hopefully you can have OptiViro built into your house.
We can only hope that our website can help to accomplish this goal and inspire a future generation of people.
We just want everyone to play their part so we can have a safe future.
Thank you so much for listening.
And thanks for watching.